Lord of Mysteries, From the Heavenly Lord's Spare Tire to the Red Priest by Ba Ji Shou de Tuzu Lei. Chapter 151-175. Harvest. Deputy Director Jonas is a smart man. As long as he knows you've seen through his intentions, he won't cause any more trouble. Because that would make things undignified for both sides, and once he chooses to lose dignity, many others will also deny him dignity. But from what you're saying, it seems you weren't entirely unprepared. What countermeasure did you prepare? Robert put down his pen and looked at Avon with interest. The surprises Avon had given him recently were simply too great, so great that he even found it hard to believe. Avon not only gained the Night Church's approval in the shortest time but also, through strategic alliances, keenly perceived the awkward position of Jonas and the king behind him. Using the limited cards he held, he leveraged the internal situation of Military Intelligence Section 9. The royal family, who were originally most active in suppressing Mason Dill's remaining forces, were instead forced to become supporters of his comeback. The entire series of punches was executed beautifully, rendering Robert's preparations to help Avon gain a firm footing completely unnecessary. Actually, it's nothing. Avon explained the matters of Zerel and the Fursak Empire's rat to Robert, then said. The tooth I obtained should be Zerel and Petrov's emergency contact method. Zerel was killed by Gari Ning using a 0-feet level sealed artifact. Furthermore, Gari Ning certainly wouldn't want others to know that Zerel was part of the Cuckoo plan, which would give others an excuse to attack him for internal reconnaissance. So, he definitely wouldn't inform others about Zerel's death. Thus, in the eyes of Intis's 8th Bureau and Petrov, Zerel was captured by us, not killed. They should also be constantly monitoring whether this emergency contact method has been activated. If it's activated, it means Zerel betrayed us, but it also means Petrov's identity as an Intis rat has not been exposed. If it's not activated, there are only two possibilities. One is that Zerel didn't betray us, and the emergency contact method wasn't discovered. This possibility is minuscule because Beyonders have too many ways to examine a body. The other is that Zerel betrayed us, and the emergency contact method was also discovered, but Military Intelligence Section 9 didn't use it for some reason. What could that reason be? The only possibility is that Military Intelligence Section 9 detected Petrov's identity as a rat. If Deputy Director Jonas truly disregarded our past relationship tonight and caused me trouble, then I would have no choice but to create some trouble for him regarding Petrov. Robert looked at the pre-prepared means to restrain Jonas and felt very relieved, but he then said seriously. What if Jonas helps you complete this large-scale operation tonight? Then of course I'll stick to our previous agreement. Is there a problem? Avon was clearly a bit puzzled by Robert's question. From the moment you became the Night Church's supported representative, you, Jonas, and others in Military Intelligence Section 9 became rivals vying for a piece of the pie. If I were you, and if Jonas dared to cause trouble in this pre-arranged large-scale operation tonight, I would use the Lanrius affair and the Petrov affair to take him down in one fell swoop and shock the others. If he adheres to our previous agreement tonight, I wouldn't openly trouble him again, but I would secretly remind that rat, causing Jonas's efforts to fail, and then use the opportunity to strike at his prestige again. Or, I would send someone to secretly contact Petrov, make him a double agent, and bring him under my control. After all, a rat of that caliber is too rare, it would be a pity to let him go. Avon stared, wide-eyed, at the cold-faced Robert, almost blurting out. This is too dark. But in the end, he swallowed the words. Robert looked at the expression on Avon's face, understood what he was thinking, and simply said calmly. This is politics. Emperor Rosal once said, there are no eternal friends, no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Your political foundation with Jonas has been established. As long as your positions haven't changed, any cooperation between you is only temporary, and you must always be wary of the other stabbing you in the back. So, do I need to be wary of you, Robert? Avon questioned Robert word by word, because Robert and he were now also in different political camps. But Robert didn't seem displeased at all and laughed heartily. Of course, you need to be wary, because we currently belong to different camps. It's just that we have a deeper blood relationship, which, whether from a mystical or practical perspective, transcends ordinary factional divisions. The two brothers chatted for a while and then stopped discussing Jonas. Avon had already decided to be ready to stab Jonas in the back at any time. There was no other reason than Avon knowing from Lord of the Mysteries that George III was an antagonist on the opposite side of the protagonist Klein, and Jonas was on George III's side. Knowing the plot, knowing that George III was bound to fail, and that standing against him would have no future troubles, Avon would be truly foolish not to seize the opportunity to seek benefits for himself. Just then, Mr. Hope knocked and entered. Avon saw that he was carrying a large stack of documents. He didn't place these documents on Robert's desk but rather on the coffee table in front of Avon, saying, "Mr. Avon, these are the shares you obtained from this acquisition. Please sign to accept them." Avon picked up the top document on the stack and found a list detailing 13% of Ahorva City Bank shares, 7% of Ahorva Steel Mill shares, 3% of Ahorva Investment Fund shares, and 17% of Tingen Honest People shares. These were all high-quality shares that were usually difficult to acquire. Avon was delighted. He took the fountain pen Mr. Hope handed him and signed his name on these documents. Promotion to pyromaniac. This chapter is very important. This disaster in Tingen directly made Avon rich in one go. Although he still couldn't compare to the annual profits of millions of pounds for the top nobles, it still allowed him to squeeze into the wealthiest 0.01% of the LotM kingdom, even surpassing the dowry that Miss Justice Audrey of the Tarot Club would receive in the future. Thinking of the beautiful Miss Audrey, Avon looked at Robert, who was busy approving documents, and said mischievously, "Robert, you're not young anymore, and you've officially become the heir to Earl Ahova. It's time to consider marriage. Do you have a lady you fancy?" Robert obviously didn't expect his younger brother to suddenly bring up this question. He stopped writing and looked at Avon strangely. And Mr. Hope, who was organizing the documents Avon had signed, immediately chimed in when he heard this topic. "Mr. Avon is right. You are not young anymore and should consider marriage. This is not only for yourself but also for the future of the Horn family." Seeing his brother and subordinate looking at him with firm eyes, both trying to persuade him, Robert knew he couldn't get away without revealing something. So he spoke. "I actually have a woman I fancy, but due to some practical issues, I can't tell you openly now. I will tell you later." As soon as these words came out, Avon's eyes lit up. Oh my God, it's a metropolitan ethical drama. Ever since he came to Backland, Avon had noticed that Robert seemed to have no interest in women. He never looked at beautiful women at banquets, let alone kept mistresses or sought out courtesans. Even Miss Audrey, who made Avon, having seen several demonesses, feel incredibly amazed, only made Robert glance at her a couple more times, and then there was no further reaction. So much so that Avon sometimes began to suspect whether his brother liked men. He never expected that a casual question today would unearth such big news. Robert really had a woman he fancied. But what does practical issues mean? Robert was already one of the most powerful figures in the entire LotM kingdom. What practical issues could hinder him from being with the woman he liked? Avon's mind raced, many thoughts flashing through his head. Then he asked somewhat cautiously and tentatively. "It wouldn't be someone from within our Horn family, someone closely related by blood, would it?" This was the most likely practical issue Avon could think of. Perhaps the woman was even of a different generation. Robert immediately spat out the tea he had just drunk, soaking the documents on the table. Then he threw the cup at Avon and roared at him. "Get out! What are you thinking of?" Avon, relying on the agility brought by the assassin potion, effortlessly dodged the cup thrown at him. As he walked towards the door, he said, "If it's not, then it's not. Is there a need for such a big reaction?" Then, as Robert threw the documents, he quickly flashed out the door and closed it, making the flying documents hit the study door. Leaving Robert's study, Avon returned to his own room. His room was cleaned by servants every day, so it was spotless. Avon went in and took a bath, washing away the fatigue of a busy day. After changing his clothes, Avon took out the cigarette case he had obtained from Jonas today, then took out the other ingredients he had brought. He found a relatively large transparent glass cup and prepared to concoct the pyromaniac potion. After dinner, Avon was going to find Natasha of the demoness sect. Regardless of whether the demoness sect had prepared a way for him to conceal turning into a woman after drinking the witch potion, Avon felt he should first drink the pyromaniac potion just in case. Lining up the auxiliary materials he had brought, Avon recalled the pyromaniac formula, took a deep breath, and then threw the pyromaniac Beander characteristic, which looked like a ball of flame, into the transparent cup. Immediately after, he poured in the blood of the fire salamander. As the blood touched the Beander characteristic, a sizzling sound was heard. The inherent temperature of the Beander characteristic evaporated the blood into a blood mist, but the blood mist did not disperse. It still surrounded the Beander characteristic, as if there was a mysterious connection between the two. And the red pyromaniac Beander characteristic, hard as a gem, also became much softer, under the influence of the blood mist. As Avon successively added the magma glowstone powder, red-crested balsam powder, and holy star lily hydrosol, the blood mist in the cup became increasingly dense. Finally, it suddenly contracted towards the Beander characteristic, instantly melting the entire Beander characteristic completely, forming a red-yellow liquid. Looking at the red potion, which seemed to taste good, Avon's eyes gradually became firm. He came to this world without Klein's obsession to return home, only the desire to be in the tide of history and become a trendsetter of the era. In his previous life, Avon was just an ordinary university student, but in the world of mysteries, he had his own golden finger, a strong background, and the possibility of becoming a trendsetter and the most dazzling person of the era. This made his heart incredibly excited. Having seen the scenery of a higher mountain peak, how could he be willing to leave again? Now, even if Avon were given the chance to return to Earth and be the university student he once was, Avon would no longer be willing. A great man, if he cannot eat from 5 cauldrons while alive, then he must be cooked in 5 cauldrons after death. For some reason, Avon thought of this saying he had heard in his previous life. Before, he couldn't understand its true meaning, but now he felt it was a true reflection of his current state of mind. No matter how many reasons he found, Avon knew in his heart from the beginning that pushing Lanrius's scam would cause huge damage to Tingen, even greater damage than in the original plot. In the original work, due to Klein's interference, 2 high-level charms from the blood of the eternal blazing sun appeared, leading to the killing of the true creator's child. In the end, all the damage was borne by the Nighthawks team. Tingen's fate, which should have been a bloodbath, was diverted. Klein and Dunn saving Tingen was absolutely not an exaggeration, but a real salvation. But due to Avon's re-interference, Lanrius's scam was directly expanded, causing immense damage to Tingen, and Robert's report was clear evidence. Avon could deceive Klein, Leonard, and Zeratul, but he couldn't deceive himself, who knew the plot. But so what? He deceived so many people, but he also gained a lot. Assets worth £500,000 were just a bonus. What truly benefited Avon greatly was the digestion of the potion. Knowing that he could role-play early as someone deeply connected to the mysterious city, Avon was well aware of what this turmoil in Tingen brought him. At least, before he became a demigod, he would not have to worry about how to digest the potion. As a reporter, he exposed and informed the public about the upcoming scam and the bursting of the financial bubble in Tingen. This aligned with the witch's acting principle of declaring misfortune to others and bringing misfortune. Through behind-the-scenes manipulation, adding fuel to the fire, he directly escalated Lanrius's scam, turning a scam involving less than £10,000 into a major scam directly involving hundreds of thousands of pounds and affecting millions of pounds. He personally ignited and fueled this great disaster that destroyed countless families in Tingen. This aligned with the pyromaniac's acting principle of bringing destruction to others. The scam he instigated and expanded benefited a few, drove the entire city into a state of frenzy, and trapped many people in a false carnival from which they couldn't extricate themselves. This aligned with the demoness of afflictions, acting principle of bringing joy to others and to herself. Through various manipulations, he ensured that Klein, who discovered Lanrius's scam early, chose not to report it, ultimately allowing the scam to expand to its extreme, gaining him great benefits, while others, including Klein and Leonard, did not notice much. This aligned with the conspirer's acting principle of hiding behind the scenes and accruing benefits for himself. This storm in Tingen took many lives, deprived many people of their happy lives, and at the same time brought much suffering. This aligned with the reaper and demoness of afflictions, acting principle of reaping lives and bringing suffering. Avon gained such great benefits, giving him the confidence to become the youngest demigod, and the only price for these benefits was sacrificing his conscience. From now on, Avon might possibly have some conscience or sympathy, but all of this would be based on the condition that his own interests would not be harmed. A great man, if he cannot eat from 5 cauldrons while alive, then he must be cooked in 5 cauldrons after death. I don't want to die, I want to live and reach the highest peak, even if it means sacrificing everything, I will not hesitate. Avon, with fire in his eyes, murmured this familiar phrase from his previous life. Remembering the famous declaration of Zhao Gao, the corners of his mouth gradually turned up, followed by a loud laugh, and his expression slowly became ferocious, but the laughter gradually stopped. Avon looked at the potion in front of him, and 2 tears fell from his handsome yet fierce face. These were tears for his past self, also representing his farewell to his past self. With the mindset of saying goodbye to his past self, Avon picked up the glass cup in front of him and drank the potion in it in one gulp. The pyromaniac potion, like a ball of flame, began to burn from the moment it entered his mouth, burning all the way down his esophagus, into his stomach, and finally into his heart. Almost instantly, Avon felt as if his entire being was burning, from body to soul, enduring the pain of scorching every moment. But no matter how painful it was not enough to make Avon lose his sanity or consciousness. Because the ambition in Avon's heart was more intense than the scorching brought by the potion, making Avon feel even more burned. No matter how intense the pain brought by the potion, Avon gritted his teeth and held on firmly. Even the flames that wanted to burst out from his body were restrained by Avon with an extremely strong will, leaving only black marks under his buttocks. Minute by minute passed. Avon only felt that the flame-like ambition in his heart gradually merged with the flames that wanted to destroy him. His control over the flames in his body became stronger and more natural. The pain in his body gradually disappeared, and Avon gradually gained control of his body. He officially became a Sequence 7 of the Hunter Pathway, Pyromaniac. Before Avon could use the mirror in the corner of the room to check his current condition, he vaguely felt the call of the mysterious city. In a trance, his head pulled out a white spine from his body, and he vaguely arrived at the highest building in the mysterious city, inserting himself into a headless body, overlooking the entire mysterious city. Chapter 152, Precision. It was still the mysterious city, a place where reality and illusion coexisted. He was still standing at the highest point of the entire city, surrounded by countless desire-fueled creatures kneeling in his direction. They prostrated themselves before Avon, who stood at the city's highest peak, some murmuring to themselves, others pleading bitterly, but Avon couldn't quite make out what they were saying. At this moment, Avon was more conscious than when he had advanced to Challenger and Instigator, so he tried his best to listen to what they were saying. However, no matter how hard Avon tried, he could only hear fragments. They spoke in various languages Avon didn't understand, yet Avon somehow grasped their meaning. They were all words like prayer, leave, great, release, and loyalty. Avon couldn't hear much more. Moreover, Avon was more sensitive to his control over the mysterious city. He seemed to feel that the storms outside the city, the volcanoes, and the meteors in the sky above the city had all become living entities, coldly staring at him, hostile towards him, making Avon feel his heart pound in his throat, a fear originating from his soul. This fear was somewhat like a prey being targeted by a hunter, or by a natural predator. But a moment later, Avon suddenly lost this feeling. Whether it was the volcano, the storm, the meteors, or the pervasive mist, everything seemed to become harmless again. Everything became calm. No matter how much Avon concentrated, the erupting volcano, the falling meteors, and the howling storm all seemed like dead objects. However, Avon firmly believed that the feeling from that brief moment was definitely not an illusion, and he continuously heightened his vigilance. When Avon felt his spirituality was about to be depleted, his head, along with a pale white spine, once again detached from his body in the mysterious city and flew up. As Avon's head flew higher and higher, he saw the mysterious city, filled with calamity and man-made disasters, gradually twisting into a dancing, illusory shadow, following his head into the real world, and then covering his physical body in the real world, merging with it. Except for a grayish color around his head, Avon's entire body was completely covered by the phantom of the mysterious city, leaving no gaps. Avon, who had regained consciousness in the real world, knew that he had not advanced to become a demoness, so he could only barely hear the voices of the desire-fueled creatures in the city, but not completely. This made Avon somewhat eager to advance again, but because he hadn't seen Natasha of the demoness sect, he ultimately suppressed the urge to drink the potion immediately. After closing his eyes and resting for a moment, adapting to the pyromaniac, Beander characteristic he had just consumed, it was as Avon had expected. The pyromaniac, Beander characteristic practically melted in his mouth, with no lingering effects. In fact, after just a short rest to recover some energy, Avon could even directly consume the conspirer, Beander characteristic. The pyromaniac, Beander characteristic brought Avon many fire manipulating abilities, truly living up to its ancient name, Fire Mage. Firstly, his spirituality was greatly enhanced, allowing him to activate spirit vision in a more concealed and faster way, and to see the colors of various parts of the etheric body, no longer just a chaotic, single image. This wasn't a breakthrough for Avon, because Avon was not only a Beander of the Hunter pathway but also a Beander of the Assassin pathway. Although he wasn't proficient in spirituality-related abilities, the combination of both had already allowed Avon to subtly perceive the colors of his opponent's emotions. 2. His danger intuition was somewhat enhanced. It no longer only reacted when a problem was about to erupt, he could now stimulate this intuition by observing the environment and gathering information. Correspondingly, he became more aware of whether he was being followed, and could apply his anti-tracking skills more fully and perfectly. This enhancement greatly strengthened Avon's spiritual intuition. He felt that even some Sequence 5 Beyonders skilled in invisibility and stealth would find it difficult to hide from him, comparable to the Diviner pathway, which excels in spiritual intuition. 3. He gained the ability to control fire, along with several accompanying spells. 4. After being transformed by the Beander characteristic, the pyromaniac's body gained a strong resistance to flames. Even if doused with animal fat and lit with a torch, burning for half a day, the pyromaniac would not suffer severe damage. However, the shockwave from a fireball explosion could still normally harm the pyromaniac. The fire control abilities brought by the pyromaniac Beander characteristic are mainly divided into 7 categories. 1. Condensation and compression, blasting targets in the form of fireballs. The longer the compression time and the more fire accumulated, the greater the power. 2. Allowing a layer of flame to burn on the pyromaniac's body surface, thereby defending against freezing effects, toxic gas damage, and other attacks to a certain extent. 3. Using flames to create different temporary weapons, thereby inflicting high-temperature cutting, scorching, and piercing damage. This can also be divided into 2 types, crimson and blazing white, depending on the charging time. 4. Delayed explosion, relying on added spirituality and structural changes to make the created flame bomb explode at a predetermined time, rather than being detonated on the spot. 5. Area of effect, by extending the flame rather than throwing it out, ensuring the flame remains under one's control, exploding at the desired location or burning in different forms. 6. Fire infusion, using the pressure from body contact and force collision during close combat to gradually infuse fire into the enemy's body, and then detonating it. 7. Adding fire damage to one's weapons. The conventional spells brought by the Beander characteristic itself are 4. Fire Crow spell, capable of rapidly condensing a group of flame crows around oneself, and assigning a bit of spirituality to each fire crow, allowing them to remain controllable to a certain extent after leaving the body, thereby simply adjusting the trajectory and initially locking onto targets. Blazing White Spear, a spell for relatively quickly condensing blazing white flames, but it can only exist in the form of a long spear. And with added spirituality, it can also roughly guide the fireballs created by the pyromaniac, which Avon already knew how to do. Wall of Flame, using the earth as a medium and oneself as the source, by creating 2 fire snakes towards the enemy, building a wall of raging flames around him. Giant Fireball, requires 10 to 20 seconds to cast, equivalent to compressing multiple crimson fireballs into one shot. In short, the pyromaniac Beander characteristic brought Avon a very significant improvement, making him a Beander with powerful offensive capabilities. Coupled with his 2 powerful Beander items that had very few side effects, Beanders below demigod level basically posed no threat to Avon. If the opponent was not skilled at dealing with fire-based spells, Avon even had the ability to instantly kill the opponent. Because with the abilities of the Mysterious City, Avon could also pre-borrow one ability from Sequence 6 Feet Conspirer, and Sequence 5 Feet Reaper. Avon ultimately chose the precision of the Reaper, after careful consideration. Precision allows any attack to accurately hit the intended location, and precisely control fireballs, fire crows, and other spells that have left the body. It can split a giant fireball into 100, each accurately striking different targets, thereby achieving effective area of effect damage. Referenced from Circle of Inevitability. The reason for choosing precision instead of the seemingly stronger Harvester was because Avon was also a Beander of the assassin pathway. From the moment he became an assassin, he had the ability of Fatal Blow, which could better cooperate with precision, making Fatal Blow a truly unavoidable fatal blow. Avon will advance to Demoness as soon as possible, and the ability of Fatal Blow will also be correspondingly improved, which can completely replace Harvester. Moreover, the ability of Harvester is very powerful, but to fully unleash its true power, it must also be combined with the weakness observation of the Reaper to exert greater destructive power. So, after much consideration, Avon chose precision over Harvester. Having mastered the abilities brought by the pyromaniac, Beander characteristic, and having pre-selected a Reaper ability, Avon finally had time to examine his own condition. Walking to the large full-length mirror in the corner of the bedroom, Avon's black hair in the mirror was smoking slightly, emitting a burnt smell. His clothes were also tattered and burned, and there were large areas of charred burns on his exposed body, which were rapidly scabbing and peeling off, revealing pale skin. And gazing into his blue eyes in the mirror, one could see 2 clusters of crimson flames burning deep within them. Thanks to Avon having completely digested the pyromaniac Beander characteristic, after closing his eyes, the corresponding abnormalities disappeared. Opening the window to let the burnt smell dissipate from the bedroom, Avon found some clothes from the wardrobe and headed towards the washroom. While the marks on his body were easy to clean up, the floor where Avon had been sitting was difficult to conceal. That section of the floor was completely burned away, and there was a large hole burned beneath it. But Avon thought about it and realized there was nothing to hide from his older brother. Robert basically knew everything about his actions concerning Tingan City, except for the matter with Migos. His rapid advancement to pyromaniac was also reasonable and even highlighted his talent. After showering and changing into a new set of clothes, Avon went downstairs to have dinner with Robert and informed him of his successful advancement. This news clearly caught Robert off guard. He stopped eating and looked at Avon in disbelief, while Mr. Hope beside them was equally flustered, nearly dropping the tray with the wine from his hands. If I remember correctly, you just became a Beander about a month ago, right? Previously, both to confuse Robert's judgment and to lay some psychological groundwork for his rapid advancement, Avon had moved forward the time he became a Beander by more than 10 days. But even so, Robert had never heard of anyone becoming a Sequence 7 in just 1 month. Generally, being able to successfully digest a Sequence 9 Beander characteristic within a month was already quite impressive. This made Robert truly acknowledge Avon's talent. I became a Sequence 8 in just 1 month back then, which led the old Earl to praise me as the most talented Beander in the Horn family in 1,000 years. I didn't expect Avon to become a Sequence 7 Beander in just 1 month. What does this mean? Has the Einhorn family's history of thousands of years ever seen such a genius? He couldn't have joined a secret organization and used some evil ritual, could he? Probably not. If there really was such a ritual, it wouldn't be used on Avon. It must be the benefits from the Tingen matter. Robert connected this to his own Beander characteristic digestion progress during this period and felt that Avon's rapid digestion was reasonable. Chapter 153 Adam's Hint. Previously, I didn't approve of you entering the Beander world, but I never expected you to be so good at digesting potions. In just 1 month, you became a Sequence 7. I was wrong about you before, I held you back. Robert looked at Avon with gratification, feeling like, my son has grown up, while also regretting having held Avon back. Well, if it were the previous Avon, Robert's choice was actually not wrong. With his former psychological quality, entering the Beander world would definitely lead to him being completely exploited by others. Avon thought of his past self's actions and couldn't help but complain inwardly, then comforted Robert. You were also doing it for my own good back then, and my personality was indeed not mature enough before. What you did was actually correct, you don't need to blame yourself. Seeing Avon say this, Robert felt a little relieved, then cautioned Avon again not to blindly advance to the next sequence and to only seek advancement after the potion was completely digested. Robert didn't know that Avon's pyromaniac potion had already melted upon consumption and didn't need further digestion. Avon didn't want to be too shocking, so he could only agree repeatedly. After informing him of his promotion to pyromaniac, Avon then brought up the follow-up to the Tingen incident. After you finish handling matters in Backland in a few days, shouldn't you return to Tingen? Your appearance in Tingen would greatly help stabilize public sentiment and facilitate the reception of various assets. Tingen could also quickly restore its previous order. Robert clearly had plans for this already and said directly, I was originally going to return to Tingen yesterday, but the unrest in Tingen caught the attention of the cabinet, so Prime Minister Ogwood asked me to stay a few more days to consult my opinion. In a few days, when the situation in Tingen is largely stable and they need me for damage control, I will return to Tingen. How about it, are you interested in going back with me? Avon had finally managed to leave the trouble spot of Tingen, how could he possibly go back? So he quickly shook his head and said, I have no unfinished business in Tingen. The asset reception is all handled by Butler Buck. There's nothing for me to do if I go back, so I won't. At the same time, Avon's heart stirred, and he remembered his previous speculation, that Adam had prevented his letter from leaving Tingen back then to prevent Robert from returning to Tingen. This indicates that Robert is someone who could disrupt the overall situation in Tingen. Furthermore, recalling the tremor he felt at the Horn family manor in the Backland suburbs a few days ago, it proves that the Horn family must possess a very profound secret. And no matter how he probed, Robert never revealed his sequence. Combining these situations, does it mean that Prime Minister Ogwood keeping Robert in Backland this time was Adam's doing? Was it Adam's manipulation to prevent Robert from appearing in Tingen and disrupting his grand plan? Avon suddenly felt that his elder brother was also shrouded in mist. He was even more startled to realize that ever since he arrived in Backland, apart from trying to ascertain Robert's pathway and sequence, he had never taken any substantive action to explore Robert's secrets, even though Avon knew when he was in Tingen that Adam held Robert in high regard. Avon's heart chilled. He once again experienced the terror of a spectator. He was certain that Adam had interfered with him, and he also began to ponder why he had become aware of this again. After much thought, Avon attributed the reason for breaking free from Adam's psychological suggestion to his recent advancement. When Avon advanced to Pyromaniac, both his astral body and spiritual body would enter the mysterious city, and the mysterious city's status is very high. Entering it is equivalent to a thorough disinfection, and Adam's psychological arrangement naturally disappeared. However, even without Adam's psychological suggestion on him now, Avon no longer dared to rashly explore Robert's secrets. He knew the gravity of the situation and the stakes better than before. Knowing that Robert was a key focus for Adam, and clearly knowing that Adam didn't want him to investigate further, if Avon still did it, that would be openly confronting Adam, which is no different from seeking death. This matter is different from the Tingen incident. Through the original work and Avon's continuous probing over the past period, it can basically be confirmed that Adam's attitude towards the Tingen incident was, as long as Ince Zangwill and 008 obtained Saint Selena's ashes and did not deviate from his grand script, he didn't care about the intermediate process and could even give face to the future Lord of the Mysteries. In the original work, if not for Klein's interference, the script would have been the descent of the true creator's offspring, Dunsmith being forced to use Saint Selena's ashes to fight the enemy, Tingen flowing with blood, and Ince Zangwill achieving his goal. And with Klein's interference, it became the Nighthawks team suffering heavy losses, Ince Zangwill obtaining the ashes. But Tingen did not flow with blood. The general trend is irreversible, but minor trends can be changed, that's what it means. From the final battle between Klein and Ince Zangwill, it can be seen that Adam actually gave Klein a lot of face. Even incorporating Klein's revenge into his script and guaranteeing its success. But Adam's leniency towards Klein was all based on not harming his own plans. If Klein's interference had harmed Adam's plans, Avon would not doubt for a moment that Adam would use the most severe means to deal with Klein. Therefore, even though Avon no longer had Adam's psychological suggestion on him, knowing Adam's attitude clearly, he dared not cross the line. Even now, Avon, who has a bit of spectator PTSD, suspects that the dissolution of his psychological suggestion was actually within Adam's calculations. This made Avon constantly curse Adam, and also secretly curse himself for being outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Seeing Avon suddenly lost in thought and no longer touching the steak on his plate, Robert asked, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Avon, snapping out of it, shook his head repeatedly and then said, "I'm just thinking about when the Lanrius case can be concluded. If it can't be resolved quickly, everyone will be on edge." Robert, on the other hand, was very open-minded about it and not at all anxious. If Avon was the one who lit the fire in this whole affair, Robert merely conveyed the news of this fire to those who needed it. Compared to others, he could almost be considered a white lotus, getting all the benefits without getting his hands dirty at all. The most anxious now are the military personnel and the royal family involved. We just need to quietly watch the show, the fire won't reach us. Avon actually knew this truth, but he was somewhat unclear what the royal family was waiting for. Others might not know that Lanrius had the true creator's divinity on him or guess Lanrius's whereabouts, but the royal family couldn't possibly not guess. However, several days had passed, and Backlund showed no action against the Aurora Order. Connecting this to the Backlund smog, and with a hunter's intuition, Avon felt that George III might be planning something big. Is there anything that can be exploited here? Avon's thoughts raced, constantly pondering. After dinner, Avon left the villa and prepared to head to the agreed-upon location for a meeting with Natasha of the Demonist sect. After Avon left, Robert received a portrait from Mr. Hope. The portrait was of a beautiful woman. Even through a sketch, one could feel her breathtaking beauty and temperament. Is this the most suspicious person, besides Mrs. Sharon and Hai Na Sen? Fan Sente, that Avon had contact with before and after his suicide? Robert scrutinized the sketch in his hand and asked. Yes, she and Mr. Avon met at an occult exchange. She also never publicly visited the Tingen Manor, so our people had a difficult time finding someone else who had participated in the gathering, and only from his spirit did we obtain this portrait. This woman is not simple. Initially, even when our people used clairvoyance, they only got a very blurry image, not even human-shaped. Later, this portrait was sent to Backland, and I used your sealed artifact called Galaxy's Radiance to obtain the true portrait. Mr. Hope was still as meticulous as ever, recounting the entire process. Robert put down the portrait, lightly tapped the armrest of his chair with his finger, and frowned, saying, "To use Galaxy's Radiance to break through the countermeasure, this woman must have been directly protected by a demigod skilled in anti-divination. Since you used Galaxy's Radiance, you shouldn't have only gotten this portrait, right? Who is this woman? Which organization is she from? Where is she now?" Upon hearing Robert's words, Mr. Hope no longer held back, let out a sigh of relief, and his face quickly turned extremely pale as he said, "Nothing escapes your eyes. Because there was too little information at hand, even using a grade 1 sealed artifact, I didn't get too much information. I only know this woman is named Helen, comes from Theosophy Order, and is currently in Backland." Robert picked up the portrait on the table again, looked at it, and then said, "Enough. Theosophy Order. Demoness. HMPH. Find her and bring her before me. I want to know what exactly my brother encountered in Tingen." "Yes, sir." Although Mr. Hope seemed barely able to stand at the moment, upon hearing Robert's command, he still straightened his body and responded as he would have in the military. Robert looked at his weak subordinate, a trace of emotion flashing in his eyes, and asked in a softened tone, "How much lifespan did you expend for this divination?" Hope hesitated for a moment. He knew Robert disliked subordinates lying, so he honestly said, 15 years of lifespan. Sigh, "Don't worry, I will help you make up for these 15 years of lifespan." Mr. Hope said nothing more, just nodded, and then left Robert's study, preparing to make secret arrangements to quickly find and apprehend Helen, the demoness from Theosophy Order. Meanwhile, Avon had arrived at Natasha's long-term private room, and his first words upon meeting were, "I have completely digested the instigator potion and gathered all the witch potion materials. Have you prepared the method to hide my female identity that you promised?" Chapter 154, Demoness of Undying. Natasha was greatly surprised. She didn't expect Avon to have collected all the witch potion ingredients so quickly, nor did she expect him to have digested the instigator potion so rapidly. While secretly vigilant, she asked with a smile, "How did you digest the potion so quickly? I remember it hasn't been long since you became an assassin, and you drank the instigator potion right in front of me, didn't you?" As Natasha spoke, her entire body tensed, and colorless, invisible spider silks quietly spread throughout the room. As soon as Avon showed even a hint of abnormality, she would immediately strike to kill, or quickly escape. However, Avon seemed completely oblivious to this and very calmly narrated how he had digested the instigator potion. To increase credibility, he even took responsibility for implicating the Loan Kingdom's military, making his story seem exceptionally believable. After listening to Avon's account, Natasha's expression was complex. Avon's words were consistent with the information she had gathered over the past few days. Relying on her intuition, she almost no longer doubted Avon. But precisely because she knew what Avon said might be true, it made her even more uncomfortable, because this outsider, Avon, was actually better at role-playing than she, a genius, from a demoness family. This was a huge blow to her confidence. At the same time, she sighed inwardly, thinking that Avon was a born assassin, a born instigator. She just didn't know if he was a born witch. Thinking of this, a surge of brutality spontaneously rose in Natasha's heart. She wanted Avon to become a witch as soon as possible, and then thoroughly humiliate him, thereby demonstrating her manly prowess. So Natasha said nothing more, directly bit her finger, and smeared it on the dressing mirror in the corner of the room, just like Helen, the demoness of Theosophy Order, contacting her bloodline connection with Mother to communicate directly. As Natasha prayed, Avon saw a door extending from the periphery of the gray-white vision appear and gradually connect with the mirror in front of Natasha, forming a mirror world, composed of countless doors. The surface of the dressing mirror seemed to turn into a lake disturbed by a stone, and after a ripple, a sacred and beautiful figure emerged. The figure wore a simple, sacred white robe, had lustrous black hair, and a pair of sky-blue eyes that seemed mature yet innocent, profound yet naive. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, with snow-white skin, but what was most striking were the flawless long legs revealed on both sides of her white robe. They were the most beautiful long legs Avon had ever seen, in both his past and present lives, stirring Avon's heartstrings. The beautiful woman in the mirror saw the somewhat stunned Avon in the room, and like a playful girl, she winked at him, then looked at Natasha and asked in her soft voice, "Why are you looking for me at this time?" Natasha noticed her mother's small gesture of radiating charm, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said, "This is Avon, our outside agent who infiltrated Military Intelligence Section 9. He reported to me today that he has completed the digestion of the instigator potion and collected all the ingredients for the witch potion. He is now asking for the method to maintain his male body, which was promised to him earlier. Avon, this is my mother, the Saintess of White, in our cult. All the demonesses in Backland are her children." Upon hearing Natasha's introduction, Avon dared not neglect and quickly stepped forward to greet her. "Greetings, Your Highness, Saintess of White." At the same time, Avon also confirmed that Natasha's mother was Katerina Pell, who would also be the future Admiral of Disease, and the mother of Teresa, the Demoness of Afflictions. "Oh, I remember you, young man. It hasn't even been half a month since your last promotion to Instigator, has it? Can you tell me how you managed to digest the potion so quickly?" Katerina Pell's tone was soft and sweet, but Avon, who possessed the gray-white vision, sensed that she, on the other side of the mirror world, had already placed more attention here, even giving the impression that she might dissent if there was any disagreement. It was clear that Avon's unusually fast digestion of the potion had aroused the high vigilance of Katerina Pell, the Demoness of Undying. Avon dared not hesitate, fearing that even a slight hesitation would lead to severe consequences. He quickly recounted again his involvement and planning of the Loan Kingdom military's largest write-off operation, which made Katerina Pell exclaim in wonder. "What an excellent young man! If Natasha wasn't right here, I wouldn't be able to resist the ancient desires within me and would fall in love with you, spend a passionate night, and have many children with your same talent." Katerina Pell was subtly charming, sweet, and playful, like an innocent, underage young girl. Her pure aura, coupled with her words about having children with Avon, brought an infinite temptation that made Avon's eyes turn red and his lower body engorged. HMPH. Natasha's displeased snort cleared Avon's head a bit, and at the same time, made him realize his momentary lapse. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of a demigod demoness, secretly clicking his tongue. The biggest difference between a demigod and a beyonder below demigod is whether they possess divinity. This gap creates a world of difference between the two, making it difficult for beyonders below demigod to face a demigod. Even Klein, the protagonist of the world's progression, used many unconventional methods and leveraged the cheat of the gray fog when he finally eliminated Ince Zangwill. Because Avon carried the mysterious city, he had a strong immunity to the abilities of the hunter and assassin pathways. Natasha and Helen's charm and stimulation were not enough to make Avon lose his reason. When they interacted, it seemed like Natasha and Helen were in control, but in reality, Avon secretly held the initiative, and their actions depended on what information Avon provided them. But now, he was completely unable to resist Katerina Pell's temptation, and the alarm bells rang loudly in Avon's heart. Looking at her somewhat angry daughter, Katerina Pell covered her mouth and laughed, as if she truly was just a young girl who enjoyed teasing others. "Your infiltration into Military Intelligence Section 9 is of great benefit to our cult, not to mention that you have already established yourself in Military Intelligence Section 9 and even gained the approval of the Night Church. Therefore, resolving your worries is what the organization should do. Take this, it can allow you to maintain your male body even after advancing to witch." Katerina Pell in the mirror flipped her hand, and a flame-shaped emblem composed of multiple mystical symbols appeared in her fair, delicate hand. Avon felt a dizzying sensation when he looked at it. As Katerina Pell tossed it, ripples like lake water appeared again on the mirror's surface. The fiery emblem passed through layers of the illusory mirror world and arrived in the real world, appearing in Avon's hand. Avon felt only that the emblem in his hand was hard and scorching hot. As he held it, he felt an infinite desire to kill in his heart, always wanting to destroy everything around him. Startled, Avon immediately threw the emblem onto the large bed beside him. This emblem originates from a Grade 1 sealed artifact called Napoleon's Perseverance, corresponding to the Beyander characteristic of the Hunter Pathway Sequence 4, the Iron-Blooded Knight. Napoleon Witt was a general stationed in the capital of the former Intis Kingdom, loyal to the Sauron royal family. He was the only non-royal demigod who stood up to oppose and resist Emperor Rosal when Emperor Rosal launched a coup to overthrow the Sauron family's rule. After Emperor Rosal and the Craftsman Church jointly killed him, they used his Beyander characteristic to create a sealed artifact, which was later given by him to the Saintess of Silver, of our cult as a token of love. This time, I specifically borrowed it and condensed this emblem for your use. As long as you hold this emblem, you can establish a mystical connection with Napoleon's Perseverance, and even become its extension. This way, you can maintain your male body by utilizing the characteristic of the Hunter Pathway Sequence 4 that can turn females into males. You can even use your connection with this mystical item to cast some abilities related to the Hunter Pathway, such as control over flames, etc. The only drawback is that the emblem itself has a high temperature and will bring an uncontrollable urge to kill, making it unsuitable for long-term carrying. The maximum range of application for this emblem is backland. Outside this city, this emblem will be ineffective, and the closer you are to the edge, the fewer abilities you can borrow. The specifics are for you to explore yourself. After listening to Katerina Pell's introduction, not only Avon but even Natasha's eyes glowed as they looked at the emblem on the bed. Avon's eyes glowed because he might be able to use this emblem and the gray-white vision granted by the mysterious city to investigate the sealed artifact called Napoleon's Perseverance, in reverse. And Natasha's eyes glowed because if she obtained this emblem, she could also regain her coveted male body. However, Katerina Pell immediately saw through Natasha's ambition and gave her no chance, directly smiling and saying to Avon, "Such emblems are very precious. Even that sealed artifact can only condense a maximum of 3, and it also requires blood to establish a connection. Since you are here to see Natasha now, and you claim to have collected the ingredients for the witch potion, those ingredients must be on you. Prepare the potion now, and I will escort you." Natasha understood at once that her mother was preventing her from snatching this Napoleon emblem. She could only close her eyes resentfully, no longer looking at the emblem that could restore her male body. Avon knew that the aggregated attraction from the ingredients in his pocket could not be hidden from Katerina Pell, who was a demigod, so he did not hesitate to pull all the ingredients out of his pocket and place them on a table. Natasha's private room was a suite, equipped with everything. Avon found a larger transparent glass cup and then began to put in the various ingredients one by one. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 155, Promotion to Witch and a Scheme. Following the magic potion formula Natasha had given him earlier, Avon successively added Black Abyss Murloc blood, Agate Peacock egg, 5 drops of golden mandrake juice, 3 scales of shadow lizard, and 10 drops of narcissus juice into the cup. The final result was a dark red liquid, interspersed with black, looking exceptionally mysterious and beautiful, yet also seemingly possessing a fatal allure. Drink it and become a witch, and you will officially become one of us. Katerina Pell's captivating and pleasant voice came, full of seductive power. Avon, who had already made up his mind, did not hesitate in the slightest. He took a deep breath and drank the tempting magic potion in the cup in one gulp. The magic potion was cold and ethereal, like melting frost. A cold and itchy sensation quickly spread throughout Avon's body. Unlike the pain brought by consuming the pyromaniac magic potion, the witch magic potion, while bringing a cold sensation, was a taste that made one feel addicted and blissful. One could easily become immersed in it, unable to extricate oneself, and unwilling to break free. At this moment, Avon suddenly felt that someone was looking for him in the unseen, and an alarm bell rang in his heart, allowing him to quickly regain his self-awareness. And then he seemed to hear countless curses and foul words, swirling around him, which then transformed into fuel for the black flames erupting from his body. For a moment, black flames raged around Avon, frost condensed on the ground, and the climate of the entire room seemed to enter winter. But it was only for an instant. Avon immediately drew back the black flames emanating from his body, the frost on the ground also began to melt, and the room's temperature started to rise. Furthermore, Avon's hair began to grow longer and thicker at a visible speed, his figure started to become slender and lithe, his chest began to swell, his face became finer, his nose bridge changed from being high and straight to delicate and petite, his red lips were vibrant yet refined, and his eyebrows and eyes were even more bright and captivating. The biggest change was in Avon's eyes. Avon's previous eyes were deep blue, looking into them was like seeing an endless deep sea. Now, his eyes had become a transparent crystal-like green, appearing empty and mysterious, captivating, like a frozen lake. At the same time, countless illusory mirror worlds appeared in Avon's eyes. His eyes were filled with dense mirrors and the figures reflected within them. Gradually, all the illusory mirrors merged into one, forming an incredibly clear mirror image of Avon. The Avon in the mirror was a combination of Avon's past life and his current male body, with the gentle lines characteristic of the East combined with the deep facial features of the Western style. This made the Avon in the mirror appear even more mysterious and charming. However, Avon, who had become a woman in reality, coldly watched himself in the mirror, because no matter how handsome the self in the mirror was, he could not shed his timid and cowardly demeanor. The Avon in the mirror dared not show the slightest displeasure towards the Avon who had become a woman in reality. He played with the corner of his clothes, not daring to look Avon directly, occasionally stealing a glance at Avon, and then immediately lowering his head like a little girl who had made a mistake. Avon coldly stared at himself in the mirror, silent, his gaze icy and fierce. Avon did not enter the mysterious city again during this promotion. It was only at the moment he fully mastered the witch magic potion that he felt himself completely merge with the mysterious city wrapped around his entire body, fusing with the headless body representing him within the mysterious city. All the creatures in the city controlled by desire bowed to him, showing submission, and hoping to become his servants. Avon finally understood what these kneeling, bowing creatures of desire were shouting. They shouted of the calamity of destruction, the ruler of strife, the source of all turmoil. They pleaded with Avon to release them, to end their suffering, to let them experience the myriad aspects of human life again. To feel the beauty of the world, to no longer be tormented by the desires within their bodies, and they even wished to die. As long as Avon nodded, they were willing to offer Avon everything they had, just to no longer be tormented by pain. They wept and cried, they prostrated themselves, they prayed and wailed, just so Avon would look at them more, just so Avon could pardon them. At the same time, Avon also understood what kind of existence the creatures of the mysterious city truly were. They were all those abandoned by rules, fate, death, desire, and the world. They were prisoners who had lost everything, and this mysterious city was their last refuge. But within the mysterious city, they became prisoners eternally sinking into a sea of suffering. They would never get what they wanted, enduring torment, and time was eternal. The only way to escape the torment was to receive the pardon of the city's master, Avon. Only by receiving Avon's pardon could they leave this city of calamity, enter the human world, and escape their suffering. But even if Avon pardoned them and brought them to the human world, they would never be able to escape Avon's control, because without the mysterious city's protection, they would be targeted by the entire world. They were people abandoned by the world. So my golden finger is actually the largest and cruelest prison, and I myself am the warden of this prison. Avon mockingly completed his understanding of the mysterious city, knowing how his future path would unfold. Avin knew that Katerina Pell and Natasha were both by his side. Other secrets of the mysterious city could be explored later, the important thing now was to deal with them first. Avin closed his light green eyes, reined in his spirituality, then opened his eyes again, looked at Natasha and Katerina Pell, and said with a smile, "I have mastered the witch magic potion and officially become a witch." Natasha had not yet said anything when Katerina Pell in the mirror spoke first. After a witch is promoted, she can see her most difficult self to face, or her favorite side, in the mirror. "What did you see?" Avin was silent for a moment, and Katerina Pell did not urge him, only watched him with a maiden-like smile. After a long while, Avin finally said, "I saw myself shrinking back when facing difficulties and facing humiliation." Katerina Pell did not say anything more, only nodded and said, "You are a natural witch. Which is the dividing line of the assassin pathway. Several of my children lost control during their promotion to witch because they couldn't maintain themselves. After all, the role-playing method is not foolproof, it also depends on the individual's situation. Not only did you master the witch magic potion in the shortest time, but you must have also digested the witch magic potion to a great extent, right? Otherwise, you couldn't control black flames and frost so freely." Katerina Pell and Robert made the same mistake of insufficient imagination. The witch magic potion, for Avin, melted upon consumption just like the pyromaniac magic potion. However, it wasn't their mistake, but rather that Avin's situation was too rare. When Avin was promoted to witch, he seemed to hear the curses of many who had suffered broken homes and ruined lives. The effect of these curses was excellent, not only allowing Avin to quickly digest the magic potion, but also deepening Avin's control over his power. Simply put, Avin's black flames and frost absorbed too much pain and curses, causing Avin to exert far greater power when using these abilities than an ordinary witch, or even a demoness of pleasure. Generally speaking, Beyonders only prepare rituals when promoting to sequence 5 to resist the negative effects of the magic potion and strengthen the promoter's self-awareness. And Avin's expansion of the Tingen scam, and premature digestion of the magic potion, could, to some extent, be considered a corresponding ritual. This not only made Avin's magic potion digestion smooth but also greatly enhanced his various abilities after promotion. Avin nodded, admitting that he had largely digested the witch magic potion. Katerina Pell, having received the answer she wanted, felt that everything was still under her control, so she did not ask any more questions. Instead, she motioned for Avin to pick up the flame badge he had discarded on the bed earlier. Under Natasha's murderous gaze, Avin smiled faintly, walked forward, picked up the badge, and then unhesitatingly used his fingernails, which had become exceptionally sharp after becoming a witch, to cut his finger and drip a drop of blood onto it. When the blood dripped onto the badge, Avin felt a connection with an object in the direction of the southwest Empress Burrow. A brutal aura, mixed with the smell of blood and rust, began to invade him along the blood connection, swift and caught off guard. Avin was instantly enveloped in red light, tainted by the red aura, and heard a mad male laugh. Ha 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 ha. I, Bonaparte wit, have finally descended again. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Avin, who was enveloped and corroded by the iron-blooded aura and couldn't help but scream, Natasha was greatly surprised and turned to look at her mother in the mirror. And Katerina Pell, with her pure demeanor and completely harmless appearance, also looked at the suffering Avin and said with a smile, "An iron-blooded knight can establish an unbreakable connection with his army, concentrating the army's power on himself. And can also distribute damage. Furthermore, he can treat every person under him as his own clone, corrupting them into a part of himself. Bonaparte wit's perseverance is a living sealed artifact with self-awareness, immensely eager to possess a body to walk outside. No matter how intelligent a sealed artifact is, it is easier to control than a person, not to mention he is not from our family. Since Ewan Horn has already created such a favorable situation, why must we rely on wooing him to obtain the corresponding intelligence and power? Isn't that too costly?" Natasha was also a ruthless demoness, but she had never imagined that her mother could go this far. From the very beginning, you had already made up your mind, hadn't you? To replace Avon with a sealed artifact. Yes. After discovering that my daughter had actually fallen for him, I became very firm in this idea. I can already feel the pain in your heart. Chapter 156, Rough Treatment. Avon, his body twisting in a red glow and appearing extremely pained, combined with his increased attractiveness and softer voice after becoming a witch, exuded a unique charm that made him very endearing and heartbreaking to behold. Natasha bit her lip, silently watching Avon, who was enveloped in the bloody red light and in a desperate situation, her heart aching to the extreme. Avon's appearance already perfectly matched Natasha's aesthetic, and after this period of interaction, he found him even more captivating. He had originally planned to completely conquer Avon as a man the day Avon became a witch, but he never expected that on the very first day Avon became a witch, he would be ambushed by his mother and perish because of his own intentions. Natasha wanted to rush forward to rescue Avon, but Katerina Pell had already anticipated this, binding him early with invisible spider silk, leaving him unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Avon's struggles grew weaker and weaker, and his own heart became more and more pained. Watching Natasha's eyes filled with unwillingness and regretful tears, and feeling the despair and pain transmitted through the spider silk, the demoness of undying, Katerina Pell, felt extremely satisfied. Empathic pain and perverse pleasure simultaneously appeared on Katerina Pell, with constantly reversing emotions eroding and delighting her heart. Natasha's despair reminded Katerina Pell of what her mother had done to her, which made her eyes grow more perverse, and she desired even more to experience true love and then kill her lover again. Avon's pain and screams did not last too long. The red light on his body gradually disappeared, the pain on his face slowly vanished, replaced by a charming and wild smile. Avon's already alluring female form reverted to his masculine form before he drank the witch potion. The erosion from the level 1 sealed artifact, Bonaparte's fortitude, seemed to have finally achieved ultimate victory, completely taking control of Avon's body. Avon, with the scent of gunpowder, turned to look at Katerina Pell, who had remained in the dressing mirror, observing everything, and said with a smile, "This body you found for me is quite good, very interesting. Since you have fulfilled your promise, I will also keep my word and fulfill mine." Katerina Pell surveyed Avon's body, a difficult-to-detect trace of desire and jealousy flashing in her eyes, and said with a smile, "It's good that you're satisfied. I also hope you can achieve your wish this time, break free from the limitations of that armor, and truly become a reborn person." After speaking, Katerina Pell looked at her very dejected daughter, and continued, "You must remember today's feeling of powerlessness, of being unable to do anything. Feel today's pain, and hate me as much as possible. This will benefit your advancement to pain and even despair." As she spoke, Natasha's vision went black. The entire room was burned by black, cold flames, and all related mysterious aura and information were blocked and interfered with. Without an angel-level detection ability, it would be impossible to know what had just happened in this room, and Katerina Pell's figure also disappeared from the mirror. Natasha looked at Avon, in the room, who seemed no different from before. Emotions of pain and confusion flashed across her face, and then she coldly issued an order to leave. "I don't know what agreement you have with my mother. That's your business. You can leave now, and don't look for me again in the future." Avon looked at Natasha with a charming and evil gaze, a red light flashing in his eyes. He licked his lips and said in a seductive tone, "Another demoness who has developed feelings for a man. Is this the fate of you demonesses? Actually, you can project your feelings for this person onto me. I can also replace him. No, in some ways, I already am him, and it's been a long time since I've experienced the taste of a demoness." As he spoke, Avon stepped forward, reaching out a hand towards Natasha's face. Looking at Avon, who seemed no different from before, Natasha's face showed deep disgust. She tapped her toe on the floor, and her entire body lightly retreated backward, moving away from Avon's outstretched hand. At the same time, she wrapped him entirely in colorless, tough spider silk, and black, cold flames erupted from her body, burning along the spider's silk towards him. Facing this situation, Avon, whose eyes were glowing red, remained unhurried. Flames also erupted from his body, burning backward along the spider's silk wrapped around him. Not only did they extinguish the black flames that could burn spirituality, but they even used the spider's silk to burn back towards Natasha. Natasha was caught off guard and could only quickly cut the spider silk, while also becoming invisible and escaping to a corner of the room. Avon's performance made Natasha calm down slightly, realizing that the Avon in front of her was no longer the intermediate Beander who had just advanced to witch. He had essentially become an extension of a demigod-level sealed artifact, which, roughly speaking, was half a sequence 4. There was no way he, a sequence 6 demoness of pleasure, could resist him. So, she quickly shouted, "I was too rude before. How about we stop now?" But Avon, whose eyes were completely red, seemed to be dominated by lust, and completely ignored what Natasha said. He directly charged towards Natasha, almost instantly arriving in front of her and punching her in the chest. Avon's speed was too fast, leaving Natasha no time to react. She could only take Avon's powerful punch head-on. However, Natasha did not bleed on the spot. Instead, a magic staff, broken in the middle, appeared in midair where she stood, then fell to the ground. With the magic staff substitution, Natasha's ghostly figure appeared behind Avon's side, holding a dagger and unhesitatingly delivering a fatal blow to Avon's neck. At the same time, a transparent ice crystal spear appeared at her side, emitting a coldness that could freeze a person's body, rushing towards Avon at extreme speed, blocking Avon's best evasion route, and coordinating with Natasha's own fatal blow, vowing to severely injure and kill Avon. But Avon seemed to have anticipated it. Without even turning his head, several fiery red-hot fireballs appeared around him, as if locked onto Natasha, and smashed towards her. Facing the sudden fireballs, Natasha was caught off guard and could only wrap her body with her long hair to protect herself. But the ice crystal spear she had cast was precisely hit by the fireballs and melted. Even she herself couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit by a fireball. Her soft long hair broke, and her undefended body took a fireball from Avon, immediately spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The blood was originally meant to spray on Avon's body, becoming a medium for Natasha to cast dark magic, but the flames erupting from Avon's entire body directly evaporated all the sprayed blood. And Avon had no intention of being gentle. Taking advantage of Natasha being severely wounded, he agilely turned, his hands ablaze, and repeatedly punched her body, using his strength to compress and inject the flames into her body. After hitting several punches, Avon stopped, but he did not detonate the flames injected into Natasha's body to kill her. Instead, he guided the flames to rage through every corner of her body, constantly bringing her the pain of being burned by a raging fire, and also leaving her with no power to resist. "You have the guts, kill me. My demoness family will not let you off." Natasha, who had lost the ability to resist, endured the pain of the raging flames within her. Her face flushed red and covered in sweat, looked at Avon stubbornly and said sharply, "Ha ha ha, do you think you are still Katerina Pell's favored daughter? Ever since you actually developed true feelings for a man, she has been disappointed in you. You have already become half a discarded piece. If you cannot quickly become a demoness of afflictions, then you are just a discarded piece, a consumable, no different from your abandoned brothers. Compared to the agreement between us, you are truly not worth mentioning." Upon hearing this, Natasha's pupils constricted, and the fear in her heart was beyond measure. She realized that what Avon said might be true, otherwise, how could her mother, Katerina Pell, put her with such a dangerous person, and leave in a hurry without even a word of explanation? Regardless of what emotions were in Natasha's heart, Avon looked at the sweating beauty whose clothes were torn due to his attack, looking at her exposed pink skin, and the flames in his eyes could no longer be restrained. He directly bent down, pulled up the immobile Natasha, and then threw her onto the large bed that had not been affected by the battle. Then, like a beast, he pounced on her, completely disregarding Natasha's pleas and curses. Avon discovered from the gray-white vision that the mirror space connected to the dressing mirror in the room had lost contact. Katerina Pell had truly left, ending her observation of everything happening in the room. Avon had originally thought Katerina Pell would eventually be unable to resist joining in, but it seemed he had overthought it. However, if she had joined in at that moment, Natasha would not have been pain, but despair. And Avon looked at Natasha, who was feigning unconsciousness, but did not expose her. Instead, he straightened his body, broke off the connection he had maintained with her, and stood up naked, walking to the French window in the room, looking out at Empress Burrow with a gloomy smile. The more cunning a person is, the more likely they are to reveal their flaws in unexpected places. I've finally caught them. At this moment, Avon's demeanor had completely changed. He no longer had the wild appearance from before. Instead, he had become deep and reserved, with no feeling of being eroded by Bonaparte's fortitude. Indeed, how could Avon be successfully eroded by a mere living level 1 sealed artifact, let alone one that originated from the hunter pathway? One must know that the mysterious city on Avon's body was an existence capable of resisting the gray fog, the ultimate destination of all hunter and assassin pathways, with an exceptionally high status. Katerina Pell's desire to use Bonaparte's fortitude to complete the replacement of Avon could only be described as wishful thinking. Chapter 157, The Captive and the Tables Turned. Before deciding to contact Natasha and seek a method from the demoness sect to conceal his transformation into a female after drinking the witch potion, Avon had speculated about the methods the demoness sect might provide, based on the information he possessed. These included giving him a Beyander item made from the Beyander characteristic of a faceless or a rose bishop, which could adjust his flesh and blood, giving him a false and non-functional appendage. But Avon never expected the demoness sect to be so direct, actually intending to replace him. This was mainly because Avon had no knowledge of the abilities of high-sequence hunter pathway Beyonders, so he was unprepared, which was a mistake caused by an information gap. The first time Avon touched the flame emblem, his gray-white vision detected a connection between the flame emblem and Katerina Pell from the same direction, and at the same time, he felt an anomaly in the mysterious city, which had already become inseparable from him. This anomaly in the mysterious city made Avon understand where the countless desire creatures in the mysterious city came from and what the so-called absolution truly was. Those countless desire creatures were the countless Beyonders of the hunter pathway and assassin pathway who had died in past history. From the moment they embarked on these two Beyander pathways, they had already embarked on a path of no return. The ultimate destination of all the dead in the world is the legendary underworld, but only Beyonders of the hunter and assassin pathways are exceptions. This also includes those killed by angel-level hunters and demonesses. And the dead who come to the mysterious city will have their desires restricted due to their desires in life, completely degenerating into monsters that vent their desires. Never finding peace, forever sinking. From this perspective, it can be said that, to some extent, this prison is the archenemy of the death pathway. Beyonders of the death pathway control the door to the underworld and the ultimate destination of death, yet they cannot control Beyonders of the hunter and assassin pathways. This couldn't help but make Avon recall the unsealed content of the Lord of the Mysteries in his mind. According to Mr. Door's description, in this war that changed the entire world's situation, the Black Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor fell one after another, and the Underworld Emperor gained the most benefit. Speaking of this, Mr. Door added meaningfully, after more than 100 years of digestion, Death went mad, but he also became stronger, so he joined forces with the primordial demoness to bring a pale disaster to the North Continent. Because of the three major Beyander characteristic laws, Avon knew very early on that there was a level above the sequence 0 deities, and its symbol was very likely Klein's cheat, the Grey Fog, or the mysterious city on his own body. When reading the Lord of the Mysteries, Avon had always been very puzzled. Death did not kill the Evernight goddess and the god of combat, who were on adjacent pathways to him, so how did he gain the most benefit? In this War of the Four Emperors, even if he obtained the Beander characteristics of the other 3 emperors or similar things, it wouldn't have brought him substantial improvement, right? Judging from Death's subsequent madness, he should have consumed Beander characteristics from a cross pathway. So which Beander characteristic did he consume? Why was he confident in consuming the potion cross pathway? Avon had no clue about any of these questions. Only after personally experiencing the uniqueness of the mysterious city did he have a guess. The potion death-consumed cross pathway should not be the Beander characteristics of the Black Emperor and Night Emperor, but rather the Beander characteristic of the Hunter pathway's true god, the Blood Emperor. Because from the perspective of authority, the Death pathway is very complementary to the authority of the Hunter pathway and Assassin pathway related to this mysterious city. However, this brings up another question. Why would the true god of the Assassin pathway, adjacent to the Hunter pathway, the primordial demoness, join forces with Death, who consumed the Blood Emperor's remains? Avon felt that there was a very profound secret here, but he knew too little information to deduce more. And the monsters of the mysterious city want to escape the pain of being immersed in desire only by obtaining the absolution of the city's owner, Avon, and there are only 2 ways to grant absolution. One is through the mysterious city's omnipresent influence on the outside world, allowing Avon to open a passage between reality and the mysterious city, so they can arrive in the world themselves to find suitable hosts to inhabit. The other is to directly enter the host chosen by Avon through Avon's own operation. Both methods require Avon's permission, and once they come into the world, they will be completely controlled by Avon. The Grade 1 sealed artifact, Bonaparte's Fortitude, used by Katarina Pell to infiltrate Avon, is a living sealed artifact of the Hunter pathway, possessing the power of a demigod. Although Avon is the master of the mysterious city, his own sequence is somewhat low. Under normal circumstances, even with the mysterious city's blessing, he cannot affect powerhouses at the demigod level, nor can he even resist attacks from high-sequence hunters. Avon can still be killed. But this time, it was a coincidence that their goal was to use the authority of gathering from a high-sequence hunter pathway powerhouse to forcibly establish a connection with Avon, intending to forcibly assimilate Avon and replace him. Even more fortunately, this sealed artifact has living characteristics. It is not a dead sealed artifact. This immediately bumped it into Avon, or rather, into the embrace of the mysterious city. After Avon drank the witch potion and became a sequence 7 Beander of both the hunter and assassin pathways, the mysterious city's connection with Avon deepened further, almost to the point of being inseparable. This can be seen from Avon's ability to absolve the prisoners of the mysterious city. Therefore, when the sealed artifact, Bonaparte's Fortitude, infiltrated Avon and entered his body, it was like directly breaking into a prison, and the mysterious city immediately severed its connection with its external main body. However, the connection between the sealed artifact's main body and Avon was not interrupted due to the authority of gathering. Avon, in turn, became the only living consciousness connected to this sealed artifact. Just like an army must have a person in charge, Avon, this soldier, became the person in charge in the absence of a general. Although this general's position does not belong to Avon, it does not hinder Avon from giving orders. From then on, Avon could even use some abilities that only demigods could use in Backland, provided that the sealed artifact was close enough to him. At the same time, relying on his connection with Bonaparte's Fortitude, Avon detected that the sealed artifact's placement was actually Drakon Palace, where the Augustus royal family resided. There were quite a few sealed artifacts around Bonaparte's Fortitude. From Avon's feeling, he even didn't rule out the possibility of a Grade 0 sealed artifact among them. Because Avon clearly felt that Bonaparte's Fortitude and a batch of sealed artifacts were covered by the light emanating from a long spear. This also made Avon understand why the living characteristic of the sealed artifact, Bonaparte's Fortitude, was so eager to break away from its main body. Being illuminated by a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the sun pathway every day, no one could stand it. Unfortunately, it thought it had escaped the wolf's den, but it didn't expect to walk directly into the tiger's mouth. The prisoners, held in the mysterious city no longer owned anything, including their memories. This only depended on whether Avon wanted to see them or not. Bonaparte's fortitude had no corrosive effect on Avon himself. Avon's previous painful struggles were just a show for Katerina Pell and Natasha. The reason he did this was, on the one hand, to conceal the mysterious city, and on the other hand, to buy time to review relevant memories. Although Bonaparte's fortitude was highly vivified, it was not the living Napoleon wit after all, so its memories were actually very few. What was truly useful to Avon was the situation of its previous owners. It was indeed given to the Silver Demoness by Rosal, but it was not a token of love as Katerina Pell claimed, but rather a reward. However, what transaction Rosal had with the Silver Demoness to obtain a Grade 1 sealed artifact remains unknown. 12 years ago, the Silver Demoness caused a major plague in Backland. She was injured while fighting a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter of the royal family and lost this sealed artifact, making it a trophy of the royal family and sealed in the royal family's treasury. It was precisely that incident that prompted the major renovation of Backland's sewer system. This project was the first major national project after King George III ascended the throne. And it was precisely because of this project that George III gained immense prestige and quickly stabilized his throne in a very short time, ensuring that he could continue the reform policies of the previous king. The reason Katerina Pell said this sealed artifact was borrowed from the Silver Demoness was simply that she didn't want to reveal the fact that the royal family and the Demoness sect had already cooperated. Moreover, the terms discussed between Katerina Pell and Bonaparte's fortitude were clearly for the royal family's affairs. When Katerina Pell negotiated with Bonaparte's fortitude, the condition she proposed was to use Avon's identity to influence Robert, continue to oppose Duke Nigan, and continue to carry the banner of reform to challenge the stubborn conservative faction led by Duke Nigan. At the same time, they were to confront the royal family's representatives in Military Intelligence Section 9, dragging both the Storm Church and the Night Church into the conflict. This was too simple for people or objects of the Hunter pathway. Not to mention that Avon also had another identity as one of the spokespersons supported by the Night Church. Avon was becoming increasingly curious about what the Augustus royal family, or rather, King George III, wanted to do, because every one of his actions actually stirred up disputes and unrest within the kingdom. Shouldn't the royal family, who controls the arbiter pathway, hate unstable factors the most? Avon's thinking has always been broad. Since he couldn't figure things out from the arbiter pathway, he would change direction. The adjacent pathway to the arbiter pathway is the lawyer pathway, and coincidentally, there are many descriptions of the lawyer pathway in the Lord of the Mysteries. Basically, it can be said that its appearance rate is second only to the seer and spectator pathways. At the same time, as of now, Avon's understanding of various high sequences is most thorough regarding the lawyer pathway. Because the first blasphemy slate Klein obtained was precisely the Black Emperor slate, symbolizing the shadow of order. And the text's description of the ritual for becoming a god as a Black Emperor was possessing one's own kingdom, making one's name and the title of emperor common knowledge among the populace, establishing a strict, complex, and abnormal set of rules, driving the populace to build 9 mausoleums, and entering one of these mausoleums to consume the corresponding potion during a ritual in which most of the populace participates. Chapter 158, Black Emperor. The Tide of the Era. Establish 9 mausoleums. Tribes that disappeared on the sea. The child of the Demoness of White, Katerina Pell, Disease Admiral Tracy, involved in human trafficking. The human trafficking cover-up behind the Backland smog. The underground ruins Klein escaped from during the Backland smog incident. The Loan Kingdom seized Balam City from the Intis Republic and obtained the title of Emperor of the Balam Empire. The fashion trend guided by the royal family over the past decade or so, which gradually spread throughout the country, and the significant changes in architectural style. The repeal of the grain bill led by Robert and the passage of the Government Employee Recruitment Act. Is all of this to prepare for the ritual to advance to Black Emperor? Avon felt that he had grasped the key point. King George III was also cooperating with the Twilight Hermit Order led by Adam, and was this the so-called tide of the era promoted by the Twilight Hermit Order? A level 12 storm raged in Avon's heart. Although his familiarity with some parts of the Lord of the Mysteries allowed him to view problems from a higher dimension, Black Emperor was a sequence 0 after all. It had been over 1,000 years since the birth of the God of Craftsmen, and no new sequence 0 true God had appeared since. A new true God was about to be born. Just thinking about it made Avon tremble all over. Was a true grand chess player about to be born on this grand chessboard of the world? No, I've never heard of villains standing opposite the protagonist having a good end. How could Klein let George III succeed? This must be part of the latter half of the Lord of the Mysteries that hasn't been deciphered yet. Avon forced himself to pull away from the shock of George III's premeditated deification and compelled himself to start thinking about other information. The Twilight Hermit Order had existed for thousands of years. It couldn't only be involved in George III's affairs. They must have influenced the world before. What was the last tide of the era? It was the wave of technological innovation and industrialization over 150 years ago, and the most important promoter of this wave was coincidentally the senior transmigrator and Twilight Hermit Order member, Russell Gustav. Next, George III and the Twilight Hermit Order's goal must be to further promote the tide of the era and the establishment of a new order in the Loan Kingdom. Both waves have encountered the same obstacle: stubborn conservatives and vested interests. And the representatives of the stubborn conservatives have always been clear: the Storm Church and Duke Nigan, who dominate the entire Loan political landscape and also have a conflict of interest with reforms. Avon even speculated that the related reforms also had considerable controversy within the royal family, because any reform is a destruction of the original interest structure and a weakening of the original order's creators. Currently, the reform situation in the entire Loan Kingdom has reached a point where it cannot be pushed forward without bloodshed, not because the contradictions are so sharp, but because George III is already impatient. In fact, the real economic contradictions have not yet reached an extremely sharp point. There is still room for exploitation in the southern continent colonies. The era dividend of the great industrial revolution brought by Rosal has not yet disappeared, and the power of the vested interest groups is still strong. With the royal family's covert support and political rising stars like Robert leading the charge, all reforms that could be completed without bloodshed have already been accomplished. After a period of struggle, confrontation, and compromise, the reformists and conservatives have formed a new pattern. Robert becoming the chairman of the Military and Intelligence Committee is a symbol of this new pattern's formation. The current new pattern is acceptable to both conservatives and reformists, who are now lying low, enjoying the calm after the turmoil. Robert is also willing to reconcile with Duke Nigan and jointly lead the affairs of the Conservative Party. However, judging from the content of the task Katerina Pell assigned to Avon, the royal family, or rather George III, is clearly not satisfied with the current situation and wants to continue promoting the establishment of a new order. The best way to break the status quo is through bloodshed and intensifying contradictions. This also made Avon somewhat understand why George III wanted to secretly control Lanrius a while ago. Because the write-off plan proposed by Robert and the military has shown that after the previous period of struggle and the formation of a new pattern, the reformists are merging with the vested interest groups. If the write-off plan ultimately succeeds, it will greatly increase the mutual trust between the previously fiercely competing conservative and reformist factions. This clearly does not align with George III's vision, so he wants to interrupt this process. The drastic reforms that George III and the Twilight Hermit Order are currently pushing, to some extent, are actually going against the tide. They are merely cloaked in the name of reform, but essentially, they are for their own benefit. When the goals of both parties are hindered by reality, and it's the same kind of realistic hindrance, then there's only one way to break the deadlock: unconventional means. The assassination of Duke Nigan, this central key figure, becomes very logical. Thinking of this, Avon couldn't help but feel sad for Duke Nigan. A Beander who wasn't even a demigod was simultaneously on the death lists of the royal family and Adam. He didn't know whether he should feel proud or helpless. In fact, although Duke Nigan's political stance and base were stubbornly conservative, he himself was not stubborn, and even relatively open-minded, supporting industrial development and technological progress. At the same time, he possessed superb diplomatic skills and was good at mediating contradictions. Previously, he had many conflicts with Robert, simply because he felt Robert was too young and inexperienced, so he didn't pay too much attention to him. But after 2 years of clashes and adjustments, Duke Nigan had also accepted the fact that Robert held a position on par with his own, and had reconciled with Robert through Earl Hall's mediation. This largely healed the contradictions between the ruling faction and the young and ambitious faction, and between conservatives and reformers within the Conservative Party. And Robert's active advice and assistance to the military in writing off accounts was a great show of goodwill towards Duke Nigan, who also came from the military and was deeply tied to the Navy. From the information Avon received, the interactions between the two sides are currently very good and have gotten on track. Later, they even united to put pressure on George III regarding the Lanrius matter. Whether from the perspective of power or from the perspective of promoting domestic reforms in the Loan Kingdom and preparing for the Black Emperor ritual, George III should have already harbored murderous intent towards Duke Nigan. Avon only needed to slightly deduce the situation after Duke Nigan's death based on the current Loan political landscape to know that this assassination was inevitable. As soon as Duke Nigan is assassinated, the Conservative Party will immediately fall into chaos, and the contradictions that had gradually subsided under his mediation will erupt. Whether it's the fierce counterattack of the stubborn conservatives previously suppressed by Duke Nigan, or the reformists and young and ambitious faction behind Robert who believe they have gained power, all will successively emerge, fighting to the death, only to seize more authority and more power, ultimately dragging Earl Hall, the representative of the moderates, down with them. And more crucially, both sides believe they can win. Once this psychological expectation exists, infighting within the Conservative Party, and even within the entire Loan political arena, will be inevitable. The exalted royal family will become the arbitrator, possessing great autonomy. Connecting this with the things Katerina Pell made, Avon couldn't help but sneer inwardly, what a grand scheme. There was just one question that puzzled Avon: what was the Twilight Hermit Order, or rather Adam, pushing the tide of the era for? Was it truly to resurrect his father who fell in the third epoch? If he doesn't consider why he's doing this, is it really reliable for him to place the hope of pushing the tide of the era on George III? How is George III stronger than Rosal? Not to mention the existence of Klein. Judging by Adam's performance in the battle where he retrieved 008, Avon felt that Adam should possess the uniqueness of the spectator pathway sequence 0 Feet visionary, making him a true quasi-god. And such a quasi-god of a special pathway, watching Klein grow from beginning to end, could not possibly fail to deduce that George III's plan would clash with Klein. If the tide of the era Adam envisioned was George III becoming the Black Emperor, then why didn't Adam help him resolve the hidden dangers later, and even invested in Klein to some extent? At the same time, based on Adam's transaction with the Evernight goddess, it is known that Adam could prepare for the ritual and ascend to godhood after obtaining 008. So what is the ritual for the spectator pathway to advance to sequence 0 Feet visionary? Could it be the so-called pushing the tide of the era? Regardless, Avon felt this conjecture was much more reliable than the Twilight Hermit Order's claim of resurrecting the Creator. If this is true, then no matter how you look at it, Adam placing the hope of advancing the tide of the era on George III feels very unreliable. But if Adam didn't place his hope on George III, then what exactly is the so-called tide of the era? Limited by the incomplete unlocking of the Lord of the Mysteries in his mind, Avon couldn't deduce more information, but the information he already knew was immensely beneficial. Avon's understanding of the situation was unprecedentedly clear. It would be difficult for the actions of various parties in the future to escape his notice, which would also help him make the most favorable choices. First, Avon was certain that he absolutely could not fully side with George III. Being too tightly bound to him would mean completely standing against Klein, the future protagonist, especially when his ally Adam was unreliable. At the same time, not fully siding with George III does not prevent Avon from leveraging George III's momentum to do things that benefit himself. For example, helping George III incite opposition between low-end political parties. Another example, dragging the Storm Church, the Night Church, and even the Steam and Machinery Church into the fray. Because George III's actions are actually too beneficial to Avon's development. Delight in chaos is the essence of Beyonders of the Hunter pathway and Assassin pathway. Chaos and conflict are always the ladders for Beyonders of these two pathways to quickly advance. A Tingen scam has already benefited Avon greatly, so how much opportunity will chaos involving the birth of these two true gods bring? Just as Avon stood naked in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the hotel suite, contemplating his future direction and how he should proceed, Natasha, who had been feigning unconsciousness on the bed, quietly began preparing her escape. That's right, it was indeed an escape. After their previous confrontation, he had determined that he could never be Avon's opponent, and attempting to ambush and severely injure him was nothing but wishful thinking. He was confident that Avon would never dare to kill him, but he worried that Avon would shamelessly humiliate him. Given how Avon had treated him roughly before, and how his mother, Katerina Pell, had abandoned him here, the likelihood of such a situation was simply too high. But he was also a person, regardless of whether his inner self was male or female, he could not tolerate such humiliation, so he had to escape, he had to save himself. And his hope for self-salvation lay in the full-length mirror in the corner of the room. During the previous battle, upon realizing he was utterly defenseless against Avon, he had not used the mirror doppelganger technique for a last struggle, precisely to preserve this mirror for his current escape plan. Colorless spider silk gradually extended towards a floor-to-ceiling window far from Avon. He intended to break the window, use mirror magic to escape the room, and employ the mirror doppelganger technique to evade Avon's initial attack. As long as he could evade Avon's first attack, coupled with the significant commotion it would cause, Natasha was confident he could escape from here. But just as Natasha's spider silk was about to reach the floor-to-ceiling window, the flames inside his body, which should have extinguished, reignited and flared up abruptly. Ah! Natasha was caught off guard, letting out a pained groan. When he looked in the direction where Avon was standing, he realized Avon had turned around at some point, looking at him, also naked and lying on the bed, with a playful smile. Natasha immediately understood that his small movements had not escaped Avon's notice, but he was unwilling to suffer humiliation. Enduring the intense pain in his body, he shot several strands of spider silk towards Avon. At the same time, he used mirror magic to flash himself next to the full-length mirror and punched towards the floor-to-ceiling window, preparing to attract external attention and make an effort to escape. But just as his fist was about to hit the floor-to-ceiling window, he suddenly felt an itch in his nose and couldn't help but let out a big sneeze. Achoo! Affected by this, her punch went wide, hitting the wall next to the floor-to-ceiling window. Her whole head felt feverish, and she couldn't even stand steadily. Natasha felt weak all over and knelt on the ground, looking in shock at Avon, who had once again burned away all the spider silk with his flames. She blurted out in disbelief. Disease. Just by uttering that one sentence, Natasha's condition rapidly worsened. He felt his throat swell and ache. Every breath was scorching hot. At the same time, the temperature on his forehead grew higher and higher, his whole body was sweating, and his physical strength rapidly drained away. He didn't even have the strength to remain kneeling there, so he could only fall back against the wall, watching Avon walk towards him step by step. Avon came and squatted in front of Natasha, his fingers tracing over his hot, red body, and looking into his disbelieving eyes, he said with a smile. That's right, it is indeed the disease that only a demoness of afflictions can master. It's truly effective. I didn't expect such good results the first time I used it. After Avon was promoted to a witch, thanks to the blessings of the mysterious city, he was able to preemptively draw upon one ability from both the demoness of pleasure and the demoness of afflictions. Avon, who had already planned for this, decisively chose the demoness of afflictions, signature ability, disease. This ability not only allows Avon to create various pathogens but also accelerates their infection of living beings and speeds up the onset of the disease. The first 10 seconds are an incubation period, the next 10 seconds will show some mild symptoms, such as allergies, fever, coughing, sneezing, etc. After that, the condition will rapidly worsen, and the target will suffer from severe illnesses like pneumonia. By the time 2 or 3 minutes pass, their disease will have deteriorated to the point where it could cause sudden death or incapacitation at any moment. When Avon ended his connection with Natasha, he had already implanted the pneumonia pathogen into Natasha's body, precisely to prevent Natasha from attempting to escape. Seeing Natasha, who was now utterly defenseless and whose breathing had become extremely difficult due to lung inflammation, still staring at him intently, her eyes revealing deep confusion, Avon smiled, pulled the powerless Natasha into his arms, and whispered into his ear. "I know you have endless questions in your heart, but I don't have a habit of explaining things to people. I can only promise you that I will let Katerina Pell meet you in hell." With that, Avon pushed Natasha against the wall, restoring their connected state once more. Only this time, Avon was emitting a rich red light, and the red light began to invade Natasha from Avon's body. And as time passed, the red light's invasion of Natasha became more and more intense, finally reaching its peak. Natasha's aura suddenly weakened, as if he was about to lose his life. Avon, who had remained standing, also stopped his movements. After a low growl, he let out a long sigh, then held Natasha in his arms and collapsed onto the nearby bed, panting heavily. And miraculously, Natasha's aura, which had been faint and on the verge of death, rebounded, her vital signs becoming increasingly clear. The bruises on her body gradually disappeared, and even the pneumonia pathogen Avon had planted in her was gone, as if she had been inexplicably cured. Avon, however, showed no surprise at this situation and made no countermeasures. He merely watched Natasha's transformation with interest. Gradually, all of Natasha's injuries and illnesses disappeared, and he returned directly to his optimal state. And the restored Natasha showed no trace of his previous hatred for Avon. He simply rose gracefully from the bed, knelt down, and respectfully said, "Natasha greets my lord." Avon also propped up his upper body from the bed, still sitting on the edge, scrutinizing Natasha, who made no attempt to hide her characteristics. He knew that this demoness had now become a monster completely under his control. The mysterious city is like a prison that brings endless suffering, and its prisoners are all sentenced to life imprisonment, their lives not their own. Everything they possess is the property of the owner of this prison, Avon. To escape the torment of suffering, one can only receive Avon's special pardon, there is no other way. And the way to obtain Avon's special pardon, besides Avon opening the connection between the mysterious city, which constantly infiltrates the world, and the real world, allowing them to parade at night, and find hosts on their own. Another way is to be released by Avon and enter the body of a person chosen by Avon. And there are 2 methods for this. The first is infection. Through a connection method, Avon enables a prisoner from the mysterious city to enter the host's body via the channel of mysticism and reality, and with the power of the mysterious city, cause an infection, becoming a Frankenstein belonging solely to the mysterious city. The meaning of this Frankenstein is not just a spiritual Frankenstein, but a Frankenstein in every sense of the word. Natasha is still Natasha, possessing the bloodline of a demoness family, the Beander characteristic of a demoness of pleasure, all his previous memories, and independent thinking ability. But all of Natasha's perceptions will become abnormally distorted. His thoughts, logic, and emotions will revolve around Avon. He has become Avon's thorough captive. The other method is replacement. This method is even simpler. Anyone killed by Avon, their astral body, mental body, spiritual body, and etheric body will all be captured by the mysterious city and become prisoners. At this point, Avon can use his authority as the master of the mysterious city to grant a special pardon to one of these prisoners, allowing them to revive in the body of the person killed by Avon. However, subordinates obtained in this way do not have the memories of the person Avon killed before. They are just empty shells that can move and obey Avon's commands, making it difficult to complete delicate tasks. They can only serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. And Avon naturally adopted the first method for Natasha, directly selecting a female-looking monster from the countless prisoners in the mysterious city to infect Natasha, ultimately creating the current Natasha. Avon looked at Natasha kneeling before him, feeling his absolute control over her, and nodded with satisfaction. Natasha, who had been secretly observing Avon, also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with great discernment, he lightly parted his lips and began to clean the traces on Avon's body. And upon seeing Avon close his eyes and display a look of intoxication, he worked even harder, solely to earn a word of praise from Avon. After a long while, Avon's body trembled again, and he let out a long sigh, while Natasha let out whimpering coughs, but he seemed to have gained something precious and wasted nothing. Stroking Natasha's dark and beautiful long hair, and looking at the beauty who was once again serving him, Avon began to assign future tasks to his subordinate. Your future task is to use your current identity to cover for me within the demonist sect. You must display your resentment towards Katerina Pell for abandoning you to me. The more resentment you show, the happier Katerina Pell will be. This is not just because tormenting you can satisfy her twisted heart, but also because the more you hate her, the brighter your future will be. You might not know this, but the first time I connected with you, Katerina Pell was watching excitedly from that mirror. What an old pervert. At this moment, Natasha raised his head and looked at Avon with watery, emotional eyes. Only my lord is best to me in this world. I will make mother receive my lord's affection sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Avon laughed heartily, neither confirming nor denying. Chapter 160, Colonel Ewan Horn. On August 6, 1349, a grand commendation and award ceremony was held in the Assembly Hall of Military Intelligence Section 9. As the military band played, God Save Our King, a group of Military Intelligence Section 9 members who were to receive awards, dressed in military uniforms with guns at their waists and swords at their sides, were led by a very young captain to the podium. Facing the audience below, they saluted. Following this, 3rd Prince Edsac Augustus, the prince most esteemed and beloved by His Majesty George III, stepped onto the stage to speak amidst the applause of the crowd. 3rd Prince Edsac Augustus highly praised Military Intelligence Section 9's recent actions, commending their outstanding contributions to safeguarding the kingdom's security and striking heavy blows against the enemy. Edsac Augustus particularly praised Ewan Horn, who played an important role in these actions, and announced the conferment of a noble title by King George III. Ewan Horn was granted the title of Baron, with the Rams town surrounding Tingen City as his fief. In addition, Ewan also publicly revealed his successful promotion to Sequence 7 Pyromaniac. Coupled with his merits on the intelligence front and compensation for signing a contract with the royal family not to disclose the role-playing method, his military rank was exceptionally promoted to colonel. Entering Military Intelligence Section 9 for less than 2 months, he leapt from captain to colonel and received a rare hereditary noble title. Many old-timers in Military Intelligence Section 9 below felt a sour taste in their mouths, their faces full of jealousy, and their applause was somewhat weak, but they could not say anything. In terms of background, Ewan came from the Horn family, a renowned noble family of the kingdom, the Ahova Earl's court. His elder brother, Robert Horn, was the legal heir to this ancient family and also the chairman of the Military and Intelligence Committee of the Council, which controlled a portion of Military Intelligence Section 9's finances, making him one of Military Intelligence Section 9's direct superiors. In terms of achievements, although Ewan had been in Military Intelligence Section 9 for a short time, his accomplishments were evident to all. During this period, he captured more imperial spies than had been caught in the previous 5 or 6 years combined. In terms of influence, ever since Ewan was recognized by Archbishop Anthony of the Knight Church and became the Knight Church's secular representative, the Evernight goddess believers in military intelligence Section 9 and some long marginalized individuals began to rally around him, becoming a force not to be underestimated within military intelligence Section 9. In terms of strength, having become a Sequence 7 Beander at such a young age, he was clearly the kind of genius rumored to be very skilled at mastering potions. Although Eowyn claimed he had embarked on the Beander pathway much earlier, greatly advancing the time he took the potion, it still did not change his reputation as a genius. Now, people looked at Eowyn Horn much like they looked at Robert Horn a decade or so ago, a future clearly without limits. Therefore, regarding Eowyn, they could only feel sour, whispering complaints to others, but they dared not openly cause trouble or object. After announcing Eowyn's commendation, Edsac Augustus also announced commendations for other meritorious personnel who participated in the operation. This was a feast for sharing the spoils, and those who followed Eowyn and actively rallied around him received the largest slice of the cake. On the surface, the reason they received the largest slice was due to Robert's assertiveness and Eowyn's immense contributions. In reality, it was because George III, knowing that Eowyn had been corrupted and become a pawn he could control, continuously increased Eowyn's leverage, hoping Eowyn would help him stir up conflicts later. After the award ceremony concluded, everyone moved to the adjacent hall to attend the celebratory ball. Many people sang and danced, celebrating the great victory on the intelligence front. The biggest star of the ball was Eowyn, who had just become a hereditary baron. In the marriage market of the Lowen Kingdom's aristocracy, Eowyn was now an exceptionally sought-after commodity. Orphaned, with a car and a house, and now even a hereditary noble title, coupled with his exceptional ability, strong backing, and boundless future, along with his handsome appearance, Eowyn was now the Prince Charming in the hearts of all unmarried young women in Backland. After dealing with several waves of beautiful young women who actively invited him to dance, shaking off countless noble ladies who flirted with him, and enduring many women trying to get close to him, Eowyn finally left the center of the stage. Sweating profusely, he found a corner on the second floor and sat down. If anyone were to say that Lowen noblewomen were reserved from now on, he would argue with them. They were all like hungry, undisguised tigresses, dealing with them was far more exhausting than fighting a Sequence 5 Beander. However, some of this was also Eowyn's own doing, because after the large-scale operation to clear out foreign intelligence networks in Backland ended last week, everyone knew that Eowyn had a boundless future. They all sent invitations to Eowyn, inviting him to various balls. There were celebrations for birthdays, weddings, births, and even events celebrating divorce and newfound freedom. Initially, Eowyn only wanted to quietly accumulate merits and rise in rank within military intelligence Section 9. Coupled with the special nature of his work, he hadn't thought about mingling in social circles. However, Mr. A's generous gift directly allowed Eowyn to complete his accumulation of merits, pushing the Lanrius incident to help the military clear its accounts, and directly participating in the division of Lanrius's ill-gotten gains. He was even regarded by the military as one of their own, on the same boat. Coupled with Robert's successful rise to power and the Knight Church's recognition, Eowyn's initial plan shifted. He was revealed to the public, becoming a true intelligence executive, unable to hide. Moreover, he also had to deceive George III, showing that he was under his control and contributing to his ignition cause. Therefore, Eowyn also changed his previous style, actively participating in ball events and establishing his reputation in Backland's social circles. And in this process, he inevitably came into contact with some beautiful noblewomen, passionate young women, sweet widows, and so on, leading to some misunderstandings. Eowyn could swear that most of them were initiative, and he merely went along with it. With this reputation, coupled with Eowyn's improved appearance since taking the witch potion, it made some lonely young women and ladies even more eager to have a night of passion with him, flocking to him. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the legendary, 7-time A-Night man, to be so disheveled. Eowyn took a slight breath and heard a teasing remark beside him. He turned his head and found that third Prince Edsac Augustus had also left the social crowd at some point and came to the second floor to rest. Eowyn was speechless. Just 2 days ago, he had a passionate and in-depth exchange with Lady Norma, the sister of Duke Nigan's wife, Lady Della. But somehow, news spread that he had launched 7 fierce attacks in one night, causing Lady Norma to faint 7 times, which earned him the nickname, 7-time-a-night man. Eowyn was speechless when he heard this news. He didn't expect Lady Norma, this widow, to dare spread anything. Although it was all true, being told to his face still made Eowyn feel a bit uncomfortable, like being pointed at and called a breeding pig. Next time, he would have to teach her a good lesson, make her unable to get out of bed for 3 days, so she would know the price of speaking carelessly. Women can sometimes be like wolves and tigers, very difficult to deal with, especially many women. Forget 7 times a night, even 70 times might not be enough. One still needs to diligently improve their sequence and strengthen physical training. Although Eowyn was not entirely willing to be judged by how many times a night, he knew that this was actually a matter of pride. So, he directly went along with Edsac Augustus's words, raised his head, and thumped his waist, posing boastfully. Awards and commendations are not decided immediately, they require a period of selection, communication, and even negotiation. And during this period, third Prince Edsac Augustus was responsible for the relevant matters, so they had met many times and become relatively familiar. And Edsac Augustus, hearing Eowyn's words, raised an eyebrow. On the surface, he was noncommittal, but in reality, after confirming that Eowyn truly had 7 times a night, his heart was filled with envy. By the way, why haven't I seen Miss Triss? Didn't you bring her? Because Edsac Augustus wanted to win over Eowyn, this new noble, and Eowyn also wanted to get close to Edsac Augustus. Their relationship developed rapidly during this period due to their deliberate efforts to get closer. Edsac Augustus even privately introduced Triss, his mistress, to Eowyn to show his regard for Eowyn and to draw them closer. This was also why the third prince used the topic of bedroom prowess to strike up a conversation with Eowyn. And Eowyn also used Edsac Augustus to directly contact Triss and confirmed that Triss was already wearing the ruby ring symbolizing the primordial demoness. And Edsac Augustus's face darkened even more when Eowyn asked about Triss, because he had been frequently visiting Military Intelligence Section 9 lately and had obtained a lot of information, especially seeing a wanted poster from Tingen. That wanted poster was classified in the same category as Lanrius's wanted poster. And during this time, the third prince knew that his father was having a headache over the Lanrius matter, so he wanted to understand more information to share his father's burden and specifically went to review it. But he didn't expect to find a wanted poster that was issued a very short time after Lanrius's, and the sketch of the criminal on the wanted poster looked very much like his favorite mistress, Triss. At first, he didn't pay attention, even joking to himself if this wanted criminal was Triss's twin brother. Even the name, Triss, was very similar. But after reading the detailed information on Triss, and knowing that he was a Sequence 8 instigator of the Assassin Pathway, and that the Sequence 7 of the Assassin Pathway was witch, he couldn't laugh anymore. So during this time, Edsac Augustus was very confused. He was both angry that Triss had deceived him and reluctant to part with this beauty who perfectly matched his aesthetic and personality. For a time, he was at a loss, unsure how to deal with it. And what was worse, he couldn't tell anyone about this matter, he could only weigh it himself. She's feeling a bit unwell today, so she didn't come along. Eowyn understood, knowing that his arrangements had worked. Edsac Augustus already knew Triss's true identity, at least that Triss used to be a man. Regardless, Edsac Augustus was a pure man, and it was difficult for him to accept such a thing all at once. And unfortunately, 008 and Ince Zangwill were still in Tingen and had not come to Backland, so they couldn't influence things from behind the scenes. So George III and the Demonist sect must be having a headache right now, right? Chapter 161, The Suppression of the Black Emperor. Edsac Augustus discovered Triss's old wanted poster, guided by Avon using the Golden Gaze. Although Avon intended to leverage George III's ambition to become a god, acting opportunistically to pursue his own advancement, similar to the Tingen incident, he was not going to serve George III wholeheartedly. Even more so, he would inevitably have to deal with his ally, the demonist sect, in the future. Furthermore, after testing Adam's limits through the Tingen incident and realizing that while the general trend was unchangeable, minor events could still be reversed, Avon acted with even fewer reservations. Avon, who possessed the mysterious city, had a feeling that the best environment for advancement, whether through the hunter pathway or the assassin pathway, would be during times of great chaos. Moreover, through his understanding over this period, Avon was basically certain that if the Luan kingdom produced a true god, it would definitely not be a good thing for him, who aimed to reach the peak. Because being within the Luan kingdom's system, accepting the Augustus family's enfeoffment, from the perspective of order and legality, meant forever being subordinate and constrained by rules. Especially since George III intended to become the Black Emperor of the lawyer pathway, that was even more unforgivable. Robert and Avon were nobles enfeoffed by the Luan kingdom, pledging loyalty to the Augustus royal family based on ancient contracts and established customs, but people were flexible and could always find ways to circumvent various restrictions. However, if the royal family produced a Black Emperor, who, as the shadow of order, integrated with the rules of order, loopholes would certainly decrease, and the right to interpret the rules would be entirely in their hands, thus blocking the possibility for all Beyonders under the Luan kingdom to surpass the royal family. In this way, Avon would face a natural ceiling, never truly having autonomy, which was something he absolutely could not tolerate. After much thought, Avon realized that he and George III were actually mortal enemies. Klein, whom he had always guarded against, had now become an ally. Since they were mortal enemies, given Avon's meticulous planning style, he could not possibly leave no backup plan or make no prior arrangements. After careful consideration, Avon ultimately chose Edsac Augustus as this backup plan. Previously, Avon didn't understand why George III would push his most excellent and favored son out as a scapegoat after the Backland smog. But once he guessed that George III intended to become the Black Emperor, everything became clear to him. In the eyes of someone whose goal was to become a god, nothing was more important than achieving godhood, everything else could be sacrificed or traded. Nation, people, responsibility, and duty were all subordinates of the emperor. The phrase, "I am the world," fully encapsulated the meaning of an emperor. Therefore, in George III's eyes, so-called subjects, so-called bloodlines, and so-called heritage were all insignificant. The lives of myriad people and the affections of 100 close relatives were not worth a single moment of his triumph. After I die, let the floods come. What if he's the most excellent heir? To gain time and prevent the church from noticing and disrupting the plan, the most excellent heir must be the scapegoat. Only then can suspicion be minimized. This should be George III's true mindset. Avon sometimes even suspected that Edsac Augustus was deliberately groomed by George III, which was akin to fattening a pig to slaughter it for the new year. Therefore, during this time, Avon subtly hinted to Edsac Augustus, both openly and secretly. To gain more of George III's favor, he needed to help him solve his greatest worries. And what was George III's greatest ostensible worry during this period? Of course, it was the missing Lanrius, because without finding Lanrius, the biggest scapegoat, the corruption cases involving the Defense Department and Pritz shipyard could not be closed. All parties involved in the cover-up operation were dissatisfied with King George III, and George III had been increasingly irritable recently. Of course, all of this was an act by George III. The people he sent to intercept Lanrius were not dragged to their deaths by the desperate Mr. Z. So George III knew very well that Lanrius had the true creator's divinity, but afterward, he did not reveal this information to anyone, nor did he allow anyone to deeply investigate any information about the Aurora Order. Therefore, Avon speculated that he wanted to use the true creator's descent to replace the population reduction of the Backland smog, which would save trouble for both him and the demoness. But George III's little scheme couldn't be revealed to the outside, so everyone outside thought George III was genuinely anxious about not being able to find Lanrius. Under these circumstances, Avon began to guide Edsac Augustus to share his father's burden, and at the same time, guided him to discover Triss's true identity. However, it's unclear whether Edsac Augustus was truly in love or simply not thinking clearly. He didn't even realize that Triss being sent to his side must have involved cooperation from someone within the Augustus family. He still thought Triss's appearance was just some conspiracy by the secret organization behind her. He even considered reporting Triss to his father but ultimately hesitated. The Lewin Kingdom was a nation established by the Angel family, the Augustus family, 1,000 years ago, and the Augustus family controlled the Arbiter pathway. Anyone targeting a direct bloodline of the Augustus family would be suppressed by the rules, especially within the Lewin Kingdom's territory. Without internal permission from the Augustus family, Triss, the primordial demoness's divine descent vessel, a demoness filled with ill omens, could not have reached him. From this perspective, the Augustus family as a whole seemed to be inclined to help George III prepare the Black Emperor ritual, and Edsac was abandoned by the entire Augustus family. This was excellent. If it were true, then the room for manipulation would be very large, as there was no deeper hatred than that of betrayal. However, Avon was not prepared to enlighten him again now. Further enlightenment might be discovered by interested parties. The immediate priority was to let him discover Lanrius's connection to the Aurora Order. So, last week, when Avon attended the Tarot Club on the Grey Fog, after obtaining Mr. Fool's permission, he wrote a letter of denunciation on the Grey Fog, blocking all possible divinations and prophecies. And just now, on his way from the award ceremony hall to the celebration ball, Avon secretly threw this letter of denunciation into Edsac's carriage. He believed that when Edsac left the ball and took his carriage, he should see it. Because this letter of denunciation was of great importance, even involving subtle actions under the noses of true creator, primordial demoness, George III, Adam, and a host of other true gods and angels, to prevent detection, Avon even temporarily transformed into a woman to throw the letter into the carriage. That's right, Avon could also transform into a woman. In fact, Avon was able to maintain his male form mainly by utilizing the sealed artifact, Bonaparte's Fortitude. This sealed artifact originated from the Beander characteristic of a Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight of the Hunter pathway, and the Iron-Blooded Knight's Beander characteristic had the ability to turn women into men. Combined with the fact that Sequence 4 was far superior in status to a Sequence 7 witch, Avon was able to maintain his male form. Because the Iron-Blooded Knight had the authority to gather the masses, and the living characteristic of the sealed artifact, Bonaparte's Fortitude, was suppressed like a prisoner by the mysterious city on Avon, Avon was now considered the soul of this sealed artifact. Therefore, Avon could also lift the sealed artifact's suppression on his own witch Beander characteristic and transform back into a woman. I don't believe anyone can penetrate the Grey Fog, the mysterious city, and the transformation of female identity, this series of anti-divination measures, to find out that I am the informant. Avon thought proudly of his report. Triss's matter was of great importance, and Edsac Augustus was now indecisive. After a routine chat with Avon to strengthen their relationship, he made an excuse to go downstairs, preoccupied, and after a word with several high-ranking officials from Military Intelligence Section 9, he left the ball. Avon, meanwhile, drank red wine on the second floor, waiting for Edsac Augustus's reaction. If he acted discreetly, it would mean he was truly a promising talent. If he made a big fuss, he would be the biggest fool in the world. After a while, seeing that Edsac Augustus had not sent anyone to summon relevant senior intelligence officers from Military Intelligence Section 9, Avon smiled, drained the red wine in his hand, said goodbye to the others, and left the party. Today, after Avon's military rank was promoted to colonel, he had already become one of the few high-ranking intelligence officers in Military Intelligence Section 9, and becoming a true senior official in Military Intelligence Section 9 was only a matter of time. However, given that Military Intelligence Section 9 currently had a position for every person, and relevant positions had already been adjusted, it was difficult to move anyone. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons and discussing with Robert and the royal family, Avon decided to establish a special operations team within Military Intelligence Section 9, with no defined scope of responsibility. Any discovered clues could be investigated, regardless of which country they belonged to. Ultimately, this was a specially created position for Avon. Once there were other positions to accommodate Avon, this one would be abolished. Although it was a temporary position, all the corresponding benefits were in place. For example, Avon now had his own exclusive carriage, though he generally didn't use it. Avon left the banquet on the pretext of being unable to hold his liquor. So, he had the carriage take him to his home in the West District, and then, on the grounds that he wouldn't need the car again today, he dismissed the coachman. Since Avon's reputation soared in Backland, he was no longer suitable for living in the Cherwood Borough apartment. 2 days ago, he moved into this villa in the West District, which was under his name. After dismissing the villa's butler on the pretext of needing rest due to being unable to hold his liquor, Avon opened the secret room in his bedroom, changed out of his military uniform, then wiped his face and sprinkled some powder to become invisible before leaving home and heading towards Mr. A's location. It wasn't long after Avon left the villa. He had only passed a few villas when he arrived at the location where Mr. A was holding his gathering. Mr. A's villa was at 16 Edward Street in the West District, while Avon's current villa was at 12 Edward Street, making them quite close. Adding to that, Jason Buria, the Desire Apostle who played a significant role in Volume 2 of The Lord of the Mysteries and resided at 6 Edward Street, along with the devil dog that caused widespread panic among the lower-class citizens of Backland, Edward Street could truly be said to be full of talent. Avon knocked on the villa door, and the person who opened it, upon seeing Avon, silently stepped aside to let him in, while cautiously looking around before closing the villa door. Avon, familiar with the way, arrived at the prayer hall beneath the villa, watching many true Creator believers perform their daily prayers under Mr. A's leadership. To appear as if he belonged, Avon also found a corner, drew an inverted cross on his chest, and then began to pretend to pray. After a long while, the prayer ceremony ended, and the participating believers left one after another, returning to their posts to contribute to the spread of the true Creator's faith. Only Mr. A and Avon remained in the entire hall. Avon stepped forward, first praising the true Creator, then reporting that he had been promoted to colonel, and once again thanking Mr. A for his help. "Do not thank me, all of this is the Lord's grace." Mr. A again drew an inverted cross on his chest, then faced the inverted crucified giant, devoutly correcting Avon, "I misspoke. I repent." Avon quickly assumed a repentant posture, indicating that he had merely misspoke earlier and that his heart was not without the Lord. Fortunately, Mr. A did not delve deeper and began to ask about the task he had assigned him last time. "The Lord will not mind this small matter. How is the investigation into the matter I asked you to look into last time progressing?" "It's basically clear. Ever since I made a great contribution and my status greatly improved, many secrets of Military Intelligence Section 9 are no longer secrets to me." Avon again subtly complimented Mr. A's wise investment in him, then continued. "The ones who sent people to Tingen were indeed not Military Intelligence Section 9, but the Royal Guard. Through my probing during this period, I have basically restored the entire incident." Avon then recounted how the LotM military had targeted Lanrius's scam, viewing it as an opportunity to clear bad debts, and ultimately intervened to escalate the matter. He also mentioned King George III's cunning intentions to control Lanrius, and how Mr. Z's sudden involvement disrupted everyone's plans. Finally, Avon appropriately expressed his confusion regarding Mr. Z's appearance in this matter. Mr. A had actually already figured out most of these things by questioning Lanrius. Even things he didn't know, such as the military's write-off or George III's hidden motives, he didn't care about. He only cared about one thing now, but Avon hadn't mentioned it, so he could only ask directly. Did any members of the Royal Guard who intercepted Lanrius return alive to Backland? Avon could not reveal that he knew everything, so he deliberately omitted this point just now, only answering when Mr. A himself asked. It is said that 3 people from the royal guard were sent, but only one returned, and then he was dismissed. Now, no one knows where he is. Mr. A, is there something big going on here? Otherwise, how could Mr. Z have gotten involved? Mr. A was silent and did not answer Avon's question. The current situation was very clear. George III knew that the Lord had planted divinity in Lanrius, and was about to descend into this world through Lanrius's body. Logically speaking, the true Creator's descent would severely provoke the Storm Church and the royal family. After all, the former were mortal enemies, and the latter were followers of the Storm. Why had there been no movement until now? The opponent's lack of movement made Mr. A, who had been actively preparing and standing by during this period, seem like he was fighting against thin air, like a fool. Being a fool wasn't a problem, but if he failed to discern the enemy's intentions and ultimately caused a mishap in the plan for the Lord to descend and save the world, then he would truly be beyond redemption, and Mr. A himself would not forgive himself. Seeing Mr. A remain silent, Avon could not probe further and instead began to report another matter. The internal military intelligence Section 9 commendation ceremony just took place, and the one representing King George III was none other than 3rd Prince Edsac Augustus. Because of the demonist sect mission during this period, I had more contact with this 3rd Prince, and our relationship was quite harmonious. He revealed to me his suspicion that Triss was a demoness, and asked me to secretly investigate the organization behind Triss. And something else happened at the ball just now. It was during the interval between the ceremony and the ball that someone threw a letter of accusation into Edsac Augustus's carriage, stating that Lanrius was in the hands of our Aurora Order. Is this true, Mr. A? Mr. A, facing the true Creator statue, heard this news, his expression suddenly changed, and he sharply turned to look at Avon, speaking in a voice that sounded calm but conveyed his anger to the listener. What did you say? Someone reported that Lanrius is in our hands. Avon looked surprised and said cautiously. That's right. Edsac Augustus remained composed and only asked me to secretly investigate this matter. Mr. A, is that Lanrius very important? Do I need to do some concealment? Mr. A felt that he couldn't keep the truth from Avon any longer. If Avon didn't know the seriousness of the matter, he wouldn't be sensitive to intelligence, just like he didn't know what true intelligence he wanted to get just now, so he didn't say it and had to ask himself. After listening to Mr. A's account, Avon looked surprised, stammering as if he had won a big prize, and asked in a hushed voice, "So, it means the Lord is very likely to descend into the world through Lanrius's body and bestow grace upon all beings." Mr. A nodded, and upon receiving Mr. A's affirmative reply, Avon showed exceptional joy. This is truly wonderful. The Lord will surely reclaim the authority of all false gods and save the suffering lambs. Mr. A looked at the flustered and extremely excited Avon with relief, and he also understood his current behavior, because he was the same when he learned of Lanrius's existence. This was the behavior of a qualified believer. Soon, Avon sobered up from his ecstasy, and calmly analyzed the current situation. King George III has not revealed that Lanrius has the Lord's divinity within him. He must have his reasons. From what I've learned about George III during this time, he has never been a peaceful person. This can be seen from him sending people to intercept Lanrius, wanting to control Lanrius in his own hands. From this point of view, his not exposing the Lanrius matter should be because the Lord's descent benefits him. For example, it can help him attract others' attention and so on. So, as long as George III's little scheme hasn't finished, we actually don't need to consider him. He might even become our ally, helping us cover up relevant information. Then, who would have thrown the accusation letter into 3rd Prince Edsac Augustus's carriage? Only the royal guard member who was not dragged to perish with Mr. Z and George III should know about this matter. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any leakage of information. But now it has been leaked. I feel it should be a third party that has been closely monitoring the royal family who learned this news. They revealed this news, wanting us to confront the royal family, thereby profiting from the chaos. At this point in Avon's analysis, his meaning was already very clear. It must be the demonist sect, which was actively infiltrating the royal family, that discovered the royal guard's unusual activity and subsequently discovered Lanrius's existence. After realizing that George III made no move, they decided to bring the matter to light, hoping to provoke a conflict between the two sides. Although the demonist sect had recently established contact with the Aurora Order through Triss, and both sides were willing to strengthen communication and cooperation, Mr. A would not truly believe that they were allies and would not stab them in the back. Often, the knives secretly wielded between covert organizations are more ruthless. At least 80% of the evil god organization's strongholds uncovered by the Orthodox churches came from reports by enthusiastic citizens. Therefore, when Avon, through his analysis of the intelligence leak's scope, concluded that George III and the Royal Guard member who was not killed by Mr. Z could not have leaked the information, Mr. A immediately thought of the demonist sect, and his eyes began to grow exceptionally cold. Mr. A now suspected whether Triss had been exposed. Otherwise, why would the demonist sect not write accusation letters to others, but specifically to Edsac Augustus? And even more coincidentally, why didn't Edsac Augustus suspect Triss before, but now he suddenly began to doubt Triss's identity? Seeing Mr. A's expression, Avon guessed what he was thinking and decided to add fuel to the fire, saying, "Because I've had more contact with Edsac Augustus recently, I've also met Triss. For some reason, I feel that Triss is somewhat off. I'm not saying this to doubt Triss's loyalty to the Lord, but rather I feel as if she's becoming increasingly unfamiliar, no longer like herself. This feeling is very strange. Furthermore, I learned from within the demonist sect that Triss's superior is no longer the demoness of pleasure, but has been directly taken over by a high-sequence powerhouse of the demonist sect. Do you think Triss might have been exposed, and the demonist sect wants to use her to scheme against the Aurora Order and our Lord? HMPH. To scheme against us, that's impossible. The primordial demoness has been severely injured and has not recovered since the Pale disaster. Who gave them the courage to scheme against our Lord?" Chapter 163. Migos, Innocent. After listening to Avon's analysis, coupled with various abnormal phenomena, Mr. A also felt that the report against Lanrius might indeed be the demonist sect's doing. However, the most urgent task now was to quickly confirm whether Triss's conversion to a true creator believer had been exposed. You must confirm as quickly as possible whether Triss's conversion to a believer of the Lord has been exposed. If it's not possible to confirm in a short time, then you will formulate a plan. We can kidnap a core member of the demonist sect. I have ways to make him speak quickly. Avon knew that Mr. A was now deeply suspicious of the demonist sect, and he secretly rejoiced, quickly agreeing. Yes, I will clarify this matter as soon as possible. At the same time, regardless of whether the mastermind is the demonist sect, I suggest we take some actions to disrupt the mastermind's rhythm. What are your suggestions? I propose contacting the demonist sect again to suggest a collaboration to assassinate Duke Nigan. Oh, why? Explain your reasons clearly. Mr. A was very interested in Avon's suggestion and motioned for Avon to continue. Previously, Mr. Z had Triss convey a request for cooperation to the demonist sect to conceal the fact that Triss was saved by Mr. Z in Tingen and had already converted to our Lord. This made Triss's background in Tingen more credible, preventing the demonist sect from suspecting her, and facts proved this move was correct. After the demonist sect contacted us through the contact method she provided, they indeed stopped suspecting Triss. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged for Triss to infiltrate Edsac Augustus's side. However, the demonist sect has not responded to our request for cooperation in assassinating Duke Nigan. Now, we can again propose the assassination of Duke Nigan through Triss. This way, I can observe the demonist sect's reaction from the side. The person who contacted us before was not Triss, but now we are directly approaching Triss and reissuing the request for cooperation, which indicates that Triss has always been under our watchful eye. At that time, if the demonist sect acts as if nothing happened, without any reaction, it means they already know about Triss's belief in our Lord, otherwise, they wouldn't remain indifferent. But if the demonist sect reacts strongly to this, it means they do not know about Triss's belief in our Lord. Mr. A smiled upon hearing Avon's words. This was a probing move, deliberately provoking the demonist sect to observe their reaction. Regardless of whether the demonist sect currently suspects Triss, the fact that they previously sent Triss to Edsac Augustus indicates they had no suspicions before. Moreover, they never allowed Triss to interact with the Aurora Order, which also shows that the demonist sect values Triss highly. However, if Triss, who is carrying out a secret mission, is suddenly found by the Aurora Order and asked to relay a message to the demonist sect, the demonist sect's reaction can reveal whether Triss has been suspected. However, doing so carries a significant risk. If Triss is not suspected by the demonist sect, and she is currently undertaking an important mission, our actions might make the demonist sect feel that Triss's mission is at risk of failure, or even provoke them to eliminate her as a hidden danger. Seeing Mr. A not in agreement with his probing plan, Avon struck while the iron was hot, clearly explaining the risks involved so that he wouldn't be blamed if problems arose. Mr. A pondered for a moment, finding Avon's words reasonable, and dismissed his idea of having others or Avon himself contact Triss, deciding to go in person. He then said, "I will go myself." "Where is Triss now?" "Edsac Augustus is very fond of Triss and has arranged for her to reside at Red Rose Manor, on the outskirts of Empress Borough. It's a famous royal estate with strict security." Mr. A was noncommittal about Avon's assessment of strict security and continued to ask. "If this probe indicates that Triss is not suspected by the demonist sect, what should we do? How can we continue to protect her given that the Lanrius incident has been reported?" Avon had already prepared for this and said without hesitation, "I propose continuing the assassination of Duke Nigan. As I said before, Duke Nigan has become the focal point of contradictions in the Loan Kingdom. As soon as he dies, the political landscape of the Loan Kingdom will surely be shaken. Whether the demonist sect is this or not, we should do it. This way, we can try our best to create chaos, allowing for a major reshuffle in the Loan Kingdom's political arena. When the important figures are all vying for power, no one will naturally pay attention to Lanrius. At the same time, if the Lanrius incident was indeed orchestrated by the demonist sect, this can be considered our reciprocation. We can use this opportunity to frame them and disrupt their plans. What we need to do now is to disrupt the situation as much as possible. The more chaotic the situation, the safer Lanrius will be, and the greater the possibility of the Lord's arrival." Mr. A was very satisfied with Avon's plan because Avon's vision was very precision, directly finding the fulcrum to leverage the situation. Although Duke Nigan was under the dual protection of the Storm Church and Military Intelligence Section 9, making assassination difficult, Avon's suggestion was good because even if the assassination failed, it would plant a huge hidden danger in the seemingly stable Loan situation. Everyone would look at their political rivals with suspicion, and once political trust disappeared, it would be very difficult to rebuild. Moreover, this matter doesn't necessarily have to be carried out by us. There are plenty of desperados in this world. We can completely offer a high price for someone else to do it. You truly are a believer who has received the Lord's favor immediately upon joining the Aurora Order. I believe your future is boundless." Mr. A now liked Avon more and more, preparing to suggest to His Excellency the Saint of Shadows during their next meeting that Avon should take over the position left by Mr. Y, so that he could better serve the Lord. Avon, seeing that the purpose of this meeting with Mr. A had been achieved, then handed over the conspirer and joy formulas to him, considering it as accumulating merits for himself, and asked Mr. A to help him pay attention to the materials in these two formulas and collect them for him. Mr. A had no resistance to his excellent subordinate wanting to progress and readily agreed. After leaving Mr. A's villa, Avon glanced at the large dog not far away, its crimson eyes fixed on the surrounding crowd, drooling. He chuckled triumphantly, then disappeared again, stealthily returning to his own villa to rest and prepare for the afternoon's Tarot Club gathering. This gathering was a transitional plot point in Lord of the Mysteries, with no in-depth discussion, and he wondered if it would be boring. There wasn't much to write about this tarot club meeting, its content will be mentioned later. On August 13, in Tingen, West District Police Station, Klein and Leonard completed the screening of all detained prisoners, confirming that no prisoners would seek revenge on society after their release. So many major events have happened recently, but at least they are all over now. Leonard made small talk, trying to probe more secrets from Klein. Because the old man on his person had already informed him that this time, their plan to allow the Lanrius deception to unfold, hoping to cause the mastermind's script to collapse or expose their flaws, had failed. But after relaying this information, no matter how Leonard questioned him, the old man on his person said nothing more, making him frustrated. Since he couldn't get useful information from the old man, he could only probe Klein, who also harbored secrets. Klein's face was gloomy as he drank coffee, saying somewhat dejectedly, "What kind of ending is this? The goals we wanted to achieve were not accomplished at all, and instead, Tingen was plunged into such chaos. In a sense, we are also accomplices." Klein's words immediately silenced Leonard again, because, being kind-hearted, he knew Klein was right, and he couldn't comfort himself by saying it was a necessary sacrifice. He could only say, "Then we should work even harder to find the mastermind and save Tingen. Only then can we truly atone for the error we made." Klein merely nodded, acknowledging Leonard's words, but he didn't respond further, for he already had a plan in mind, but it was too dangerous, and he didn't want to drag Leonard into it. Moreover, Klein's bad mood during this period was not only due to the chaos in Tingen but also because the anger of understanding the truth of the matter was not directed at the mastermind behind Tingen. That mastermind, in Klein's heart, was no longer human, and he couldn't feel angry at him. His anger was directed at the conniving high-ranking officials involved in the Lanrius case. Klein had long known about the military high command's desire to use Lanrius's deception to write off accounts. At the time, he didn't stop it because he wanted to disrupt the mastermind's script. But what he hadn't expected was that the national symbol of the Loan Kingdom, King George III, would also view this matter as a leverageable opportunity. Under his intervention, Lanrius was actually allowed to escape. This was something he only learned last week when he allowed Avon to write a report on the Grey Fog. What made Klein even more speechless was that Lanrius actually possessed the true creator's divinity, and King George III, despite knowing this, did not make it public, forcing Avon to write a report. For Klein, who grew up under the red flag and walked in the spring breeze in his previous life, with a peculiar filter for high-ranking leaders, this was truly a bit of a worldview-shattering experience, leading to an extraordinary anger. The consequence of this anger was that he became increasingly silent in his speech, but increasingly reckless and proactive in his actions. Just then, Klein noticed some commotion among the police officers, all rushing towards one spot. Leonard stopped an officer and, after asking, learned that the Tingen Special Tribunal had ruled today. Lanrius's fiancée, Migos, and her family, the main culprits in the Tingen investment fraud case, were deemed victims and not treated as accomplices. The police station was now processing their release. This news surprised Leonard, while Klein remained calm, evidently already aware. Migos's family being acquitted was partly due to a prominent lawyer from Backland. Because this case was very typical, he felt that public opinion should not override the law and wanted to set a precedent, so he proactively brought a luxurious team of lawyers to defend them. Another reason was that during the last Tarot Club meeting, Avon expressed sympathy for Migos's plight and wanted to provide some assistance to her family. After the Tarot Club meeting last week, Avon confessed to the fool, repenting for his rashness and arrogance, not fully foreseeing the possible consequences, which led to his hometown people suffering such hardships. He also expressed his commitment to doing everything possible to help Tingen recover quickly and mentioned that he would help some innocent people avoid being affected, including Migos's family. Chapter 164, Different Lists. After Klein and Leonard completed the handover with the relevant police officers at the police station, they prepared to leave and report back to Blackthorn Security Company. As they were leaving, they happened to see Migos and her family being brought out from their holding area by the police for release, signing release documents accompanied by a luxurious lawyer team. Klein had seen Lanrius's fiancée, Migos, at Lanrius's investment presentation. At that time, she was youthful, vibrant, and exuded an aura of happiness. But now, she looked very haggard, her expression dazed, and her beautiful, amiable eyes were filled with melancholy and sadness. Moreover, she seemed to be a bit slow in everything she did. Even signing the release documents required several impatient urge from the police before she could react. Standing beside Migos were a middle-aged couple, presumably her parents, who, seeing their daughter in such a state, were teary-eyed and heartbroken. They constantly beat their chests and stamped their feet, blaming themselves for being blind back then, thinking Lanrius was a good person, which ultimately harmed their daughter. Seeing Migos's parents, Klein involuntarily thought of his own parents from his previous life, imagining how worried they would be if he mysteriously disappeared. The thought that he might not be able to return home in time to support his parents and care for them in their old age filled Klein with an uncontrollable sadness. Just as Klein was about to use spirit vision to check on the condition of Migos's parents, a clear voice from the side interrupted him. "Are you police officers committing theft? Miss Migos and her family were arrested by you at home. When they were arrested, they didn't know about Lanrius's escape, so they naturally didn't transfer any related assets. But now, why is there so little left?" Everyone present was drawn by the voice and saw a very young woman, dressed in a lawyer's robe, holding a list in her hand and pointing at the items on the table, questioning them sharply. "Miss, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say anything." The plump police officer handling the handover with this lawyer looked displeased and furious, yet could only reply in a sinister tone, hoping that this young woman in front of him, because their actions this time indeed had loopholes and they were caught red-handed, would not escalate the matter, or he would be in deep trouble. The 5th Squad of the Ahova County Police Department's Special Operations Unit was responsible for arresting my clients. The search list they presented included a certain amount of cash, jewelry, and some property deeds, with a total value of approximately 1,000 Seul. But now, the items you've returned are just some Seul, a few pieces of jewelry, and most importantly, the properties are all gone. Furthermore, your records show inconsistencies. Don't tell me this is all there was when the items came into your possession. The two lists have different items. Either your custody side or the 5th Squad responsible for the inventory has taken illegal money. This young female lawyer, though not old and quite pretty, spoke loudly, fiercely, and bitingly, directly exposing their corruption and even inciting internal conflict within the police force. The leading plump police officer's face turned beet red, yet he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal under the gaze of everyone present. At this moment, he couldn't even resort to throwing a tantrum or using his authority to suppress her. Standing aside, Klein and Leonard exchanged glances, understanding what was going on. It was likely that these police officers in charge of custody felt that Migos's family was probably doomed this time, so they simply embezzled this huge sum of money. After all, although Migos's family was also deceived by Lanrius and invested all their money, Migos's parents were relatively risk-aware and did not go all in, retaining their family's fixed assets. This was a considerable windfall for the police station. Moreover, even in normal times, when the police department conducts a search, money passing through their hands always gets a little greasy. Anyway, the one responsible for confiscating property is also the police department, so omitting a little from the list makes it seamless. However, the Lanrius case was different, its scope was too broad, and Backlund had stated that Lanrius was a Beander. Given that Migos's family believed in the god of steam and machinery, the Machinery Hivemind Squad was ultimately responsible for the confiscation. The three Beander squads affiliated with the police department and the police department itself are essentially two separate systems. To some extent, the Beander squad's authority is far greater than that of the police department, so the police department later, wanting to embezzle Migos's family's assets, did not dare to reconcile accounts with the Machinery Hivemind Squad. No reconciliation, no problem, as long as no one investigates. But then, an meddlesome lawyer from Backland came and exonerated Migos' family. Among the lawyer team, there was a female lawyer who didn't understand the rules and exposed the matter in public, bringing the hidden unspoken rules into the open, causing the entire situation to freeze instantly. Migos' parents didn't want to cause any more trouble and didn't want to offend the police station again, but they thought about how they were now universally hated outside. If they had no money, they couldn't even move, so they could only remain silent, watching the righteous lawyer perform freely. As for the lead lawyer, wearing a wig, he looked at his student with doting eyes, showing no intention of stopping her. Who said our fifth squad took dirty money? This is a police station, not a lawless place. You need to be responsible for what you say. Just then, a voice came, and everyone saw the police chief and a senior inspector walking over. What was surprising was that the police chief was walking side by side with the senior inspector who had questioned them, appearing unusually strange. Captain Leo. As the tall and imposing Captain Leo walked towards the female lawyer, Klein and Leonard, standing nearby, stepped forward together to greet him. As the head of the Machinery Hivemind squad, Captain Leo had a good memory and recognized Klein and Leonard as Nighthawk's members. He frowned slightly, nodded to them, then walked up to the female lawyer and asked sternly, "Did you say our fifth squad took dirty money?" The sweet-looking, very young female lawyer, facing the aggressive Captain Leo, instinctively recoiled her head, but quickly straightened her body and, holding the list, said, "The two lists are different. The fifth squad's list has many more items than the list provided by the police station. One of your sides must be wrong." Captain Leo took the list, and with just a glance, he knew that the police station personnel had tampered with it. He casually glanced at Klein and Leonard, who were standing by watching the spectacle, and Captain Leo felt a headache coming on. Normally, he could turn a blind eye to such matters, but the Migos case was attracting attention throughout Tingen, and related information was sure to be reported in the newspapers tomorrow. He represented the Steam and Machinery Church, and if this blame were placed on the fifth squad, he would not be able to hold his head high in front of the other two captains. Furthermore, because the enemies faced by Beander squads are not ordinary enemies, impurity of thought and a lack of light in one's heart can lead to huge hidden dangers and provide opportunities for secret organizations and evil God believers. Therefore, the Church has always strived to cultivate Beander members in a positive, sunny direction. If the fifth squad were ultimately blamed, causing members who still believed in light to suffer injustice, the entire squad would be in danger of falling apart. Beanders who do not believe in light and lose their reverence for the Church's deity are extremely terrifying. Moreover, Migos' family were themselves believers of the Steam and Machinery Church, and protecting their interests was also his responsibility as the Machinery Hivemind captain. Therefore, almost in an instant, Captain Leo made a decision. Even if his relationship with the police department was ruined, he could not take the blame for them. So he directly handed the two lists in his hand to the equally embarrassed police chief, speaking in an unceremonious tone. "I have never heard of adding to the property of an investigated person. My fifth squad handles cases impartially and will absolutely not make mistakes." In one sentence, the Machinery Hivemind squad would absolutely not make mistakes and would not take the blame. The rest was up to them to handle. The police chief took the two lists, glanced at them briefly, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. This was too blatant a theft. On one side was a full dozen pages of a list, and on the other was only half a page. This couldn't even fool a ghost. However, the police chief also knew that this could not have been embezzled solely by the police responsible for custody. Many senior police officers in the police department had also suffered heavy losses from Lanrius's scam. It was likely that these people collectively divided Migos' family's assets. Perhaps some of the gifts he received the past 2 days were drawn from this. It was just that they did it too crudely, and they were caught red-handed by the lawyer team that had been parachuted in from Backland. On one side were the luxurious lawyer team from Backland and the church forces, and on the other were all his police department colleagues, possibly including himself. For a moment, the police chief didn't know how to respond and was drenched in sweat. But just as the situation became deadlocked again, the female lawyer who had first spoken suddenly said, "Perhaps this officer's subordinates made a mistake and only brought a partial list, leaving other lists behind. How about we find an office to rest for a bit, then have someone retrieve the other lists, and we can compare them again." The female lawyer's words were a lifeline for the police chief. However, how to resolve this matter could not be discussed in public. The female lawyer's words offered him the possibility of a private negotiation. This made the chief forget that it was this seemingly harmless female lawyer who had initiated the confrontation. He gave her a grateful look, then quickly led everyone to his office. Klein and Leonard were originally just there by chance, but now that things had developed to this point, coupled with their guilt towards Migos' family, they exchanged glances and silently followed. Once inside the office, the female lawyer spoke first again, directly addressing the police chief. "We can choose not to pursue the matter of my client's missing property, but we also want to ask for a small favor from His Excellency, the Chief, for my client." Chapter 165, Lanrius drained dry. What small favor? The lawyer Mrs. opening words made the police chief somewhat wary. His long years of experience in official circles made him realize that the recent embarrassment they faced was a trap set by her. This group of lawyers, no, this lawyer Miss, had probably already thought out the negotiation terms and was just waiting for this moment to name her price. The lawyer Miss looked very young, like a university student who hadn't left school yet, but she wasn't timid at all. She directly stated, "The whereabouts of my client's family property, well, those who understand, understand. We have no past grievances or recent animosity with the Tingen City Police Department. If a win-win situation is possible, we are not necessarily intent on making things difficult for the police department." As soon as these words were spoken, not to mention the police chief, even the senior lawyer sitting on the sofa beside them brightened, as if seeing this student, who often had an excess of justice, for the first time. How could she say something so empathetic to her opponent? This maximized the dissipation of the police chief's freshly risen vigilance. The lawyer Miss Catherine Gry, seeing that Avon's teaching had indeed worked, was even more emboldened and began to propose the conditions Avon had planned with her earlier. Everyone understands the situation of Migos' family. Their money has already been swindled by Lanrius, so they are penniless. If they don't even have a house, the whole family will starve to death. We are transient visitors. After this case is over, we will leave Tingen and return to Backland. At that time, their family's situation will certainly be tragic, not to mention those who lost their minds due to Lanrius's deception. At the same time, we also deeply sympathize with the experiences of the police officers within the police department, and we fully understand their desire to minimize their losses. Therefore, we can also choose not to pursue the discrepancies in this list of seized items. We only wish for Your Excellency, the Chief, to represent the police department and help us with a few matters." The police chief heard that the lawyers were not planning to pursue the matter and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He asked, "What matter? The Lanrius case has caused too much of a stir, everyone from top to bottom is watching." How could we make things difficult for you? Currently, all parties deeply entangled in the scam are desperately trying to mitigate their own losses. The money of Migos' family is absolutely insufficient to compensate for the losses of many police officers in the police department. But what if Migos could disclose some of Lanrius's assets? Upon hearing this, the police chief's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Did Lanrius actually acquire property or have hidden money in Tingen? Where is it?" If he could truly find Lanrius's assets and compensate the severely depleted wallets of the police department's high-ranking officials, from then on, he would not only have the final say in the police department but also command widespread support. News from Backland indicates that this Lanrius is a swindler of the century and is very skilled at disguise, committing fraud all over the country. Therefore, He did not leave any property in Tingen, but he must have left property in other places. Currently, investigations are underway across the country, but because his previous disguises were too perfect, it's difficult to achieve results quickly. Migos and Lanrius have been together for so long, and their relationship is intimate enough, she can always help you find some clues. Catherine Gry used an enticing tone to lure the police chief, and His Excellency, the chief, was indeed tempted and voluntarily said, "If this is true, that would be excellent. I just don't know what conditions Migos has for cooperating with us." Seeing that the police chief was indeed as sensible as Avon had said, Catherine Gry was secretly delighted and continued. "We also know that although Migos' family has been acquitted by the court, someone must have instructed you to keep an eye on them and prevent them from leaving Tingen, as the relationship between Lanrius and Migos is indeed unusual. So, we hope that if Migos can help the police department confiscate some of Lanrius's assets, Your Excellency, the chief, could the Tingen City Police Department rent a 3-bedroom apartment under its name to their family for £1 a year, to shelter them, and protect their family's safety from external harassment." As soon as Catherine Gry said this, Captain Leo, Klein, and Leonard, who had been listening and observing with cold eyes, all looked at her with surprised gazes, feeling that she was truly a good lawyer, rare in the world, thinking so much for her client. Captain Leo's eyes were sparkling, almost unable to tear away from Catherine Gry. Klein believed that if it weren't for the church not allowing active recruitment of ordinary people unaware of the Beander world, he might have invited this lawyer miss to join the machinery hivemind team right now. Catherine Gry didn't think about having the police department allocate a portion of the confiscated property to Migos' family. Instead, she had them rent a house to Migos' family at a symbolic price, providing them with a place to live. It should be known that the lawyers could have fully and legally divided Lanrius's confiscated assets through Migos' family's cooperation with the police department. However, Catherine Gry did not do so. She gave all this money to the high-ranking police officials, both appeasing their anger at being deceived and finding a strong backer for Migos' family, ensuring that even after the lawyers left, their family would not be bullied, and also preventing them from becoming lambs to the slaughter once they had money. The senior lawyer, Will, sitting on the sofa, looked at Catherine Gry as if he saw his younger self, so upright, kind, and intelligent. The police chief, looking at the seemingly radiant lawyer Miss, also seemed to see his younger self, who had climbed from the very bottom and once wanted to be an upright police officer. He felt his heart was softened, and he even agreed without further thought. Seeing that the police chief approved her proposal, Catherine Gry's big eyes almost narrowed into slits from smiling. She directly pulled out a contract from her handbag and said, "We are all legal professionals and know that verbal promises don't count. Please take a look at this agreement. If you have no objections, please sign it." The police chief chuckled wryly. How could he lie in front of the captain of the church's Beander team? They represented the church, represented the gods. The police chief picked up the contract and found that Catherine Gry had thoughtfully written down the matter of helping the police department confiscate at least 10,000 gold pounds. So, the police chief also showed his resolve and directly picked up a pen to sign his name. And Catherine Gry was not ambiguous either. Seeing the chief so obliging in signing the agreement, she pulled out a large stack of documents from her handbag and said, "These are some items retrieved from a Bakeland bank safe deposit box, based on clues provided by Migos. I estimate their value to be a little over 10,000 gold pounds. I'm handing them over to you now." These items were actually things Avon had Mr. A extract from Lanrius's mouth, and the reason was simple, to protect Migos and to protect the Son of God. Although Mr. A learned the news of the Son of God's presence in Tingen through Lanrius, he and Mr. Z both believed that the importance of protecting Lanrius outweighed that of the Son of God and that they could not be distracted at this time, otherwise, they might accidentally attract enemies. Mr. A believed this was also Lanrius's intention in telling him this news, unwilling to be controlled by the Lord's descent. However, knowing that the Son of God was outside but being powerless to protect him caused Mr. A's heart to suffer greatly. At this time, the understanding Avon offered Mr. A suggestion to protect the Son of God in Tingen through ordinary means, which could be considered fulfilling a devotee's wishes. Thus, Catherine Gry reported Migos's situation to her teacher, believing it to be an excellent precedent, and encouraged her teacher to bring people to Tingen to defend her for free. And at the same time, she used the old savings Mr. A had painstakingly extracted from Lanrius's mouth through various means, cooperating with the police department, Tingen City's largest violent institution, to protect Migos's safety. The police chief looked at the thick stack of documents in his hand and said with emotion, "You have changed my traditional impression of lawyers." Captain Leo, Klein, and Leonard all nodded in agreement upon hearing this. And at this moment, Catherine Gry finally behaved like an intern lawyer following her teacher on a case, her face instantly turning crimson. The police chief was also a straightforward person. He directly sent his secretary out, and when the secretary returned with the items, he handed a set of keys to Catherine Gry and said, "This house is located near the police department. The surrounding tenants are all people with police or government employee backgrounds. The public security nearby is very good, and I will also instruct people to frequently check on their family." At this moment, Captain Leo also interjected and said, "I will also frequently check on their family. After all, they are believers of the god of steam. When you go back, also tell your captain." As he spoke, he drew a triangle on his body, and the latter half of his sentence was directed at Klein and Leonard, as the house given by the police chief was in the North District, under the jurisdiction of the Nighthawks team. Klein and Leonard themselves felt guilty towards Migos's family, so even if Captain Leo hadn't instructed them, they would have continued to pay attention to Migos's family, so they nodded repeatedly. After receiving the house keys and expressing her gratitude to the police chief, Catherine Gry went out to find Migos's family and handed them the keys. Catherine Gry did not tell them that she had exchanged Lanrius's assets for this house for them, only vaguely saying that a settlement had been reached with the police. After receiving countless thanks from Migos's family, Catherine Gry stopped Captain Leo and asked, "You said earlier that you are the captain of the Special Operations Department's 5th team. Do you happen to know Klein Moretti of the 7th team? He has a friend who asked me to deliver something to him, but I've been a bit busy lately and haven't had time to find him. Do you know him?" Captain Leo looked at Catherine Gry with some surprise, then pointed to Klein behind her and said, "He is Klein." Catherine Gry hadn't expected such a coincidence. She playfully stuck out her tongue and extended her hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Klein, Mr. Avon, your friend, asked me to find you." Chapter 166, Melissa's Grievance. Klein had already guessed that the kind lawyer who helped Migos's family might be related to Avon, but he didn't expect Avon to entrust her with delivering something to him. Lanrius was in the hands of the Aurora Order. This was something Klein had known since Avon wrote the report. He also knew that while Lanrius was a great swindler, he was definitely not the century's greatest swindler. As proclaimed by the newspapers, many things had been pinned on him by people with ulterior motives. Therefore, the so-called investigation of Lanrius's assets was even more baseless. There were simply no assets to investigate. These things were just meant to deceive those who didn't understand the inside story. And for the lawyer to produce assets that could withstand scrutiny at this time, it was either Avon who had advanced the money, or it was truly extracted from Lanrius himself. Thus, it was no longer difficult to guess that this lawyer was connected to Avon. "Hello, my name is Catherine Gry. I'm a sophomore in the law department at Backland University. Although I haven't graduated, I've already obtained a barrister's license that allows me to practice." When she said the first part of the sentence, Catherine Gry could clearly sense that Captain Leo, Klein, and Leonard were surprised, so she quickly emphasized that she possessed a lawyer's license to justify herself. However, after hearing her introduction, Klein and the others were even more surprised. In the LotM Kingdom, lawyers are divided into barristers and solicitors. The latter handle matters that don't require court appearances, such as collecting evidence, talking to clients, helping people draft wills, overseeing asset distribution, and providing legal consultation services. Of course, they can also represent clients in the lowest level magistrate courts to defend simple cases. A barrister, on the other hand, is a lawyer who studies evidence and defends clients in court. According to the laws of the LotM Kingdom, they must maintain an objective attitude, so they cannot directly contact clients. They can only gather information through their assistants, who are solicitors. Each of them is a true legal expert, possessing outstanding eloquence and extremely high debate skills. Ordinary solicitors only need to pass a regular lawyer's license exam, but to become a barrister, one must also pass an examination in defense before an expert review committee composed of a dozen senior barristers, and also contribute to legal research, in order to obtain a registered barrister's license, commonly known as a heavenly lawyer's license. This is the most authoritative certificate in the kingdom. Holding this certificate makes it possible to work in high courts, prosecutors' offices, and senior law firms, and ultimately even represent the royal family in interpreting existing laws, holding a very high status. The highest goal for many law students is to obtain a registered barrister's license, enter the constitutional court, and become true interpreters of the law. However, Klein and the others generally believed that those who could obtain a barrister's license should be white-haired old men who had been immersed in legal work for many years. They never expected that a young girl like Catherine Gry, who hadn't even graduated, could obtain this certificate, which was reputed to be the most difficult to acquire. Catherine is the most talented student I've ever seen. In the future, she might become the first female judge to enter the kingdom's highest constitutional court. Professor Will, who was the chief defense lawyer for Migos' family this time, walked over, looking at Catherine Gry with a doting and appreciative expression, believing that she would surely achieve his unfulfilled dream of entering the constitutional court. After all, Catherine Gry was a young person whom even the old fuddy-duddies on the expert review committee couldn't out-debate, and they could only give her the green light. "Teacher, please don't say that. I still have a lot of room for improvement." Catherine Gry was still very shy when her teacher openly praised her in front of others. Will smiled, knowing his student was thin-skinned, so he didn't continue praising her. Instead, he continued, "The Migos case has been completed. This is indeed a very good precedent. We need to quickly return to Backland to finalize and publish the case. I heard there might be heavy rain on the road the day after tomorrow, so we need to leave this afternoon. If you have any unfinished business, you should do it quickly." Upon hearing this, Catherine Gry asked Klein, "The item Mr. Avon entrusted me to bring to you is at the hotel, which is a bit far from here. Where should I find you after I pick up the item? I heard this item is very important, and Mr. Avon instructed me to hand it to you personally." Klein thought for a moment. He still had to attend the internal weekly meeting, and he was on leave that afternoon, preparing to convene the Tarot Club. So he told Catherine Gry his home address. Captain Leo also took the opportunity to inquire about Catherine Gry's faith and, learning that Catherine Gry believed in the Evernight goddess, could only sigh with regret. After parting with Captain Leo and getting into the carriage back to Blackthorn Security Company, Leonard said to Klein, "That lawyer is not simple, she should be a Beander. She was constantly using the power of language to persuade the police chief. She made the police chief focus all his attention on the benefits of helping Migos' family, while ignoring the potential risks." Klein was startled, but after carefully recalling the previous conversation between Catherine Gry and the police chief, he nodded in agreement. Finding and confiscating Lanrius's assets for the senior police officers would indeed enhance the police chief's prestige within the police force, but it would inevitably also incur the animosity of some political rivals. It's not out of the question that they might conspire with others to push the entire matter of investigating Lanrius's assets onto the police department, then cause it to make mistakes. This is actually unavoidable. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts and disputes. People won't stop targeting you just because you've done a good deed. Putting himself in the police chief's shoes, Klein felt that if he were the police chief, he might also weigh the pros and cons, and even if he ultimately agreed to Catherine Gry's terms, he wouldn't do so as readily. Is this a lawyer? Klein connected this to the information he had seen within the Nighthawks, asking Leonard with some uncertainty. Leonard nodded affirmatively and said, "This also explains why she could obtain a barrister's license without graduating. This is not something an ordinary person can get. There must be very powerful people supporting her behind the scenes. Because an undergraduate who obtains a barrister's license will certainly attract a lot of attention, and since we can guess that this lawyer is a lawyer, there's no reason why no one in Backland would guess it. But since she hasn't had any trouble, it means she's very likely already been absorbed into an official organization. I think it's very likely Military Intelligence Section 9 or the legendary Special Criminal Tribunal." Klein listened to Leonard's deduction and nodded in agreement, but then immediately realized that Leonard was testing him, wondering if he, too, had the Horn family of the Ahova Earl's court, represented by Avon, standing behind him, especially since Catherine Gry had already expressed her familiarity with Avon. "Avon has indeed been in contact with me. You might not know, but Avon has been doing very well in Backland recently. It's said that he has already become a powerful figure in Military Intelligence Section 9 and has gained the approval of Archbishop Anthony in Backland." To prevent Leonard from overthinking and causing more trouble, Klein could only reveal a little information about Avon. "A big shot. He became a Beander later than you. How could he become a big shot in Military Intelligence Section 9? Don't joke around." Leonard, hearing that Archbishop Anthony knew Avon, dispelled his suspicions about Avon. But he still firmly refused to believe what Klein had said. Klein just smiled and didn't retort. After all, Avon's progress during this period was too great, making even him somewhat incredulous, let alone others. Klein and Leonard returned to Blackthorn Security Company. After reporting that they had completed the task of inspecting the people detained by the police, they brought up the matter of Migos's family again. Dunsmith habitually stroked his thinning hair and sighed, saying, "From the investigation during this period, Migos's family is indeed a victim. I didn't expect there to be good people among lawyers. Since Captain Leo has already spoken, let's also provide some convenience. In the future, patrol members should visit Migos's place." Klein and Leonard exchanged glances, then said in unison, "Yes, Captain." After the Nighthawks' weekly meeting, Klein returned home, unexpectedly finding Melissa cooking in the house. "Aren't you having classes today?" Previously, there had been unrest in Tingen, leading to military control, and schools were naturally suspended. Classes had only resumed yesterday, so why wasn't Melissa going to school again today? Melissa didn't stop her actions, but she said with a dejected expression, "When school reopened yesterday, we found that less than half of the students showed up. We initially thought it was because everyone had family matters and couldn't come, but today we learned that all these people could no longer afford tuition due to the recent changes and had to enter society early to earn money to supplement their families. There were already few girls in school, and after this change, there are even fewer. The school told us to go home first, as they need to discuss whether it's still necessary to admit female students. Because they believe that girls going to school is a waste of educational resources, as they will eventually get married anyway. They think this is a good opportunity to cancel girls' enrollment." Although Melissa didn't say much, Klein could hear the deep grievance in her tone. It was clear that she was pessimistic about being able to stay in school, and Klein was even more at a loss, wanting to speak but hesitating. Klein knew very well what schooling meant, and even more so what schooling meant for girls, but he never expected that the deception he had tolerated before would hit his own family in such a way. Looking at Melissa, who stubbornly refused to cry and whose silence was heart-wrenching, Klein constantly blamed himself. He felt that his responsibility was a large part of why this situation occurred. Just as silence fell over Klein's home, the doorbell rang. Klein, as if escaping, hurried to open the door, only to find it was Catherine Gry, whom he had just seen that morning. By the time, she must have rushed there without stopping, so he quickly welcomed her into the house, and Melissa, hearing that Klein had a guest, also came out of the kitchen. Chapter 167. The Magician Magic Potion Formula and the Stone of Teleportation. After Klein introduced them, Catherine Gry sized up Klein and Melissa, keenly sensing that the atmosphere before her arrival was somewhat off. However, since it involved family matters, it was not appropriate for her to speak up. She could only pretend not to know, drank a cup of tea, and prepared to find a random topic to start with. It's Monday today, and order has been restored in Tingen. Miss Melissa, why aren't you at school today? As she spoke, she looked at Klein, who did not seem stubborn, with some suspicion, wondering if he was a believer of the Storm Church. Her words plunged the living room into silence. Catherine Gry had precisely stepped on a landmine. Klein worriedly looked at Melissa, not knowing how to speak, but it was Melissa who explained to Catherine Gry why she was at home today. So that's how it is. I'm so sorry, I misunderstood. That was truly presumptuous of me. After listening to Melissa's explanation, Catherine Gry also realized her misunderstanding and quickly apologized. It's all right. No one blames those who don't know, and you didn't do it on purpose. Melissa had a very good impression of Catherine Gry, who was only a few years older than herself but had managed to obtain the lawyer certificate, the hardest to get in Backland. She thought she was simply amazing. Tingen Technical School. Is this school a public-private partnership? Catherine Gry pondered for a moment, then asked the Moretti siblings. Yes. Why do you ask? Melissa didn't understand why Catherine Gry suddenly asked this, while Klein seemed to have thought of something, but a thin layer of window paper prevented him from breaking through. This time I came to Tingen not only to handle Migos' family case with my teacher, but my most important task is to help Avon deal with this acquisition in Tingen City, as well as some legal issues that need to be resolved. I have seen the list of shares he is acquiring this time, and it includes shares of Tingen Technical School. This means that Avon is now one of the largest shareholders of Tingen Technical School and can appoint school directors to manage the school. When I return to the hotel, I can go to that school, in the name of Avon's private lawyer, to explain the change in shares and ask them to freeze relevant resolutions first until Avon has appointed the school directors. After Catherine Gry explained this, the Moretti siblings, who had lived in Tingen since childhood, finally remembered the Horn family's influence in Tingen. It would be strange if the Horn family did not have shares in places like schools, which could maintain influence for a long time. Klein even slapped his forehead. Perhaps he had discussed too much about the mastermind in the Beander world with Avon, so he subconsciously forgot that Avon, after all, came from a noble family and had strong influence in reality. Melissa obviously still remembered Avon, who had visited their home last time. After all, he was the highest-ranking guest to visit their home. Moreover, his understanding of mathematics and his vision for machinery left a deep impression on Melissa. Melissa believed that Avon would definitely not allow Tingen Technical School to stop admitting female students. Thinking that she could still go to school, Melissa's complexion became rosy, and she repeatedly thanked Catherine Gry and strongly invited her to have lunch at their home. When Melissa left the living room and returned to the kitchen, Catherine Gry looked around and said with a smile, "The house is very tidy, even a bit beyond my expectation. Hurry and find a maid. Otherwise, your sister will be too tired, having to clean the house, go to school, and cook for you. I heard that your Nighthawk's salary is not low, don't be so stingy." Klein immediately realized that Catherine Gry had misunderstood again and explained with a smile. "My brother and I both work outside, and Melissa is at school most of the time, so the house usually doesn't get too messy. Moreover, we basically take turns cleaning and cooking, so Melissa won't get tired. Oh, and don't mention Nighthawks in front of Melissa. I haven't told my family about it. We've signed relevant agreements." This once again updated Catherine Gry's perception of Klein. It was her first time hearing that a man would clean the house and cook, which made her look at Klein with even more admiration. "Understood. I've signed one too, but it was with Military Intelligence Section 9. I understand these things," Catherine Gry said with a smile, acting as if she knew everything. As expected of a Beander whose magic potion name is lawyer. I just don't know what her relationship with Avon is. Klein looked at Catherine Gry and gossiped in his heart about Avon's relationship with the beautiful woman in front of him. All right, take me to your room. You wouldn't make me give you the things here, would you? Klein nodded. Although he always felt that this sentence was a bit strange, he still led Catherine Gry into his bedroom. Walking into Klein's bedroom, she found that it was not as messy as she had imagined. Catherine Gry's evaluation of Klein rose another notch in her heart. Then, she took out a small box covered by a wall of spirituality from her leather bag, handed it to Klein, and said, "All right, the item has been delivered. My task in Tingen is complete. Avon said this item is quite precious, so be careful." Klein knew what was inside, but he still nodded in agreement. Catherine Gry left after having lunch at Klein's house. Klein returned to his room after Melissa went to the kitchen to wash dishes. He took out the small box Catherine Gry had sent, broke the wall of spirituality, and as expected, saw a dark green stone inside. He found it to be pitted and full of burn marks, uneven. There was also a piece of paper under the stone. Klein took out the paper and found Avon's words written on it. Stone of teleportation. When you want to use it, just hold it in your hand and recite, door, in Hermes. You can then enter the spirit world for teleportation. The teleportation range is extremely far, it can take you from Tingen's city center to Ram's village. Also, I have found the magic potion formula for the next sequence, sequence 7 feet magician, of the lawyer pathway for you. Main ingredients: 1 piece of the true root of a mist treant, all spinal fluid of a demonic pattern black panther. Auxiliary ingredients: 60 milliliters of pure water, 30 milliliters of mist treant juice, 3 grams of water-shaped gemstone powder, 4 drops of hallucinogenic grass essential oil. Klein took a deep breath. These were all part of a transaction he had made with Avon after the last tarot club, through Mr. Fool. The condition was that Avon owed Mr. Fool the remaining Rosal diary, which Klein would repay, in exchange for Avon helping him find an item that could allow him to teleport long distances, even if it was a one-time use. At the same time, he hoped Avon could help him collect the magician magic potion formula, and the corresponding money would be deducted from his investment review rewards during this period. During this time, Klein had been helping Butler Buck review which excellent assets should be acquired after the chaos in Tingen. This included not only Avon's investments but also the entire Horn family's investments. Although it was only a 0.5% reward, it involved the Horn family's investments of hundreds of thousands, even millions of pounds, which made Klein earn a lot during this period. It was precisely with this money, plus the unusually smooth digestion of his clown magic potion during this period, that made Klein want to advance to sequence 7, so he also began to prepare in advance. These are all extremely expensive materials. I've never seen them at the Evil Dragon Bar. I'll still have to ask Avon to help me find them. Backland is the capital after all, with good material circulation, and it's the largest trading center on the entire North Continent, so it should be easier to find. Klein checked the time, thought for a moment, and then took out some money from his person to Melissa, asking her to help purchase the ingredients needed for the next few days. Not long after Melissa left, the clock hands approached 3 o'clock, and Klein no longer hesitated, entering the gray fog, preparing to convene the tarot club. While waiting for 3 o'clock in the gray fog, Klein noticed a crimson star constantly expanding and contracting. He used the method of responding to prayers, touching the illusory star, and saw a brown-haired youth in unique black tight-fitting clothing. The youth knelt on both knees before a pure crystal ball, muttering something in a low voice. Klein, who had learned a small amount of giant language, listened for a long time but could only barely understand one sentence. Pray, save, parents. Klein, who roughly understood what the youth meant, couldn't help but smile bitterly. Unfortunately, I am not a true deity, and the city I live in is precarious, not knowing when it will be destroyed. I can barely protect myself. I cannot give you hope, and then ultimately give you despair. Klein was now a sequence 8 feet clown, and to a large extent, he had already digested the magic potion. He could now afford the consumption of pulling people up, unlike before when his spirituality would be stretched thin, and he had to calculate the time for meetings. But Klein was not planning to pull anyone else up, because he was actually very pessimistic about the future, and he didn't know if his future plans would succeed. After feeling that the time had come, Klein pressed his hand on the crimson stars symbolizing justice, hanged man, and the strength. In the ancient palace, an illusory light immediately erupted, stretching out three figures that appeared at the bronze conference table. And justice, hanged man, and the strength all looked in unison at Mr. Fool, who was seated at the head of the bronze table, bowing and saluting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Klein nodded reservedly, then pressed his hands down, signaling the three to sit. After the three sat down, Miss Justice spoke first. "I didn't collect Emperor Rosal's diary this time. I've been at sea all week, haven't docked, and haven't gotten any new diaries." Hanged Man followed closely. And before Avon could speak, Mr. Fool, Klein proactively interrupted. "I have already received the Rosal diary sacrificed by my dear. Your previous promise is considered fulfilled." As soon as these words were spoken, Miss Audrey Justice and Mr. Alger Hanged Man both looked at Avon. Mr. Fool's words were very clear, because he had received Rosal's diary sacrificed by his blessed, the strength's previous promise to him was considered fulfilled. This indicates that the strength had interacted with Mr. Fool's blessed in reality, and the two even cooperated to some extent, leading Mr. Fool's blessed to help him collect some of Emperor Rosal's diaries and sacrifice them to Mr. Fool as compensation for the strength. Furthermore, this was the first time Mr. Fool explicitly acknowledged that he had a blessed acting on his behalf in the real world, indicating that Mr. Fool could profoundly influence reality. I wonder if Mr. Fool's blessed is a high-sequence Beander. Given the power Mr. Fool has displayed, he must be a high-sequence Beander. I also wonder what kind of contact such a powerful Beander would have with Avon, and what kind of favor would be owed that required helping Avon collect Emperor Rosal's diaries to repay. After all, as Mr. Fool's blessed, he must also know that Mr. Fool wishes to collect Emperor Rosal's diaries. If he were to sacrifice them to Mr. Fool himself, he would likely receive more favor from Mr. Fool. Could it be related to Avon's previous busy task of clearing out the Backland spy network? My father has praised Avon's swift actions more than once at home. Miss Justice Audrey secretly glanced at Avon, guessing what kind of earth-shattering operation Avon and Mr. Fool's blessed had undertaken together. Meanwhile, the Hanged Man sighed inwardly, realizing his guess about Mr. Fool having a blessed in the real world was correct, and at the same time, he felt fortunate that he hadn't had a chance to test it, which could have led to negative consequences. He also felt that because the strength was connected to Mr. Fool's blessed and participated in an operation with him, his relationship with Mr. Fool was clearly closer. Didn't you see Mr. Fool unconsciously nod to the strength when he was speaking just now? This made Alger, the Hanged Man, who had always felt that he joined the tarot club earlier than the strength and was more senior, feel very uncomfortable. It was like watching his choir companions, who joined later than him, one by one surpass him to become official priests of the Storm Church, while he could only express his willingness to infiltrate among pirates and patrol the Sea Kingdom for the Lord to gain favor and become a Beander. Klein, the Fool, sitting at the head of the bronze table, saw through the thoughts of Justice and the Hanged Man, and secretly felt pleased. After all, the Fool's existence was still too illusory and too lofty, with too shallow a connection to reality. Making them believe that the Fool had the ability to intervene in reality could enhance the Fool's prestige. Since there was no Rosal's diary this time, there was no stage for the Fool to read the diary. Everyone began to propose their own trades. Miss Justice Audrey was the first to speak. "I'm almost done digesting the spectator magic potion and need to prepare for my upcoming advancement. So, I'm looking to purchase a complete pituitary gland from an adult 7-colored lizard dragon and 10 milliliters of cerebrospinal fluid from a falseman rabbit. I can offer £250 for each material." Audrey had already received the telepathist formula from Tingen last week. She was then introduced by Furs and Zio Derecha to several Beander gatherings, witnessed many transactions, and gained a deep understanding of the price levels in the Beander world. She would no longer be foolishly tricked by Alger, the hanged man, into overpaying for various items as before. She simply slightly increased the price of the materials she was seeking, hoping to boost the hanged man's enthusiasm for helping her find them. As for Avon, the strength, she held no hope, as Avon never lacked money. Alger looked at Justice, who just over a month ago had been guided by him onto the Beander pathway, and was filled with emotion. He thought about how he had overcome countless hardships to embark on the Beander pathway, how long it took him to vaguely grasp the role-playing method, and how many merits he had accumulated to finally advance to Sequence 8. Looking at Miss Justice so easily digesting her magic potion and preparing to advance to Sequence 8, Alger couldn't help but feel a little sore. At the same time, he also noticed that Miss Justice had specifically looked at him when she quoted the material prices, realizing that these increased prices were meant for him. This further confirmed his previous suspicion that Justice and the Strength had already met and knew each other in reality, and both were wealthy, which made him even more disheartened. Avon, the Strength, saw Alger lost in thought and not responding for a long time, so he could only speak up. "I will keep an eye out for you." In fact, the corresponding materials could be obtained within Military Intelligence Section 9. The large-scale sweep in Backland over the past few weeks not only disrupted the lurking spy networks of various countries but also incidentally raided many, illegal, Beander exchange gatherings, seizing quite a few materials. However, after careful consideration, Avon decided to leave this trading opportunity to Derek, the son. After all, Miss Justice's gold pounds could inject liquidity into the entire Tarot Club. Otherwise, relying solely on Klein and Alger, those two paupers, the Tarot Club's transactions would become stagnant. Oh, Klein couldn't be considered a pauper anymore, but after advancing to Magician, he would probably be back to his old ways. And while Avon was lost in thought, Alger also came back to his senses and said, "I've seen someone selling it before. Once I dock, I'll help you inquire." As for Klein, the fool, sitting at the head, he had actively started looking for these two materials after obtaining the telepathist magic potion formula. He knew that Justice would eventually ask for them, and he believed she wouldn't offer a low price, so he had long wanted to do this business. Although helping the Horn family review investments had brought in a large profit, no one would ever complain about having too much money, especially knowing that the price of materials would increase geometrically on the future advancement pathway. Unfortunately, Klein searched for 2 weeks, but he couldn't find a single main material from the telepathist formula. After Audrey stated her purchasing needs, she stopped speaking. Alger thought for a moment. Although he had just become a seafarer, a Sequence 7 of the Sailor Pathway, he could actually make his request in advance now. After all, Sequence 6 formulas circulating on the market were very rare and difficult to collect. Seeking the Wind-Blessed Magic Potion formula, Sequence 6 of the Sailor Pathway. "I can offer compensation that will absolutely satisfy you." Is the hanged man about to advance to Sequence 6? That's amazing. When can I catch up to him? Miss Justice Audrey looked at Alger with envy, then said solemnly, "I will help you inquire within my circle." And Klein, the fool, knew that Alger had just advanced recently and was preparing the formula in advance. Avon then remembered that Alger knew of a mysterious island full of Beander creatures, which even contained a blasphemy slate made by Rosal. Since his witch magic potion and pyromaniac magic potion melted upon entry, and he also knew the joy magic potion formula from his memories of Lord of the Mysteries and the conspirer magic potion formula from the old Earl, he might be able to exchange for the corresponding materials from Alger. After weighing his options, Avon spoke. "I have the Wind-Blessed Magic Potion formula, but I don't know what compensation you can offer me. As before, I do not accept monetary transactions." Alger was startled, and his evaluation of Avon rose again in his mind. Because sequence 6, even by ancient classifications, belonged to the mid-sequence, and related magic potion formula transactions were rarely seen on the market. He didn't expect the strength to have the wind-blessed formula in his possession, which couldn't help but surprise him. However, the conditions Avon proposed made it difficult for him, because he had already become penniless after advancing to seafarer. Not to mention Avon didn't want gold pounds. But the bold words had already been spoken and couldn't be taken back, so Alger could only brace himself and say, "Wearing this mask will make the user extremely calm, without emotional fluctuations. At the same time, it grants extremely strong recovery abilities, exaggerated speed, and excellent strength, and allows mastery of certain dark magic and primitive curse techniques. Its drawback is that as the number of uses increases, the wearer will become less and less human, increasingly cold, and eventually come to see themselves as a deity. I am willing to exchange this Beander item for the wind-blessed magic potion formula. How about it?" Avon simply smiled and shook his head, saying, "This item shouldn't be called a Beander item, but rather a sealed artifact. And unfortunately, I don't have much need for it, so I cannot exchange with you." Alger fell silent, because this was already the most valuable item he could offer. He also had a ghost ship whose value was even higher, but that was not his private property. To be precise, it belonged to the Storm Church. He only had the right to use it, so it was impossible to use it for trade. And the location of the island he knew was clearly very valuable, but he didn't want to sell it cheaply, so he could only say helplessly, "Then you name your conditions, what do you need, and I'll see if I can find it." Seeing that Alger had been pushed to his limits, Avon then leisurely said, "The compound eye of a hunting black spider, the brain of a human lion, a pair of eyes from a succubus, and a silk gland from an adult widow giant spider. Any one of these 4 materials can be exchanged for the wind-blessed magic potion formula. Additionally, if there are any remaining hairs of a succubus or the venom gland of a hunting black spider, I will also purchase them for 300 gold pounds. These are all sequence 6 materials." Is Avon preparing to advance to sequence 6? That's so fast. Listening to the materials Avon listed, Klein was startled. He had discovered the fact that Avon had already advanced from a spiritual vision at last week's Tarot Club, and he also knew that he had advanced through 2 pathways. And looking again today, he found that Avon's astral body was very stable, showing signs of complete magic potion digestion. This couldn't help but remind him of Avon's warning about Tingen after receiving the newspaper. Is this the role-playing method of a witch? Chapter 169, Alger's killing intent. Alger was equally surprised. He had always thought that the strength was at most a sequence 8 Beander, but he never expected Avon to be a sequence 7 Beander, and he had already started looking towards sequence 6, far ahead of him. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel joyful, because the mysterious island he knew about contained all the materials Avon needed. This not only meant he could obtain the wind-blessed magic potion formula, but also had the possibility of extorting a large sum from Avon. However, in an instant, Alger was troubled again, because that island was discovered by him and Hurricane Admiral Keelangos together, and did not exclusively belong to him. Thinking of Keelangos's face, Alger's mood became very bad. They met in their humble beginnings, adventuring together to find that mysterious island, but their destinies diverged. He remained an intelligence officer for the Storm Church and a tentacle of the church, patrolling the kingdom for the Storm God, diligently accumulating merits for promotion. However, Keelangos had a stroke of luck, obtaining a glove that could unleash many abilities, and his promotion speed was incredibly fast. Alger didn't know what was going on before, but he now understood that Keelangos must have understood the role-playing method to have been promoted so early to sequence 6 as a wind-blessed. After Alger learned this fact, he speculated that Keelangos must have joined a hidden organization and received training to achieve such accomplishments. Recently, Alger and Keelangos met again, and he demanded that Alger become his subordinate and inside man. Although Keelangos didn't say anything harsh, Alger vaguely said he would consider it and brushed him off. But Alger, who understood Keelangos, knew that he would eventually lose patience, and if he delayed in responding, his life would definitely be in danger. Even if he avoided him, as long as Kilangos spread the news that they had known each other for a long time, it would be enough to destroy him. Because when Hurricane Admiral's notoriety spread across the sea and his wanted posters were everywhere, Alger, after weighing his options, did not confess to the church the fact that he knew Kilangos. Alger was well aware of the Storm Church's attitude towards such dishonesty. Loyalty that is not absolute is absolute disloyalty. As long as relevant news reached the Storm Church, all of Alger's years of accumulation would be in vain. Even if he wasn't ultimately punished, he would be repeatedly subjected to loyalty tests by the church, and he would no longer have any opportunities for promotion. So now Alger was very conflicted. Kilangos had become a major obstacle in his life's path. If he didn't eliminate him, he would never have peace. And if he eliminated Kilangos, he would not only escape the threat but also monopolize the resources of that mysterious island. The only problem was that Kilangos, who possessed the creeping hunger, was a famous strongman on the sea and extremely difficult to kill. As a newly promoted seafarer, he was absolutely incapable of doing it. Since he couldn't do it himself, he could only find someone else to do it. In Alger's mind, the best person to use was Mr. Fool, followed by the mysterious The Strength. Judging from the power of Mr. Fool, he should have a demigod level blessed in the real world. If a demigod were to act, even Kilangos would have no choice but to surrender. The difficulty lies in how to make Mr. Fool interested in Hurricane Admiral. The other usable target was the mysterious The Strength. Whether it was his mastery of the role-playing method, his experienced style of doing things, or his never-lacking money demeanor, the power Avon represented behind him was not to be underestimated. Perhaps he was the Beander world's second generation, with a deep background, getting whatever he wanted since childhood, which he hated the most. Alger decided that after leaving the Grey Fog, he would fully investigate Kilangos's whereabouts and plan to use the Fool and the Strength to eliminate Kilangos. I've heard of these materials and have relevant clues. After the gathering, I'll help you inquire about them, Alger pondered for a moment, then said to Avon. Avon nodded, already knowing that the island contained the materials he needed, so he wasn't in a hurry. Then he thought of something else and continued. By the way, please also inquire about the true root of the mist treant and the spinal fluid of the evil patterned Black Panther. I am also willing to pay a high price for them. If I can obtain these two materials, I can directly give you the wind-blessed magic potion formula. Alger and Audrey both nodded, indicating they understood, but at the same time, they were curious about the Strength acquiring so many materials at once. Is Mr. Avon collecting materials for his subordinates? What a good boss. Do these materials correspond to the subsequent sequences for Furs and Zio Derecha? Audrey thought of Furs and Zio Derecha, whom she had met, and couldn't help but believe that Avon was collecting materials for them. Alger's thoughts were similar to Audrey's, but also somewhat different. He should be a core member of a large organization, but collecting materials on such a large scale, is he trying to do something shady, or is he trying to secretly cultivate subordinates without his organization's knowledge? Only Mr. Fool Klein, sitting at the top, knew the whole truth. The previous materials were collected by Avon for himself. However, the latter two were collected by Avon for himself, which made Klein feel touched. After everyone stated their needs, they exchanged some information. Alger consciously talked about the 4 kings and 7 generals of the sea, which indeed attracted the attention of others. Avon silently calculated and found that it was indeed almost time for Hurricane Admiral Kilangos to go ashore and assassinate Duke Nigan. He just didn't know if the butterfly effect of his arrival would affect this event. At the same time, he understood that the big deal he had just proposed must have aroused Alger's strong killing intent towards Kilangos. And he also wanted to learn about Kilangos's latest movements from Alger, so he asked 2 more questions, showing interest in Kilangos, which indeed prompted Alger to tell him more. After the intelligence exchange ended, Mr. Fool Klein once again cut off Audrey and Alger's connection to the Grey Fog, leaving Avon alone and manifesting a letter in front of him. Avon was not surprised by this. He immediately stood up and thanked Mr. Fool, then began to read the letter from Klein. This was already Avon's exclusive reading time. Avon had grown somewhat accustomed to it. In the letter, Klein described the changes in Tingen, thanked Avon and his brother for their rescue of Tingen, and mentioned that he had met Miss Kathleen Gry today, received the items Avon had collected for him, and thanked Avon on behalf of Migos's family for his help. This opening paragraph of Klein's letter made Avon feel a bit strange, and at the same time, his increasingly thick and shameless heart felt a little ashamed. Then Klein began to mention his actions over the past week. During this time, besides completing the tasks assigned by Captain Dunn, he mainly did 3 things. First, he actively visited Hoi University to connect with Mr. Azek, the high-sequence Beander whom Avon himself acknowledged, and exchange experiences. Then, he recruited Duster Gudrian, a doctor from Grinhell Asylum and a member of the Psychology Alchemists, as his informant. And from him, he obtained the telepathous magic potion formula that Miss Justice needed, and arranged for him to monitor his superior, Hood Eugen. Because Avon had previously said that this spectator was involved in a clue that could directly glimpse the mastermind's layout, Klein had also been paying attention, but he hadn't obtained any useful clues during this time. In addition, Klein was also investigating the mastermind in his own way, hiring a detective to investigate the red chimney he saw in his dream divination. Klein knew that doing so might be useless, but he could only use this method to interfere with his opponent. Because Avon had previously said that the mastermind had suffered a backlash due to over-manipulation, Klein came up with this method to see if he could cause some trouble for the mastermind. In fact, Ince Zangwill was once again forced to write due to Klein's actions, suffering a backlash and almost being killed by 008, and Avon witnessed all of this. Finally, Klein mentioned his decision to adopt another idea Avon had brought up earlier, and he had prepared himself mentally for it. He hoped that Avon could give him hints and help at critical moments, making the necessary preparations, but not telling him. Only when Klein himself did not know the specific content of the plan could the mastermind be unable to control the direction of events. In fact, when Klein asked him for a teleportation item at the last Tarot Club, Avon had already guessed Klein's decision. Avon took a deep breath, made a request to the Fool, and then picked up the manifested paper and pen to write a reply to Klein. In his reply, Avon stated that he understood Klein's meaning, would make preparations for him, and would give him hints at the appropriate time to clarify the mastermind's goal and the entire action plan. And he directly told Klein to find an opportunity to visit his current fief, Ramad Town. Going there could bring him unexpected gains, but he should not go too deep to prevent danger. At the same time, he reminded Klein to find a way to get sealed artifact 30782 out, as it would be of great help to Klein. And he also hinted to Klein that he could let Leonard continue to investigate Lanrius, which could also give them a deeper understanding of the mastermind's plan. After writing the letter, Avon pretended to ask the Fool to deliver it, then left the gray fog. After Klein finished reading Avon's letter, his fingers tapped lightly on the bronze table as he fell into deep thought. After Avon left the gray fog, he prepared to go out to meet Helen of Theosophy Order. As a high-level undercover agent of Theosophy Order planted in the Demonist sect, how could he not receive high-level intelligence about the Demonist sect for a long time? Mr. A had already obtained and confirmed the time and place of Duke Nigan's assassination. This was an assassination destined to fail, but it was a conspiracy by the Demonist sect against the Loan Kingdom, and Avon needed Theosophy Order to publicize it. Chapter 170, Triss's Exposure. After learning the location of Triss's manor from Avon, Mr. A took great effort to arrange for a believer to infiltrate as an informant. He then personally disguised himself, blended in, and made contact with Triss. He then had Triss inform the Demonist sect that the Aurora Order wished to cooperate with them to assassinate Duke Nigan, promising that the Demonist sect would not need to act, only provide intelligence. When Triss reported this matter, it unsurprisingly caused a significant reaction within the Demonist sect. Although Triss had brought the news of the Aurora Order seeking cooperation for the first time, the Demonist sect had never allowed her to contact the Aurora Order in Backland. Instead, They sent other demonesses to make contact, precisely to prevent Triss from being exposed to the Aurora Order. This was because Triss could be said to be one of their objectives in planning the Backland Smog incident. For George III, the Backland Smog incident was an act of population write-off, covering up the rapid decrease in labor in the East Borough and buying time for the construction of the underground mausoleum. For the demonist sect, the Backland Smog incident was not only a cooperation with George III but also a necessary measure for them to cultivate Triss as a vessel for the primordial demoness's descent. Just as the child in Migos's womb could grow rapidly in an environment full of despair and resentment, Triss's growth also required a similar environment. Now, Triss had only recently infiltrated Edsac Augustus's side when the Aurora Order came knocking, naturally causing a strong reaction from the demonist sect. If Mr. A of the Aurora Order could find her, did that not mean other secret organizations could also find her? The high-sequence demoness, Panatia, the despairing nightingale, reacted instinctively, wanting to capture Mr. A alive to find out why he could find her. And although Mr. A was the strongest shepherd, below a demigod, and he had prepared in advance when infiltrating to contact Triss, specifically having the Saint of Shadows record a demigod-level ability, his remarkably easy escape from Panatia's pursuit was still unexpected. This was because during Panatia's pursuit of Mr. A, she unexpectedly discovered traces of Theosophy Order and their intention to seize Triss. Theosophy Order and the demonist sect are mortal enemies, and both occupy the assassin pathway. Their origins can even be said to be from the same source. The saying, internal heretics are more hateful than infidels, could not be more fitting for both sides. The power of Theosophy Order, or rather, its high-level power, is far inferior to that of the demonist sect, but their threat to the demonist sect far exceeds that of other orthodox churches and secret organizations. Both sides even view each other as a path to their own advancement, a walking Beyonder potion. If Triss's existence were known to other individuals or organizations, at worst, they could engage in mutual transactions or miss this opportunity to cultivate a vessel for divine descent. But if Theosophy Order knew of Triss's existence, Triss could potentially be used against them by Theosophy Order. It should be known that the founder of Theosophy Order is the youngest daughter of the primordial demoness, and also a demoness who was a sequence 2 angel by birth, worshipping the feminine side of the primordial demoness. If Theosophy Order were to obtain the divine descent vessel, painstakingly created by the demonist sect, and thereby influence the primordial demoness, it would be a devastating blow to the demonist sect. Conversely, the same applies to Theosophy Order. The reason Theosophy Order cultivated Avon to infiltrate the demonist sect was because the demonist sect's movements in Backland were unclear, and they feared the demonist sect had a conspiracy against them, so they responded accordingly. And Avon did not disappoint, bringing back news that the demonist sect had sent someone to approach Edsac Augustus. This made the demoness of Theosophy Order secretly breathe a sigh of relief, because they knew that the Augustus royal family possessed a Beyonder characteristic of the Hunter Pathway Sequence 1-inch Conqueror, so they thought it was not surprising that the demonist sect had set their sights on it again. They only needed to keep an eye on it and stab them in the back at the critical moment. Later, hearing that the demonist sect was preparing to cooperate with the Aurora Order, Theosophy Order sent someone to track Mr. A, and unexpectedly, this tracking led to a collision. Others might not see it, but the demonesses of Theosophy Order could tell that Triss was definitely a standard vessel for divine descent. Once the demonist sect successfully cultivated Triss and truly allowed the male will of the primordial demoness to descend upon the world, this would absolutely be a disaster for Theosophy Order. So, when Panatia was chasing Mr. A, the Theosophy Order's demigod demoness who was tracking Mr. A, Helen's aunt, Sophia, resolutely made a move, intending to abduct Triss. Unfortunately, just as she was about to succeed, a sequence 4 inches imperative mage, from the Arbiter pathway appeared and stopped her. She was even unable to kill Triss and could only escape. In the past 2 weeks, the situation in Backland had once again become tense and chaotic. The demonist sect, on one hand, expressed willingness to cooperate with the Aurora Order and incidentally tried to probe why the Aurora Order knew of Triss's existence. On the other hand, they wanted to lure Mr. A out and capture him alive. Theosophy Order quickly gathered its forces, wanting to both seize Triss and, like the Demonist sect, begin searching for Mr. A's whereabouts, as they also did not know his current movements. At the same time, they also wanted to know why Mr. A was able to precisely locate Triss. Otherwise, even if they seized Triss, they could not guarantee not being found. And Mr. A, after escaping from Panatia, the despairing nightingale, was both anxious and delighted. He was anxious because he had just discovered that he had been tracked by a demigod-level demoness, and even the Saint of Shadows, who had met him, had not noticed anyone spying on him. This made him a little anxious. Had Avon, who he had often interacted with recently, been discovered? Had Lanrius's hiding place been exposed, and so on? He was delighted because he was certain that Triss had not been suspected by the Demonist sect, and he had also heard from Triss that the Demonist sect had already renamed him, Cheek. Although Mr. A did not understand what this name meant, as a devout believer of the true Creator, he keenly felt the Lord's gaze cast upon him and Triss at that time, and clearly felt the Lord's joy, even receiving a certain reward. Since the Lord had already cast his gaze upon Triss, and had not given him a divine oracle, he would not interfere with Triss again, lest he ruin the Lord's affairs. At the same time, he also needed to hide himself and reduce the Demonist sect and Theosophy Order's suspicion that the true Creator had already intervened in the matter of Triss. Yes, he already knew that the one tracking him was a Theosophy Order demoness. This news came from Avon. If Military Intelligence Section 9 knew nothing about such a big incident in Backland, they deserved to be disbanded. After a few days of struggle, Theosophy Order found no opportunity to act and outwardly began to lie low. The Demonist sect also could not make too much of a stir to avoid arousing suspicion about their cooperation with the Augustus family, and their actions gradually diminished. Backland seemed to have temporarily returned to peace, but the actions of all parties in the dark became increasingly intense. First, Colonel Avon, the most dazzling rising star of Military Intelligence Section 9, received the task of clearing out hidden secret organizations and evil god believers in Backland. The demigod battle that occurred outside 3rd Prince Edsac Augustus's Red Rose Manor caused strong dissatisfaction from the royal family, who strictly ordered Military Intelligence Section 9 to investigate the truth of the matter and clear out various evil forces within Backland. The participants in that great battle were all demigods, the lowest being the strongest shepherd below a demigod. The demigods of Military Intelligence Section 9 were not on site, and much information was unknown. It would be a miracle if they could find out the truth. Moreover, if secret organizations and evil god cultists were so easy to catch, they would have caught them long ago, and it would have been impossible to wait until now. After a meeting of the high-ranking officials of Military Intelligence Section 9, everyone unanimously agreed to entrust this glorious and arduous task to Colonel Avon Horn, the most prominent figure in Military Intelligence Section 9. Such a major task was naturally handled by the most outstanding intelligence personnel. This was their official statement. In reality, various factions within Military Intelligence Section 9 all wanted to see Avon stumble badly. This shows how much Avon's recent triple promotion and hereditary baronetcy had made him hated. But to the surprise of the Military Intelligence Section 9 bigwigs, Avon, upon receiving the assignment, did not wallow in self-pity, rendering their prepared counter-arguments useless. In just 2 days, Avon raided many Aurora Order strongholds, including the location of Mr. A's gatherings in West Borough, some peripheral intelligence personnel of the Demonist sect, some secret properties of Theosophy Order, and even the Rose School of Thought's secret strongholds in East Borough. And he openly mocked and criticized the relevant individuals at an internal meeting of Military Intelligence Section 9, implicitly accusing them of not being unable to clear out Backland's underworld, but rather harboring a muddling through, or raising bandits to enhance one's own importance, mentality, infuriating a group of bigwigs to half-death, yet they were unable to refute him. Because in the face of Avon's achievements, all their refutations were weak and powerless. They could only choose between stupid and bad. Choosing stupid would mean the direct end of their political careers, for how could a stupid person sit in a high position? Choosing bad, while not much better, at least proved that their minds were not problematic, and there was still a possibility of a comeback in the future. Moreover, these people were actually very guilty, because raising bandits to enhance one's own importance was indeed a bit in their hearts. For example, people from Military Intelligence Section 9 participated in every one of Mr. A's gatherings. To say they didn't know was impossible. It's just that they used to deal with it by saying that Beander material exchange gatherings could not be completely prohibited, and it was better to secretly control them. But when Avon exposed that the organizer of the gatherings was the Aurora Order, this argument fell apart. Defaulting to underground Beander material transactions was to control them themselves and reduce the harm of Beander material circulation, not to let them be controlled by evil god organizations, adding bricks and mortar to their development and growth. The only reason Military Intelligence Section 9 could tolerate the existence of these illicit exchange gatherings was likely because these organizations had bribed certain individuals within Military Intelligence Section 9. In short, at the internal meeting of Military Intelligence Section 9, Avon exercised his mockery to the fullest, and Robert, sitting on the podium, cooperated tacitly, looking at his colleagues with expressions like, "So that's how it is," and "I didn't expect you to be such people," making a large number of people feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. This internal summary meeting ended in a hurry, and it is conceivable that a major rectification would come, and Robert's first fire as a new official would burn many people. Chapter 171 Mutual Reporting. The reason Avon was able to cut off so many hidden organizations' strongholds and tentacles was actually very simple. Currently, all organizations urgently need intelligence from various aspects, and Avon, being in a crucial position, was even more highly valued by all parties. The Demonist sect urgently needed Avon to use his authority in Military Intelligence Section 9 and his brother Robert's position to find the locations of Theosophy Order and Mr. A. The Theosophy Order needed Avon to find Triss's exact current location and Mr. A's whereabouts from within the Demonist sect. And Mr. A, not knowing if the Demonist demigod from Theosophy Order who was tracking him knew of Avon's existence, was eager for Avon to clear his relationship with him and, incidentally, investigate Triss's situation, among other things. Therefore, when these three parties learned that Avon was facing a collective suppression from other factions within Military Intelligence Section 9, in order to protect Avon, their most important source of information, as much as possible, they all, by prior agreement, handed over the secret organization data they possessed to Avon as his meritorious service, allowing him to escape his predicament. Thus, it happened that the Demonist sect reported the secret strongholds of Theosophy Order, Theosophy Order reported the hidden informants of the Demonist sect. And Mr. A of the Aurora Order reported all the information he knew about his counterparts. To prevent Theosophy Order from discovering Avon's connection with the Aurora Order, Mr. A even self-destructed, allowing Avon to raid his own stronghold and some relatively important secret assets and hidden believers in the West and North districts, performing a grand self-detonation. This was solely to prevent Theosophy Order from spreading rumors about Avon's connection to the Aurora Order. With Avon's hands stained with the blood of the Aurora Order, if there were still rumors circulating about Avon being involved with the Aurora Order, or even being a member of the Aurora Order and a follower of the true Creator, no one would likely believe them. Actually, Mr. A was overthinking it. In Avon's gray-white vision, no demoness could possibly hide from him. He only went to find Mr. A when the Theosophy Order demigod, Helen's aunt, Sophia, was not present. After all, Theosophy Order could not afford the luxury of using several demigods to monitor Mr. A in 3 shifts, and Avon was well aware of this. As for the secret strongholds of the Rose School of Thought, Miss Sharon and Marich reported them to Avon, for which they owed Avon a great favor, although they did not know that by doing so, they were actually helping Avon. In fact, when Avon first learned of everything happening outside Red Rose Manor, he keenly sensed that this matter might become a bullet shot at him by his internal adversaries. Because this matter was troublesome enough, and Avon's prominence was too great, too many people wanted to suppress him. Deputy Director Jonas had tried to scheme against Avon once before, but Avon keenly detected and resolved it in advance, thus avoiding it. However, this would absolutely not prevent him from launching another sneak attack on Avon next time. There were quite a few people who shared Deputy Director Jonas's thoughts. In this regard, even if Avon had strong backing, it would be absolutely useless, because the order to suppress Avon might very well come from the direct instructions of the backers behind these people. For example, King George III, who was behind Deputy Director Jonas. George III collaborated with the demonist sect to pollute Avon using Bonaparte's fortitude, aiming to have Avon incite various parties and create chaos. And the corresponding order to suppress Avon could also achieve this effect. When opposing forces clash, chaos will naturally ensue. As for Avon, there is only the saying of being a thief for 1,000 days, but no saying of guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. Moreover, in Avon's life philosophy, taking the initiative is the first principle. So, after clearing out the secret organization's strongholds and establishing merit, Robert, who had already communicated and tacitly understood with Avon, immediately convened a summary meeting in the name of the chairman of the Military Intelligence Committee, and allowed Avon to seize the opportunity to expose the fact that Military Intelligence Section 9 had prior knowledge of the secret organization's strongholds, pointing out the hoarding enemies to increase their own importance mentality of certain high-ranking officials in Military Intelligence Section 9. Some things can be done but not spoken, and some things can be spoken but not done. What Avon exposed was something that could neither be spoken nor done. Although this was only an internal meeting, Robert and Avon's goals had been achieved. The resistance Robert would encounter when adjusting the internal structure of Military Intelligence Section 9 would be much smaller, as the matters Avon spoke of could be brought up again at any time. After this battle, Robert and Avon achieved a great victory. The first fire Robert ignited upon assuming the chairmanship of the Military Intelligence Committee effectively deterred everyone in Military Intelligence Section 9. The second fire Robert was about to ignite was the position of Defense Department Minister that remained after the Defense Department corruption case, and the subsequent rectification of Military Intelligence Section 9. The internal position adjustments and rectification within Military Intelligence Section 9 would not be a major problem due to Avon's presence and the help of those who had gathered around Avon during this period. However, the selection of the Defense Department Minister was proving difficult. The problem lay with Duke Nigan, and their current conflict was the traditional dispute between the Army and the Navy. Duke Nigan came from the Navy, while Robert came from the Army. The core conflict between the Navy and the Army has always been the issue of military funding. Before Emperor Rosal initiated the colonial wave, the Army was the absolute decision-maker in the military. The so-called Navy and naval forces were all subordinates of the Army. The main enemies faced by the various countries on the North Continent were also primarily their neighboring countries. However, after Rosal discovered a safe passage in the raging sea and initiated the craze for colonizing the southern continent, conflicts between countries diminished. They all began to vie for various resources from the southern continent as raw materials for industrial development. This, in turn, brought about issues of shipping lane safety, as former fishermen now turned to piracy, which was a highly profitable venture, much better than fishing at sea. Therefore, under the two major demands of colonizing the southern continent and protecting shipping lanes, the Navy began to rise and gradually began to devour military funds, competing for the dominant position held by the Army. As time passed, after 100 years of struggle, and with the support of the Storm Church internally, the Navy's share of military expenditure in LotM had already exceeded 5 times that of the Army, especially with the emergence of ironclads, which greatly squeezed the Army's military expenditure. Therefore, when Robert first learned about Lanrius, his active assistance in clearing the Navy's accounts also had the intention of pulling down Admiral Merlin, who had held the position of Defense Department Minister for the past few decades and was from the Navy. After all, no matter how perfectly handled, the Lanrius case would still require at least a group of people to fall as accountability. As the Defense Department Minister, Admiral Merlin, regardless of whether he was truly involved, could not escape the fate of being dismissed due to negligence. This would be an excellent opportunity for Robert. When Avon first heard that Robert had already planned things out, he felt that he should try to play fewer mind games with his brother in the future. This was truly a person who saw 3 steps ahead, and playing mind games with him would either lead to being played to death or exhausted to death. Robert told Avon his plan simply to make Avon focus more on military intelligence Section 9 matters, allowing him to devote more energy to the dispute with Duke Nigan. Robert's goal this time was not to have an Army Birthplace Defense Department minister, but merely to secure an additional 5% of the military budget for the Army starting next year. This increase would be enough for the Army to have a good year. After all, Robert actually knew that in this era, the Navy was the absolute protagonist and did not want to go against the tide. However, Avon's perspective was different. He knew of George III's plan to become the Black Emperor, knew that the North Continent would inevitably engage in close combat again in the near future, and further knew that Duke Nigan, as the political representative of the Navy, had already been sentenced to death by Adam. Considering these factors, Avon believed that Robert had a good chance of winning amidst the chaos and putting forward an Army Birthplace Defense Department minister. If Robert could achieve this, then he would not even need to ignite a third fire. It would be enough to earn him immense prestige within the Army, even if Robert still did not change the Navy's dominant position. Therefore, during this period, in addition to encouraging Robert not to easily reach an agreement with Duke Nigan regarding military expenditure allocation, Avon actively incited Mr. A to assassinate Duke Nigan as soon as possible. The reasons were all readily available. Mr. A could now be said to be an enemy of the world. The Demonist sect wanted to find him, Theosophy Order wanted to find him, Military Intelligence Section 9 wanted to find him, the royal family wanted to find him, and the 3 major Orthodox churches were even more so. If it were peacetime, it would be fine, but now Mr. A also bore the task of protecting Lanrius. His being in danger also meant Lanrius was in danger, which Mr. A absolutely would not allow. So Avon suggested assassinating Duke Nigan as soon as possible. Whether successful or not, the assassination must take place. As long as an assassination occurred, the situation in Backland would change, and it would break the high-pressure pursuit of Mr. A by all parties. Avon didn't know about other things, but at least Military Intelligence Section 9 would greatly reduce its pursuit in this regard and would focus its main efforts on protecting key dignitaries and their families. Moreover, the crime of assassinating Duke Nigan could be framed onto the Demonist sect, which could sever the secret cooperation between certain individuals in Military Intelligence Section 9 and the Demonist sect, and even lead to internal strife. Mr. A faced reality and the bright prospects Avon spoke of, finally agreeing to Avon's suggestion, with Avon collecting the relevant intelligence. Just yesterday, Avon had already revealed to Mr. A the news that Duke Nigan would attend Earl Green's birthday party tonight, and Mr. A would assassinate Duke Nigan as the demoness of afflictions. In Avon's opinion, the success rate of this assassination was less than 30%, but Mr. A's chances of escaping should be very high. After all, he already had experience with his demigod subordinate escaping, so this scene was just a trifle to him. And Avon would not be going tonight to avoid suspicion. Not only would he not go, but he would also go to find Helen of Theosophy Order. Besides revealing to her that the shameless Demonist sect was going to collaborate with the Aurora Order to assassinate Duke Nigan, he would also have her write a letter reporting this assassination. Of course, it was not to report that Mr. A was going to assassinate Duke Nigan, but to report that the Demonist sect was going to assassinate an important figure. As for who, that was unknown. And this letter of report had to appear on Deputy Director Jonas's desk before he left work. From this perspective, time was a bit tight. Chapter 172, Christina, the Demoness of Undying. Avon arrived at the hotel suite in the West End as usual. Previously, after Avon moved out of Empress Borough, Helen would always go to his Sherwood Borough apartment to find him. Later, after he moved to Edward Street in the West End, Helen stopped visiting him as much. After all, it was very close to the Military Intelligence Section 9 headquarters, and it was better to be safe than sorry. He knocked on the door. When it opened, a smooth arm, like a jade lotus root, appeared, directly grabbing Avon's collar and dragging him inside. Avon was pulled onto the bed in an instant. Looking at Helen, who was straddling him, hungrily tearing at his clothes and belt, Avon urgently said, "Wait a moment, I came to tell you something." However, Helen, already in a frenzy, ignored him completely and said, "When do you ever come here for nothing? You haven't come to see me for so long, do you know how much I've suffered during this time? Nothing is more important than this right now." Avon was a little surprised by Helen's wildness, feeling that she was more like Natasha today. But since a beauty said so, as a man, he shouldn't think too much at this moment, or he wouldn't be a man. After a long while, Avon contentedly smoked his post-coital cigarette, listening to Helen, who was lying in his arms, complain. "You heartless scoundrel, do you know how great the needs of a demoness of pleasure are? You haven't come to see me for so long, causing me to lie awake all night. The demoness pathway of Theosophy order has corresponding acting principles. One must firmly believe in love, not betray their lover, and after devouring their lover, find the next one, becoming a true black widow, not engaging in promiscuity like the demoness sect. Therefore, when Helen couldn't get Avon's comfort, she truly had to rely on her 5 friends to relieve her inner restlessness." Avon couldn't help but smile wryly and said helplessly, "Isn't this because you refused to come over? Although Edward Street is close to the Military Intelligence Section 9 headquarters, it can also create a light under the lamp situation. As far as I know, many secret lovers of Military Intelligence Section 9 bigwigs, hidden private properties, and even various secret organizations like to set up businesses around the Military Intelligence Section 9 headquarters. They are playing the light under the lamp game. Besides, didn't you tell me before that things were tense recently, and I shouldn't look for you unless it was important intelligence? Why are you blaming me now? Are you listening to words but not understanding the meaning? What kind of brain do you have? I told you not to easily look for me, and you just don't easily look for me. If you really wanted to see me, how could you not find a reason? Or do you not have me in your heart? Otherwise, you would have come to find me long ago. You don't love me as much as before." Watching Helen, who seemed to be trying to recapture the feeling of when she was in love with his predecessor, acting spoiled and unreasonable, Avon instinctively felt a headache. He could only flip over again and press her down, to shut her up. After a long time, Helen was still immersed in the pleasure she had just experienced and didn't want to hear about any intelligence, as if she thought the intelligence Avon mentioned was just an excuse to have sex. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Helen, because Avon had done this before. But while Helen didn't speak, Avon couldn't stay silent, because he really had intelligence to deliver and could only speak himself. "This time, I got a piece of news from Natasha of the Demoness sect. They are preparing to cooperate with the Aurora Order to assassinate Duke Nigan tonight at Earl Green's mansion. Today is Earl Green's 50th birthday, and he has invited many noble dignitaries to attend. Natasha was also invited to assist Mr. A of the Aurora Order in the action. This is said to be done to divert Military Intelligence Section 9's attention from the demigod battle outside Red Rose Manor during this period." Hearing this, Helen also sobered up. She sat up, pulled a towel around herself, and murmured seriously in a low voice. "The Demoness sect really has a motive to do this. Although the demigod battle outside Red Rose Manor couldn't be concealed, all parties tacitly downplayed the existence of Triss. The Augustus royal family pretended not to know that the target of Theosophy Order's demoness was Triss, and even to appear innocent, claimed that Edsac Augustus was assassinated by 2 demonesses. Although subsequent investigations by sealed artifact confirmed that the 2 demonesses were from the Demoness sect and Theosophy Order respectively, the 2 factions of demonesses previously shifting blame onto each other still confused many people, and many truly believed that the Demoness sect and Theosophy Order were 2 sides of the same coin, proposing a joint investigation. And neither the demoness sect nor Theosophy order wanted the matter of Tris, the primordial demoness, as a vessel for a god's descent, to be widely publicized, attracting the attention and interference of other forces. Avon sometimes even suspected that the Augustus royal family, or rather George III, actually didn't know about Tris's uniqueness. This could be seen from Ince Zangwill's complaints about Despair Nightingale, Panatia in the original work, Lord of the Mysteries. However, regardless of whether the Augustus royal family knew about Tris's uniqueness before, after this unexpected incident caused by Mr. A, even if the Augustus royal family didn't fully understand what was special about Tris, they should have noticed something amiss. But judging from the Augustus royal family's movements during this period, either the demoness sect and the Augustus royal family have reached a new understanding. Or George III believes that Tris's existence is beneficial to him. In any case, they haven't made any moves. While Helen was still pondering how to deal with this sudden incident, Avon's light remark came, making her eyes widen and causing her to lose her composure on the spot. I just advanced to a witch today. It was the Beander characteristic brought by Natasha. What? How is that possible? You advanced to a witch? Are you kidding me? If you're a witch, then what was that thing that just bullied me? Saying that, Helen lifted the thin blanket covering Avon, grabbed and squeezed it, feeling that it was still the same texture, then looked at Avon, hoping he would give an explanation. With his handle being held, Avon was enveloped in a red glow and carefully said, "The demoness sect found a way to allow me to advance to a witch while maintaining my male body. They found a grade 1 sealed artifact from the hunter pathway and used its ability to suppress the changes after I consumed the potion. So, I really have become a witch." Feeling the red glow on Avon's body through the handle in her hand, Helen, as a demoness of pleasure, could naturally confirm that it was indeed the aura of the adjacent hunter pathway. She was silent for a long time, then eagerly asked, "How did you digest the instigator potion so quickly, and why did they suddenly let you advance? Logically, it shouldn't be, right? Major organizations are very strict in their vetting of members. Could it be that you've been exposed, and they're using you to fish?" Avon shook his head and recounted how he used Lanrius to digest the potion, only to have Robert and the military use him to expand the deception. He explained and whitewashed the reason for his rapid potion digestion, then said, "Although Natasha said that the demoness sect decided to vigorously cultivate me because I am a natural demoness, which is why they let me advance. But I think it's because I've climbed too fast within Military Intelligence Section 9 during this period, so they want to strengthen their control over me. After all, once I become a witch and turn into a female, they will have a big handle over me. If I do anything they're not happy with, they can remove my disguise at any time and expose the fact that I've become a woman to the world." After listening to Avon's account, Helen was also a bit stunned. She hadn't expected so many things to happen today. All of them were very serious matters that she couldn't control. She couldn't help but angrily punch Avon, saying, "Since such a big thing happened, why didn't you say so earlier? How much time did this delay? Didn't you say nothing was more important than having sex? And I also wanted to try if my handle could still be used." Looking at the unreasonable Helen, Avon also felt wronged. It was clearly Helen who delayed things, and now she was blaming him. And she was clearly very satisfied just now, but now she was turning her back on him. A woman's heart is truly the hardest to understand. Avon's words left Helen speechless, because today, she truly was the more impatient one. Taking a deep breath and putting aside the investigation of responsibility, Helen felt that the two pieces of news Avon brought today were too significant for her to handle. The matters were too important and too unexpected. She could only say to Avon, "The two matters you reported today are too significant for me to decide. I need to report them to my mother. She might even need to ask you for relevant details, so you should come with me to see her." Avon nodded, then looked himself over. He felt that meeting his sex partner's mother naked would be too disrespectful. So he quickly got out of bed to look for the pants Helen had thrown off the bed. Helen, being a somewhat thin-skinned demoness, looked at the messy bed, also got out of bed to tidy up, and changed into new clothes. Then, she stood side by side with Avon in front of the mirror to summon her mother. Ripples appeared on the large dressing mirror, revealing a peerless beauty with white hair and black eyes, clear and delicate. She wore a black gauze dress representing temptation, appearing and disappearing, further accentuating the fairness of her skin. The coexistence of purity and temptation made Avon, who had been tested by many demonesses, fall into a trance. "This is my mother, Christina, and this is Avon, whom I told you about." Although Helen knew her mother's charm, seeing her, lick dog, like this still made her a little annoyed. As she introduced him, she stomped hard on Avon's foot, making him sober up. Seeing Avon clutching his foot and crying out in pain, Helen's mother in the mirror smiled, apparently finding Avon's appearance amusing, and at the same time, very satisfied with her own charm. Chapter 173 Pulling Radishes. After this small interlude, Helen returned to the main topic, reporting the 2 pieces of information Avon had mentioned to her mother, Christina. Although Helen knew these 2 matters were important before reporting them, she still underestimated their gravity, as Christina's expression could no longer be described as merely unpleasant. Helen had never seen her mother like this, which made her feel uneasy. She wondered if it was Duke Nigan's assassination that bothered her mother, or if it was the news of Avon's promotion to a witch that angered her mother. But Christina, after all, had lived for a long time and witnessed the entire 5th epic as a demoness. She quickly regained her composure. A smile reappeared on her face, and she said to Avon with a laugh, "The intelligence you've brought this time is very important. Since the demoness sect helped you advance to a witch, I won't be stingy either. In a few days, I'll have Helen bring you a Beyander characteristic and related formula for a pleasure demoness. Consider it your reward." Avon naturally appeared extremely excited and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Just as Avon was looking extremely excited, Christina continued, "I've heard of the sealed artifact, Bonaparte's fortitude. It was very thoughtful of them to use this sealed artifact to maintain your male body, but to be safe, it's better for me to investigate it myself to prevent those inhumane demonesses from leaving any hidden tricks, don't you agree?" With the words spoken to this extent, and all of them seemingly for his own good, not to mention having just accepted her reward with profuse thanks, it was not good to refuse her now or slight her kindness. Avon could only nod in agreement, and he had to do so as if he were overwhelmed with gratitude. In Avon's gray-white vision, several strands of spider silk extended from the illusory mirror space formed by 2 mirrors. They were invisible, colorless, and insubstantial, as if the spider silk of a demigod-level demoness had become illusory. These strands of spider silk felt extremely dangerous to Avon, yet Avon had to pretend not to see them, suppressing the frantic warnings in his spirituality. When these strands of spider silk wrapped around Avon's body, directly touching the connection between Avon and the sealed artifact, his body was instantly covered in red light, and he could clearly see the close mystical connection between Avon and the sealed artifact. Even Helen, who was standing nearby, could see this connection this time, following the red glowing link towards the Empress Borough in the north. Empress Borough, or the North District. Helen looked north and asked excitedly. She only felt that her mother had used Avon to pinpoint the demoness sect demoness holding that sealed artifact. It's in Empress Borough. Christina was a demigod after all. Although separated by an unknown distance from the mirror, she still detected the location of the sealed artifact that had established a connection with Avon. Christina cut off the red light she was stimulating on Avon's body, then smiled and said to Avon, "You can rest assured, the demoness sect didn't play any tricks on this matter. Maintaining your male body is very beneficial for your lurking in military intelligence section 9. Then I'm relieved. Oh, by the way, regarding Duke Nigan's matter, is there anything you need me to do?" After hearing Christina's assurance, Avon seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then, with great initiative and a willingness to charge forward for Theosophy Order, he asked, "You understand the relevant situation, and you know all about the recent events. And you are not my foolish daughter, you have a lot of opinions. If you were me right now, what would you do?" Christina asked back with a smiling face, seemingly appreciating Avon and questioning him in a scrutinizing tone. Avon clearly sensed Christina's scrutiny and appeared eager to try. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Because of the major battle outside Red Rose Manor, Military Intelligence Section 9 and the 3 major Orthodox churches are casting a wide net, and both we and the Demonist sect are being heavily targeted. I think we should write anonymous letters to the 3 major churches, Military Intelligence Section 9, and the Luan Kingdom, stating that the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order cooperated to assassinate Duke Nigan. This will draw their attention to the Demonist sect, which will help us disrupt their plans." Because no matter which source of information, none revealed that Triss was the vessel for the primordial Demoness's descent, so although Avon knew that Theosophy Order's biggest target was Triss, the suggestions he offered could not include Triss. Christina seemed very satisfied with Avon's attitude, but she did not comment on Avon's suggestion. Instead, she continued to smile and ask, "You didn't just come to report these 2 pieces of intelligence, did you? Is there something else you need help with?" Avon scratched his head, as if a shy big boy whose thoughts had been seen through, and said awkwardly, "I do have other different thoughts. If you decide to report to the official Luan Kingdom, could you give me the anonymous letter for Military Intelligence Section 9 for me to deliver, and it needs to be unidentifiable and undivinable, so no one can tell who wrote it. Oh, even if you didn't say so, I would still take measures to make it untraceable. Do you have any other requests?" Christina obviously couldn't guess what Avon wanted to do and asked curiously. Avon smiled again, as if embarrassed, and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolding it to reveal several names. Then he said, "The recipients of these anonymous letters should be just these few, and the content inside should be relatively obscure. For example, instead of, 'Someone will assassinate Duke Nigan,' write something like, 'According to what we know, someone is planning to assassinate a very important figure in the Luan Kingdom's political arena. According to vague but reliable information, even high-ranking officials of the Luan Kingdom are involved. The time is within the next few days. Please pay attention and do not be negligent,' and so on." After Avon finished speaking, Helen, who was standing by, looked at him as if seeing him for the first time. She simply couldn't connect the dark-bellied person in front of her with the sycophant he used to be. Christina in the mirror, however, smiled and looked Avon up and down, finding him very interesting. A strand of spider silk extended from the mirror, pulling the list from Avon's hand into the mirror. Christina looked at the paper in her hand and saw that the first name on it was Jonas Augustus, followed by a series of names, all of whom were clearly high-ranking intelligence officers who had been stirring up trouble and suppressing Avon during this period. Avon's meaning was clear: a vaguely worded anonymous letter would not be taken seriously by anyone in any intelligence agency. Such a letter might not even pass the secretary's desk, let alone reach the hands of these high-ranking officials. However, once Duke Nigan's incident occurred, everything would be re-examined from top to bottom. At that time, it would be discovered that certain high-ranking officials in Military Intelligence Section 9 were incompetent, occupying important positions without doing their work. Despite clear warnings, they failed to make the necessary preparations, leading to the assassination of a prominent figure who influenced the Luan Kingdom. This was unforgivable. At that time, Jonas Augustus and these individuals, even if they didn't die, would be severely punished by the enraged Duke Nigan and the Storm Church. Robert, who had been preparing to reorganize Military Intelligence Section 9, would certainly not miss this opportunity, and Avon, representing the Night Church, would also seize the chance to take a big bite. Avon originally didn't want to leave too many traces in Military Intelligence Section 9, so he constantly sought opportunities to join the army, and thus didn't care about a fixed position. Being a colonel intelligence officer leading an elite team was also quite good. However, last time, because he didn't have a fixed position, even though his military rank qualified him to attend high-level meetings, Avon, who ultimately didn't attend, was forcibly assigned the task of investigating the Red Rose Manor case. This incident taught Avon a great lesson: attending meetings is also a great power. You must be present. If you're not there when important meetings are held, don't blame others for treating you like meat on a chopping block, where you have no room to resist. Previously, there was no fixed position because there was a radish for every hole, and there was no hole to accommodate Avon, this large radish. So now that Avon wants to attend meetings and have a fixed position, he must use this opportunity to pull out a few radishes to make room for himself, and incidentally, strike at the Luan Kingdom's influence within Military Intelligence Section 9. Perhaps this was even a chaotic situation that George III would be happy to see. Avon's actions could thus be considered indirectly fulfilling George III's task. Oh, and finally, subtly add a sentence in the letter: if the recipient doesn't handle this matter, it will definitely be exposed. 2. This prevents Deputy Director Jonas and the others from trying to suppress the matter afterwards, because this matter will be exposed sooner or later, and if they try to cover it up, it will be even more detrimental to them. Christina covered her mouth and chuckled, seemingly appreciating Avon more and more. Suddenly, several letters flew out of the mirror and landed in Avon's hand. Avon saw that even the stamps were already affixed, and the sender was written as anonymous. Avon looked at the letters in his hand, thanked Christina for her help, and then hastily took his leave. He wanted to ensure these letters reached the right people while Military Intelligence Section 9 was still open for business. After Avon left, Christina's face in the mirror turned unusually pale, even ferocious, frightening Helen, who had never seen her mother like this. She worried that her mother was angry because Avon's sudden promotion to a witch had disrupted her own promotion plan, so she was timid and uneasy, not daring to utter a word. But prolonged silence was not a solution, so Helen finally spoke. Avon's sudden promotion by the demonist sect this time, although unexpected, can be considered reasonable upon reflection. After all, I'm not angry about this. Christina forcefully interrupted Helen, then said grimly. The demonist sect and the Luan Kingdom are colluding, they might even be in cahoots. Christina's words were like a clap of thunder, stunning Helen, who stammered in disbelief. That's impossible, isn't it? Nothing is impossible. The sealed artifact, Bonaparte's fortitude, that helped Avon maintain his male body is in Sadrak Palace. Sadrak Palace. Helen couldn't help but exclaim, as this practically confirmed the Luan Kingdom's cooperation with the demonist sect. With deities no longer descending in the fifth epoch, the Augustus family was the top-tier Beander force. Sadrak Palace, as a symbol of the nation, was on par with the Knight Church's Cathedral of Serenity, serving as a forbidden zone for secret organizations and angels. Without the Augustus family's permission, how could the demonist sect have placed the sealed artifact controlling Avon in Sadrak Palace? This also almost certainly indicated that the Theosophy Order's demigod demoness Sophia being blocked by the royal family's imperative mage during the battle at Red Rose Manor was no accident. The cooperation between the demonist sect and the Augustus family was the situation the Theosophy Order least wanted to face. Their cooperation must have been based on the conqueror Beander characteristic in the Augustus family's hands, otherwise, the demonist sect wouldn't have been so zealous. According to intelligence gathered by the Theosophy Order, more than one demoness angel from the demonist sect was monitoring the situation in Backland. Previously, the Theosophy Order believed that the demonist sect was preparing to forcibly seize the conqueror Beander characteristic. Now, knowing that the demonist sect and the Augustus family were cooperating, it meant that the attention of so many demoness angels was, in fact, to ensure the smooth progress of their cooperation, and these demoness angels could intervene at any time. Christina even thought deeper, believing that this entire matter was a trap from the beginning. The demonist sect first leaked their whereabouts in Backland, luring the Theosophy Order to also focus on Backland. Then, they slowly drew the Theosophy Order's members into Backland, finally, together with the Augustus family, intending to capture the entire Theosophy Order in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Christina felt a shiver down her spine. A crucial question in all of this was, had Avon, the mole, been exposed? Christina leaned towards him not being exposed. On one hand, it was because their Theosophy Order had changed their usual method of cultivating moles this time. Previously, when they cultivated moles, they would directly send people to infiltrate. This time, the Theosophy Order first found Mrs. Sharon, secretly bringing Avon, whom Mrs. Sharon had developed, into their ranks. In fact, Mrs. Sharon was the one who first turned Avon into an assassin, and only then did the Theosophy Order recruit Avon. On the other hand, and most importantly, if the demonist sect had discovered Avon's identity, they would absolutely not have used Napoleon's perseverance to maintain Avon's male body, nor would they have placed Napoleon's perseverance in Sadrak Palace. This was a major flaw, and Christina also discovered the cooperation between the demonist sect and the Augustus royal family through this flaw. Then, Mother, what should we do? Helen's voice was a bit distorted. Rule-type Beyonders were natural good supports. The cooperation between the demonist sect and the Augustus royal family could truly wipe out all the Theosophy Order demonesses in Backland. First, Backland is temporarily uninhabitable. Everyone must evacuate immediately, but you cannot evacuate. Christina had calmed down and made a decision. Why? Helen clearly didn't understand her mother's command, why everyone else was evacuating, but she couldn't. Because of Avon. Avon clearly hasn't been exposed, and with the cooperation between the Augustus family and the demonist sect, Avon's position becomes even more important. If we hope to get the latest intelligence, we cannot cut off contact with Avon. This is also why I gave him the demoness of pleasure Beyander characteristic and formula. As Christina spoke, a small box appeared in the mirror, then fell into Helen's hand in reality. She then continued. From now on, you will hold the formula and the Beyander characteristic, tempting Avon to work actively for us. And you don't have to worry about your safety. If it's just you alone, Avon can still protect you. Helen took the small box and opened it to see a pink, diamond-like crystal inside. On the lid was a note with the demoness of pleasure's magic potion formula written on it. Helen closed the lid, put the small box away, then asked with some reluctance. I know what I should do in the future, but what about the cooperation between the demonist sect and the Augustus royal family? Should we just watch them succeed? How could we just watch them succeed? Christina sneered. No matter why the Augustus royal family wants to cooperate with the demonist sect, their cooperation must be kept secret. The things the Augustus family wants to do also cannot be exposed. I will go to the 3 churches now and find a way to inform them about the cooperation between the demonist sect and the Augustus royal family, as well as the cooperation between the demonist sect and the Aurora Order in assassinating Duke Nigan, tying these 2 matters together. If it's just about the demonist sect and the Augustus family cooperating, the 3 churches might scoff. But if the assassination of Duke Nigan really happens, whether it succeeds or not, it will attract the attention of the 3 churches, at least the Storm Church will definitely take it seriously. At that time, to prove their innocence, the Augustus family might publicly strike hard at the demonist sect and distance themselves from them. No matter the situation, it can create some obstacles for their plans. Helen nodded repeatedly as she listened to her mother's plan. Without conclusive evidence, it would be difficult for the 3 churches to suspect the royal family. However, tying it to the assassination of Duke Nigan indirectly increased the credibility of the intelligence. But what about the divine descent vessel named Triss in Red Rose Manor? Logically, someone of Helen's level shouldn't know about Triss, but it was Avon who first informed her about Triss's infiltration of Edsac Augustus, and she then relayed it to her mother Christina. So, as soon as something happened at Red Rose Manor, she guessed it was related to Triss, and later confirmed the matter. This matter is not something I can decide. I will inform Mother as soon as possible, and she will make the final decision. Although Christina was a Sequence 3 demoness of Undying, in the contest regarding Triss, she was merely a chess piece. The only one who could truly make a decision was Christina's mother, the primordial demoness's youngest daughter, the president of the Theosophy Order, the youngest angel demoness in the entire world. After giving her instructions, Christina's figure disappeared from the full-length mirror, and Helen, as instructed, quickly cleared all traces and hurried out of the hotel where she was staying. Ever since establishing contact with Napoleon's perseverance, and effectively becoming the spirit of the artifact. For this sealed artifact, Avon could temporarily elevate his own status to that of a demigod. Coupled with the mysterious city's enhancement, even from a great distance, Avon could see and hear Christina and Helen's conversation in real time through the mirror in his hand. Seeing Christina understand the information he revealed, Avon was very happy. Avon's ultimate goal was to become a god, so he absolutely could not tolerate the Conqueror Beander characteristic right under his nose being taken by the demonist sect. However, Avon was too weak right now, completely unqualified to enter the fray and contend for this Conqueror Beander characteristic. Even if the Conqueror Beander characteristic were delivered to Avon, Avon wouldn't dare accept it now. From some of the authorities displayed by Napoleon's Perseverance and the Mysterious City, it could be seen that the gathering authority of the Hunter Pathways high sequences was practically a form of pollution, and a very difficult one to get rid of. This was only the influence of a sequence 4 Beander characteristic. Avon dared not imagine how terrifying and bizarre a sequence 1 conqueror would be. Even if the Mysterious City made it very easy for him to deal with Napoleon's Perseverance, Avon dared not bet that the Mysterious City would be as effective against the Conqueror. And even if it was effective, even a slight aftershock could kill him, who was weak, helpless, pitiful, and only a sequence 7. Therefore, what Avon needed to do now was to expose the cooperation between the demonist sect and the Augustus royal family to as many organizations or people as possible, to create as much resistance as possible for their plans. For a period in the future, the Augustus royal family and the demonist sect should behave themselves, because the 3 churches will suspect them at least 3 months earlier than in the original work, and unfortunately, their previously prepared countermeasures are not yet in place. The hotel where Helen was staying was in the West District, only a few streets away from Military Intelligence Section 9's headquarters. When Christina and Helen finished their conversation and ended their contact, Avon's carriage also pulled up outside the 3-story building on Bellotto Street. It was almost time to get off work, and the people at Military Intelligence Section 9 who handled mail were about to collect the corresponding letters. Avon got out of the carriage and, like an ordinary person mailing a letter, dropped several letters into the mailbox, then leisurely had the coachman take him to the nearby Golden Rose restaurant for a meal. If Mr. A's operation went smoothly, it wouldn't be long, perhaps less than an hour, before news of Duke Nigan's assassination would arrive, and Military Intelligence Section 9 might notify him of a meeting. If he didn't eat now, he might not have a chance to eat all morning. Within minutes of Avon's carriage leaving, several people dressed as ordinary staff appeared from the 3-story building of Military Intelligence Section 9, carrying large boxes and retrieving letters from several surrounding mailboxes. Once the letters were gathered into several large boxes, several inspectors would appear to confirm through various methods that there were no explosives or curses inside the letters. Subsequently, these envelopes would be sorted. Ordinary mail would be forwarded to the post office, and internal mail would be sent to the front desk for collection. Intelligence mail would be sent to a dedicated decryption department for decryption, and envelopes marked with exclusive symbols or names would be sent to the offices of senior intelligence officers, where secretaries would screen them again. When Miss Tracy opened an anonymous envelope and read its contents, she chuckled softly and set it aside. She had received too many similar warning reports. It wasn't that these pieces of intelligence were all inaccurate, but if they had to follow up on every single letter, Military Intelligence Section 9, even if expanded tenfold, wouldn't be able to handle it, let alone the vague language of this particular piece of intelligence. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.